Krista Martin was living alone on South Osage Street in Wichita, California, when tragedy struck her life on November 5, 1994. This apartment complex had recently become her new home. Krista Getz had been missing since she could no longer contact her family members. On October 2, 1989, police visited Krista's house to check on whether she was still living and discovered her corpse there. She suffered blunt force trauma to the left side of her head and was also attacked, but investigators could not locate the weapon used. Fingerprints were collected at the scene of the crime as evidence that it may have been present during any stage of this crime. DNA testing and CODIS systems were not readily available. However, evidence was preserved during the investigation process. Police reported a domestic disturbance near Krista's house about 1 week prior to her death that involved threats being made against her life and property. Police were unable to link Krista's murder between 1990 and 1992 to this incident. A case detective submitted information to an FBI crime lab in hopes of identifying potential suspects. However, this failed, and the investigation remains open. In 2009, DNA evidence was submitted for analysis to the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center, which produced an alleged suspect profile without any matches to any CODET database. In 2020, the police department of Wichita utilized cutting-edge technology and requested assistance from the FBI in reviewing DNA evidence collected since 1989. They joined forces with OM to determine whether advanced DNA testing could assist them in identifying an attacker. OM Laboratories of Woodland, Texas, was used to conduct DNA tests on evidence collected by forensics, creating a complete DNA profile of the suspect in question. Once this process was successfully concluded, this DNA sample was sent over to the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team in order to generate new investigative leads. In 2021, a group comprised of a witch cold case detective and an FBI special agent embarked on a mission in Alabama and Arkansas, alongside federal agents from Maryland. Tasked with conducting extensive interrogation sessions and gathering additional evidence in order to solve the case, their task consisted of conducting rigorous interrogation sessions and gathering any additional evidence they might require to solve it. By April 2023, it had become apparent that Paul Hart was an individual to investigate after it was learned he died in an automobile crash in Memphis, Tennessee, in March 1999. In June of 2023, a Witch Police Department detective and FBI special agent traveled to Arkansas, where they collected additional DNA samples taken from family members of Paul Hart for further analysis through tests. Their investigators confirmed their suspicion that Paul was indeed responsible for Krista's murder. Mullen noted that by spring 2023, we had identified an individual family via genetic genealogy. Their core family has no known connections to witches. They weren't witches. In fact, they came from Arkansas. I asked what the link between witches and these individuals was, since none lived nearby, and what could possibly be behind this connection. Together we started investigating their family tree. As we explored their family tree, we came across one individual who lived among witches in 1989. After Krista Martin's murder in October, that individual left them and returned home, without leaving any records behind of themselves, or knowing anything more about themselves, or where he may have gone next. No information could be found regarding him at that point in time. Krista's relatives have been asked if this name sounded familiar. There was no doubt when the initial investigators reviewed their investigation file in 1989 or more recent investigations. No mention was ever made of this person by anyone involved between then and now. Krista Martin lived nearby. Her body was later discovered 6 houses away. Vander Mullen pointed out that had this been someone from Krista's social circle, it could have been discovered more quickly. However, since her detectives had no way of knowing who they were looking for at first, this made me shudder, knowing it could still exist out there somewhere. Unbeknownst to us, until recent months, 2 young adults living at the same address began meeting and apparently have no common ground. According to all accounts I've tracked so far, it seems as though their meeting was entirely coincidental and they simply happened upon each other by chance. What exactly caused it remains a mystery that may never be answered. What we discovered was that Christo was an extremely outgoing individual, frequenting local bar establishments and making friends wherever she went. Krista would often accept rides home from new acquaintances whom she had just met, inviting them all over to her home afterwards. Vander Mullen expressed confidence that this case will demonstrate his department's willingness to handle cases until they no longer require being handled by Mark Bennett, the county district attorney who also attended. He stated that after police presented details regarding Paul Hart to Bennett, he was able to ascertain charges would be brought in his event of his survival, thus concluding the case. Law enforcement officials shared with me their work on the investigation, and once they had obtained as much evidence and drawn all possible conclusions using help from the Forensic Science Center, they reported it back to me as they would any other case. After hearing all the evidence and information compiled as well as conclusions drawn based on DNA analysis, it became apparent to me that I would have pursued this case had the suspect been alive to file charges against him. Ember Moore, Martin's niece, thanked all the investigators and volunteers involved in solving the mystery at a press conference held today. I am immensely relieved to know that we can move forward, secure in knowing that the perpetrator has no chance to harm us or ourselves again. She urged us all to express our sincerest appreciation to everyone involved in bringing justice to Krista's story. She deserved much more from life than was left for her to experience. Ada Pearson's arrival on March 14, 1982, marked a joyous occasion for the Pearson family. As the eldest among her 4 siblings, Ada possessed a natural inclination to care for her younger brother Jonathan, as well as her sisters Ashley and Joanna Pearson. Yet Ada's influence extended far beyond her immediate family. Everyone fortunate enough to have crossed paths with Ada described her as a radiant beam of sunshine. Her contagious laughter and quick-witted humor had the power to illuminate even the gloomiest of days. Her heart of gold left an indelible mark on the lives of all who had the privilege of knowing her. She served as a constant wellspring of inspiration and positivity. Upon her graduation from El Capitan High School in California in 2000, Ada embarked on a journey of self-improvement, enrolling in sign language and mathematics courses at Grossmont Community College. Alongside her pursuit of knowledge, Ada's heart found its counterpart in a young man named Michael Plummer, then 20 years old. Their love story unfolded organically, and eventually, Ada moved in with Michael, sharing an apartment on Bancroft Street in San Diego, California. Their union appeared unbreakable, and a bright future beckoned. However, fate had other plans, and tragedy struck unexpectedly, forever altering the course of Ada's promising life. The fateful night of September 4, 2000, would be etched into the annals of tragedy. A frantic call to the police reported gunshots erupting from Michael's apartment, sending officers racing to the scene. What they encountered was a nightmare beyond comprehension. The apartment lay in disarray, and amid the chaos they discovered Ada and Michael sprawled on the living room floor, drenched in pools of crimson. Michael's body bore multiple gunshot wounds beyond salvation, while Ada clung to life, her form riddled with bullets. Tragically, the horror did not end there. 21-month-old Julio Rangel, Michael's nephew, had also fallen victim to the violence, fighting for his own life. Fortunately, Julio's parents had managed to escape unscathed. The neighborhood was left shell-shocked, and authorities grappled to unravel the unsettling puzzle. In a desperate bid to save Ada and Julio, both were rushed to separate hospitals. Yet, the extent of their injuries proved insurmountable, and they succumbed to their wounds shortly after arrival. As detectives relentlessly pieced together the events leading up to this tragedy, a shocking revelation emerged. Mere moments before the gunfire erupted, Michael had ventured next door to procure drugs from a man named Sergio Lopez Contreras. However, upon returning with the drugs, Michael reneged on payment, infuriating the dealer. In a surge of rage, Sergio unleashed a hail of bullets from outside the apartment door, firing a total of 14 rounds into the living room, with devastating consequences. Once the truth behind the murders came to light, detectives were resolute in their determination to bring Sergio to justice. However, the cunning drug dealer recognized the gravity of his predicament and chose to flee the country, escaping to Mexico. His evasion threatened to thwart the relentless pursuit of justice as detectives speculated about his whereabouts. It was believed he had sought refuge in Tijuana, where he had family ties, but leads grew scarce, and the investigation reached a disheartening impasse. The families of the victims yearned for answers, closure, and justice. Yet, as days turned to weeks and weeks into months, it seemed increasingly unlikely that the perpetrator responsible for this heinous act would face accountability. Their grief was compounded by the knowledge that the individual who had torn their loved ones from them remained at large, seemingly untouched by the law. For 2 agonizing decades, they clung to the fragile hope that justice would eventually prevail, and the perpetrator would be apprehended. Finally, in March 2023, after a protracted period of waiting, long-awaited news arrived. The police announced the arrest of Sergio, the primary suspect in the triple murder case, in Mexico on unrelated charges. While the specifics of his arrest remained undisclosed, this development infused a surge of relief and optimism into the hearts of the victims' families, who had endured years of suffering and uncertainty. At long last, there was a glimmer of hope that closure might be within reach. On March 22, 2023, Sergio, now 44 years old, was escorted across the U.S. border with the assistance of the U.S. Marshals and La Fiscalía General de la República. He was promptly booked into San Diego Central Jail, facing 3 counts of murder, along with special circumstances, including allegations of employing a rifle in the commission of the killings and lying in wait. The courtroom atmosphere brimmed with tension when he was arraigned 2 days later, on March 24, 2023. Appearing via teleconference, Sergio entered a plea of not guilty to the 3 counts of first-degree murder brought against him. The families of the victims, who had endured more than 2 decades of grief, expressed their profound gratitude to the law enforcement officials who had steadfastly pursued the case. With the suspect now in custody, their hopes rested on the legal system to deliver the justice they had yearned for over the years. It was a moment of renewed hope for the families, a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness of their long, painful journey towards closure and justice. Battle Creek, located in southwest Michigan, is a welcoming town celebrated for its friendly neighborhoods and robust economic industry. As a thriving community in the United States, it boasts a diverse population of residents. Among those residents was an innocent 21-year-old girl named Ashley Parlier in the year 2005, a year that would forever change the course of her life. Ashley Parlier was born on October 16, 1983, to Sherry and Russell Parlier. She grew up as a shy and quiet child, with only a few close friends. Her family had always been concerned about her trusting and naive nature. Ashley's older sister, Nicole Campan, remembered her as a trusting soul who believed in the inherent goodness of people. Ashley saw the world through a lens of positivity, always hoping for the best in others. Ashley, with her brown eyes and a beautiful smile that showcased her crooked teeth, graduated from Battle Creek Central High School and found employment at the nearest Taco Bell restaurant located on Northeast Capitol Avenue. At the age of 21, she was a lean and petite girl, weighing just 100 pounds. Her mental capacity was estimated to be that of a 12 to 14-year-old, which made her particularly vulnerable. In 2005, Ashley's life took a tragic turn. She found herself pregnant, a fact that deeply worried her parents, Russell and Sherry Parlier. They urged her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care, but Ashley resisted their intervention. Frustrated and upset, she left her family's home in Bedford Township, a neighborhood called Urbandale in Battle Creek, on June 12, 2005. All she had with her was $700, which she had been saving to purchase a car. Little did her family know that this would be the last time they saw her. Initially, her family assumed she had gone to a friend's house to blow off steam and expected her to return soon. However, as days turned into weeks without any sign of Ashley, their worry grew. Finally, about a week later, they decided to report her missing to the police. The authorities released information about Ashley's physical appearance, describing her as 5 feet 9 inches tall and last seen wearing a checkered shirt and blue jeans paired with brown leather sandals. The police received several tips from the public, indicating sightings of Ashley in different parts of the city, with a focus on the Houghton Lake area. Unfortunately, all these leads turned out to be dead ends, leaving her family increasingly anxious. As the investigation continued, suspicion turned toward Ashley's parents, who had not immediately reported her disappearance. Her father agreed to take a polygraph test and was cleared of any wrongdoing. However, Ashley's mother, Sherry, who was showing signs of Huntington's disease, declined to undergo the polygraph. Nicole, Ashley's sister, defended their parents, explaining that the family had been embroiled in an argument, and they assumed Ashley needed time to process things and would return soon. In their small Michigan town, sudden disappearances were rare, and they never imagined it would take years to uncover the truth. The police also looked into Ashley's ex-boyfriend, suspecting him to be the father of her unborn child. However, their investigation did not yield any conclusive evidence tying him to the crime. Despite their dedicated efforts, the police could not find any leads, suspects, or evidence related to Ashley's disappearance, and the case eventually went cold. In March 2021, officers renewed their efforts to uncover the truth about Ashley's disappearance. Detectives from various law enforcement agencies, including the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department and the Michigan State Police, joined the investigation. Sheriff Steve Hinckley even informed the media about the extensive efforts made to solve the case, including trips to California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. A breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly when Pennsylvania law enforcement contacted Calhoun County officers in January 2021. They had found a lead in Ashley Parlier's case while questioning Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial killer, about the murders of 2 other women, Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman, seeking to avoid the death penalty, requested that all 3 cases be merged, shocking the detectives who had not previously connected him to Ashley's disappearance. Further investigation revealed that Holman had committed another horrific murder, this time admitting to killing Ashley Parlier. All that remained were the answers and reasons behind this heinous crime. Harold David Holman III was born on November 29, 1978, and had lived in Germany during his late teenage years. His criminal tendencies emerged when he was just 20 years old. On May 30, 1999, Holman was sitting around a campfire when he attacked Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old son of an Air Force colonel. Holman felt threatened by Joseph's dancing and brutally assaulted him. Joseph was initially thought to be missing, but was later found outside Ramstein Air Base, bludgeoned to death with a club found at the crime scene. Holman's admission to this crime occurred after he was arrested for an unrelated offense and confessed to Joseph's murder. In Germany, Holman was tried as a juvenile, receiving a 6-year term at a reform school. After returning to the United States, he pursued a career as a truck driver. Holman's partial confession about Ashley's murder led to the Calhoun County Police Department taking over the case. It was revealed that Holman had been a resident of Battle Creek between 2002 and 2009, and he had crossed paths with Ashley at a bowling alley. To everyone's shock, it was confirmed that Holman was the father of Ashley's unborn child. During further interrogation, Holman disclosed chilling details of Ashley's last moments. He revealed that after her argument with her parents, Ashley had come to his house in Emmett Township, Michigan on the evening of June 13, 2005, seeking help for a pregnancy test. An argument escalated, and Holman violently assaulted Ashley, rendering her unconscious. He then transported her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he brutally bludgeoned her to death. Holman used a log to carry out the gruesome act and left her lifeless body in an overgrown field in Newton Township, 10 miles from town. He returned home, took a shower, and disposed of his bloody clothing at his workplace. Holman claimed that he felt deep remorse after killing Ashley and drowned his guilt in alcohol for weeks. He even revisited the location years later, finding only her skeletal remains. Holman's confession revealed his fascination with serial killers, particularly citing the influence of movies like Silence of the Lambs and the character Hannibal Lecter. When asked which homicide he remembered the most, he replied that he could vividly recall all of them, and admitted that had he not been apprehended, he would have continued to kill. Holman, who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, revealed that he had planned to kill again after several years. On June 13, 2018, he targeted a new victim, a mother of 2 children named Tiana Phillips, who subsequently disappeared without a trace. Similarly, on December 6, 2020, Erica Schultz, a 26-year-old autistic woman, had arranged to meet an online date named Dave. The date went awry, and Erica went missing, prompting her worried family and friends to contact the police. Law enforcement examined Erica's contact history and identified Holman as the prime suspect. On December 27, 2020, a Norfolk Southern police officer arrested him along railroad tracks in Duncannon, Pennsylvania, with a self-inflicted wound. Holman expressed a desire to die for his sins and confessed to the murders of Schultz and Phillips. While receiving medical treatment in the hospital, he was subsequently sent to jail. In jail, Holman wrote a letter to his ex-wife, providing a chilling account of his brutal actions in killing Tiana Phillips. He expressed that there was no real reason to kill Tiana other than seeking the rush he experienced during his murders. Holman nonchalantly described it as, "just like another day in the park." It became evident that Holman was not an ordinary criminal. He followed a distinct pattern in his killings. He would incapacitate his victims with blunt force trauma to the head, ensuring they were unconscious before attacking them. He would then dispose of their bodies without burying them and revisit the remains months later. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignataro noted that Holman did not maintain a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021 and attributed his actions to a failed marriage. Holman held a distorted belief in alpha and non-alpha individuals, referring to a master-submissive dynamic. He believed that when his wife did not submit to him, he sought that dynamic in extramarital affairs. In a surprising turn of events, Holman eventually offered an apology to the Parlier family. He stated that he regretted Ashley's murder more than any other, but Nicole, Ashley's sister, could not accept an apology from a serial killer who had not only taken her sister's life, but also claimed 3 other innocent victims. Despite identifying the killer, Ashley remained missing, and her family continued to suffer. In an attempt to locate Ashley's remains, the police asked Holman to lead them to the area where he had left her body. As part of a plea deal with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office, Holman agreed to cooperate in finding Ashley's remains in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He guided Calhoun County Police to a wooded area at 6.5 Mile Road in Newton Township, south of Battle Creek. Despite the involvement of nearly 24 officers in a search on March 30, 2022, her body could not be located. Residents of the area recalled that the land had been farmland in 2005, but it had since been subdivided and sold to different property owners. Holman's inability to pinpoint the exact location where he had left Ashley's body frustrated the search efforts. Nevertheless, the police remained determined not to give up on finding her. In July 2021, Holman was charged with the murder of 21-year-old Ashley Parlier. Faced with the possibility of the death penalty, he pleaded guilty to the murders of Schultz and Phillips in September 2021, ultimately receiving 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Lucerne County President Judge Michael T. Val denounced Holman as evil for taking the lives of these innocent women for no reason. He described Holman's actions as unprecedented in his 30-year career. In February 2023, Holman pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of Ashley Parlier. He was sentenced to 37.5 to 60 years in prison during his trial on April 10, 2023. Nicole, on behalf of her family, delivered a victim impact statement during Holman's trial. She was joined by the older sisters of other victims from Pennsylvania who had connected with her through a Facebook group called Bring Ashley Home. They found solace in their shared grief and vowed to remember their sisters for their goodness and kindness, not the man who took their lives. Calhoun County Sheriff Steve Hinckley continued to seek any information that could aid in resolving Ashley Parlier's case, which finally received some closure after 18 years of uncertainty and anguish. While Ashley's family may never fully recover from the tragedy, the identification and sentencing of her killer brought a sense of justice to a grieving community that had searched tirelessly for answers. 28-year-old Terry Ladwig lived in Concord, California in 1994. She was married to Navy Petty Officer Stephen Ladwig. On December 2, 1994, Terry was beaten and strangled in the apartment she shared with her husband on Adelaide Street in Concord. Stephen Ladwig found Terry's body after returning from a tour of duty aboard the USS Parch submarine. Stephen Ladwig was never a suspect in her demise, and no suspects were named by the police at the time. Forensic evidence was taken from the apartment, and the only other lead investigators had was that there was no sign of forced entry. This possibly meant that Terry knew her attacker. Investigators were unable to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. On January 27, 2023, 55-year-old James Grimley was arrested in Salt Lake City, Utah, and charged with taking Terry Ladwig's life. Originally from Oregon, Grimley was employed as a trucker in Salt Lake City at the time of his arrest. "We are not certain of the motive," Concord Police Lieutenant Shaw Donnelly said. "There was no sign of forced entry, and we can presume that the victim led him into the apartment. I can tell you it was a violent scene. It looked like there was a violent struggle between Terry and the suspect. There was forensic evidence obtained from the scene, along with many interviews conducted at the time of the initial investigation," Donnelly said. "However, at this point we are not going to state the exact connection. That information may come from the district attorney's office or U.S. after the arraignment." Grimsley was booked into jail in Salt Lake County on a $1 million warrant and was subsequently extradited to Contra Costa County. One of Terry's friends, Brittany Shez, had this to say after news of the arrest was made public. "She was a great woman. She had a great personality. She made people laugh and would brighten my day when she came in." On January 3, 1979, in Snohomish County, Washington, a duck hunter embarked on a chilly morning expedition, hoping for a successful day of game hunting. His anticipation was focused on capturing ducks and fish, but his plans took an unexpected turn when he stumbled upon something unusual caught in a fish net along the muddy flats by the shore. Intrigued, he approached the scene only to be met with a chilling discovery: human remains. The identity of the deceased individual remained a mystery, raising questions about what had transpired on that fateful day. Was it an unfortunate accident, or did a more sinister event occur? Snohomish County, a place characterized by its tight-knit community and picturesque landscapes, seemed an unlikely setting for such a perplexing enigma. Despite being the third most populous county in Washington state, it offered a tranquil, small-town lifestyle with a relatively low crime rate. The community thrived on a blend of comfort and stability, making it hard to believe that a decades-long mystery would unfold in this idyllic setting. The new year of 1979 arrived with exceptionally harsh weather conditions in Snohomish County. Freezing temperatures and record-breaking snowfall had enveloped the region, making it challenging for residents to venture outside. January 3rd marked a rare day when the temperature climbed above freezing, allowing the duck hunter to pursue his quest for waterfowl profit. He arrived at the Snohomish River Delta on North Spencer Island, determined to catch ample ducks. Little did he know that this day would lead to a grim discovery. As he scanned the area for ducks, his attention was drawn to a peculiar sight ensnared in a fishing line. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was looking at human remains. Alarmed, he immediately alerted the police, and their arrival at the scene near Everett, Washington, sent shivers down their spines. The duck hunter's description eerily matched the horrifying reality. The scene revealed a macabre tableau. Tangled in the fishing line were clothing items, a shoe, and a partially skeletonized human leg bone. As they explored further, they discovered a checkered shirt, a human skull, ribs, another shoe containing a foot, a leather wallet devoid of its contents, a sock, and a belt. Although these details might appear inconsequential, they held the potential to unlock the identity of the unknown individual. Despite the complexity of the case, there was no immediate suspicion of foul play. Piecing together the events leading to the discovery of these remains presented a daunting task for investigators. The person had been deceased for an extended period, making it challenging to find definitive answers. The remains were subjected to an autopsy in the hopes of gathering any available information. The coroner's findings confirmed that the deceased had been dead for several months, providing a starting point for the investigation. However, efforts to identify the individual through dental records and physical examination yielded no results. As a result, the case was classified as John Doe 79-1, with the cause of death marked as undetermined due to the scarcity of leads. After waiting for approximately 2.5 months, the unidentified man was laid to rest in a lavish grave at Cypress Memorial Park in Everett, Washington, a practice that differs from current procedures, where skeletal remains are retained until identified. The investigation did not conclude with the burial. Both the police and the community continued to search for leads to unveil the John Doe's identity. However, these efforts proved fruitless, and the case eventually went cold. Decades passed, and the mystery remained unsolved until 2008, when Sheriff's Detective Jim Scharf and retired Superior Court Judge Ken Kausert revisited the old case files, which had collected dust for years. Despite facing numerous obstacles, they were determined to uncover the truth. The data from the original investigation proved to be sparse and insufficient. Detectives struggled to establish a connection between the description of the mystery man and any missing persons from that era. The lack of digitized records further hindered their progress. Nevertheless, they persisted in their efforts to piece together a profile of the deceased. By 2015, approximately 36 years had elapsed since the man's discovery, and the investigation remained unresolved. To distinguish the case from numerous other John and Jane Doe cases, detectives gave it the nickname Spencer Eastland. In July 2015, they obtained permission from the Snohomish County Judge to exhume John Doe's body from Spencer Eastland. This marked a critical step in their quest for answers. Forensic odontologist Dr. Kyla Tanaka attempted to match the man's dental records with missing persons reports, but found no promising leads. The case was then uploaded to the NAMU's database of missing persons in August 2015, but again, no breakthroughs emerged. Detectives scrutinized the evidence collected in the past, including clothing, wallet, and belt, and concluded that the man likely wore secondhand clothes. They pleaded with the public to come forward with any information, even though immediate identification seemed unlikely. Their persistence paid off in late 2015, when they received a tip suggesting that the description of Spencer Allen John Doe matched that of a missing farmhand from Marysville. This promising lead prompted intense investigation. The man in question had run a fruit stand in Everett, was known for his persistent drinking, had a noticeable limp, and had disappeared in the late 1970s. Detectives pursued this lead diligently, hoping it would bring them closer to the truth. After a month of rigorous investigation, they received a disheartening revelation. They located a tombstone in Yuma, Arizona, for the same farmhand mentioned in the tip. He had passed away in 1981 while in the southwestern desert region, dispelling their hopes of identifying Spencer Allen John Doe through this lead. As detectives continued their relentless pursuit of answers, the medical examiner's office made significant discoveries regarding the deceased man's characteristics. In April 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, a forensic anthropologist, examined his exhumed bones. She estimated his age to be between 27 and 61 years old, with a height ranging from 5 feet 1 inch to 5 feet 7 inches. Furthermore, she determined that he had a Native American, Caucasian, or mixed heritage. The investigation delved deeper into the man's medical history, uncovering a gruesome injury. His left femur had been severely shattered and left untreated, causing him to walk with a painful limp. He may have also suffered from temporal mandibular joint syndrome, a painful jaw condition. Despite these apparent medical issues, there was no record of him seeking medical attention, even for his leg injury. The investigation further revealed that he had lost 2 left anterior top teeth and 2 molars, with healed sockets indicating they were lost before his death. He had alloy fillings in 3 teeth, suggesting access to dental care. The detectives were left with numerous unanswered questions regarding the man's life and the reasons behind his neglect of medical care in later years. The possibility that he may have been an inmate crossed their minds, but it seemed unlikely, as his distinctive features would have made him memorable to those who encountered him. The case relied heavily on theories and speculations, with detectives aware that even the smallest details could hold the key to unraveling the mystery. In 2018, a portion of the man's femur was sent to Othram Labs, a private forensic genealogy company funded by DNAsolves.com. This initiative aimed to use advanced DNA testing to identify the man. Eventually, a match was found through the GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA databases, leading to the identification of the John Doe as Gary Lee Haney on February 10, 2023. Gary's life had been marked by turmoil and hardship. Born in 1950 as Gary Joseph Condamiti, he faced early challenges with his parents' divorce and adoption by his mother's new husband, Sheldon Lee Haney. The family traveled extensively due to Sheldon's military service and work with Boeing. Despite his passion for music and interests, Gary was believed to have had a mental disorder, possibly autism or schizophrenia, which led to his isolation from the extended family. In the later years of his life, Gary disappeared from his family's radar, and he was declared legally dead in 1976, 3 years before his remains were discovered on Spencer Island. Sheldon Haney's failure to report his son missing raised suspicions about his involvement in Gary's disappearance. The revelation of Gary's identity stirred hope that someone might hold the missing puzzle piece to his mysterious disappearance and death. The investigation uncovered a web of secrets and lies, leaving detectives with more questions than answers. Gary Lee Haney's life remained shrouded in mystery, both before and after his tragic demise. As the news of Gary's identity spread, there was a growing sense of hope that someone out there might have the missing piece of the puzzle, that crucial bit of information that could shed light on his mysterious disappearance and tragic death. A group of kids playing off of Amherst Street in Granby, Massachusetts, found a woman's body on November 15, 1978, buried under a pile of leaves. Investigators were able to determine that she had been fatally shot in the temple. There was also evidence that the woman's body was dragged by a man's belt. It was estimated that her life was taken roughly 3 months before her body was found in August 1978. Investigators were unfortunately unable to identify the woman, so for decades she became known as a grandma's girl and was buried in a local cemetery with a headstone marked unknown on March 6, 2023. The office held a news conference at the Granny police station to announce the major breakthrough in the case. It was announced that the remains found back in 1978 belonged to 28-year-old Patricia Tucker. She was born on July 28, 1950. First Assistant District Attorney Stephen G. said advances in DNA technology allowed them to find Patricia's half-sister in Maryland, who led them to her son. He was just 5 years old when Patricia vanished. Stephen Gagne said that while it is satisfying to finally know who the Granby girl actually was, the investigation will not stop until we identify the person who took her life and bring the family an additional measure of closure and justice. This investigation has spanned decades and will continue until each and every possible lead is explored. Stephen G. said Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman, and they were living on the shore of Lake Pecog in East Hampton, Connecticut, back in 1978. Coleman never reported his wife missing. He passed away in prison in Massachusetts in 1996, according to Stephen Gaynor. Coleman is now a person of interest in Patricia's case. Patricia had earlier gone by her married name, Patricia Heckman, Patricia Dale, and later Patricia Coleman, at the time of her disappearance. Anyone with information about the case should call Granby Police at 413-467-9222 or email jwhite@pd.org. Patricia's son, Matthew Dale, who is now 50 years old, also spoke and recalled his last memories of his mother. She was in the front seat of a stranger's car wearing a vest. It was 1978. Matthew was in the back seat on nubby upholstery. A man he did not know was driving, but Matthew vividly recalls the last words his mother ever said to him before she disappeared. "She told me to go across the street to the playground." Matthew said, referring to a group home for juveniles, "She said goodbye." Now in middle age, Matthew's memories are fuzzy. The facility was outside Boston. His father collected him the following day and raised him after his mother left him. Matthew has lived in North Carolina most of his life. He grew up dogged by the mystery of his mother's disappearance. Rumors swirled among family members, including speculation that Patricia may have entered the federal witness protection program. Matthew said that he was in his 30s when he accepted that his mother was no longer alive. "My mother fell in with the wrong crowd. She was not a hiker like some of the stories said. Through the years, I've been told so many lies about it." His father passed away in 2015, and Dale has felt somewhat of adrift, although he is happily married, is a father, and has been a union electrician. For most of his life, several weeks before the identification was made, police showed up at his door. They asked him a few questions, explaining that they found him through his uncle in a DNA database. They said, "Grandma girl." I thought, "What is a Ramby girl?" Matthew said state police investigators did not offer many details, but said they had exhumed Patricia's body. Matthew had filed his DNA in a database in case his mother was ever identified. He sent investigators a file of his digital DNA profile, and they contacted him by phone within hours. He said it was a clear genetic match. He has scant keepsakes of his mom, a single photo baby book she created for him, a lock of his hair, and a small tapestry she painted when he was small. Matthew said he plans to arrange for a proper grave for his mother for years. The grave has been marked only with a wooden cross since 1998. Gry residents donated money to create a more dignified marker. Matthew said it was an awful end. "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." Nancy McKeevers came into the world on October 16, 1954 in Portland, Oregon. She was born to proud parents, Henry Carl Pepper and Lenore Pepper. Nancy was the middle child in her family, having an older sister named Janet and a younger sister named Diane. From an early age, Nancy played a crucial role in keeping her family close-knit and harmonious. Her sisters fondly remember her as the peacemaker, possessing a heart brimming with love and a laid-back personality that strengthened their bond. Nancy's educational journey led her to Reynolds High School, where she excelled both academically and socially. With big dreams and a promising future ahead, she decided to pursue higher education at the esteemed Oregon State University. As she pursued her dreams, fate intervened in the form of Randall, the love of her life. The exact details of their initial meeting remain shrouded in mystery, but it quickly became apparent that their love story was destined to unfold. The couple tied the knot and settled in the peaceful city of Tigard, Oregon, where they soon welcomed their bundle of joy, baby Ross, around 1982, completing their idyllic family picture. However, as life often does, it took an unexpected turn. On the bleak winter morning of January 2, 1983, tragedy struck the tranquil suburb of Tigard. A frantic call reached the local sheriff's office, with Randall, Nancy's husband, reporting a devastating incident. His wife had taken her own life. Deputies sprang into action, racing to the couple's residence to assess the situation. What they encountered upon arrival sent shivers down their spines. Nancy lay lifeless on the floor, a gunshot wound to her head, with a Smith & Wesson revolver nearby, the apparent instrument of her demise. Randall stood nearby, visibly distraught, with their young son at his side. The deputies wasted no time and rushed Nancy to the nearest hospital, but their efforts were in vain. Despite their best attempts, she was declared dead. As investigators sought answers, they turned to Randall for an explanation. His account of the events was initially perplexing. He claimed there had been a struggle over the gun, with him attempting to wrest it from Nancy before it was too late. However, as the investigation unfolded, Randall's narrative underwent a transformation. Now he asserted that he had merely walked in on Nancy as she pulled the trigger, with no physical altercation. Detectives were left perplexed, grappling with the challenge of uncovering the truth behind this tragic incident. Despite the initial assertion of suicide by Randall, their suspicions were piqued. They understood the need to delve deeper into the available evidence, seeking the assistance of the Washington County Medical Examiner's Office, the Oregon State Police Medical Examiner's Office, and the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. These agencies embarked on a meticulous examination of the crime scene, collecting forensic evidence and scrutinizing the gun allegedly used by Nancy. As the evidence was scrutinized, discrepancies began to emerge. Nancy's hands showed no traces of gunpowder residue, indicating that she had not fired the weapon. Furthermore, her clothing bore signs of charred particles in 2 areas, suggesting a struggle or attempt at self-defense. Most damning of all was the distance between the gun's muzzle and the wound on Nancy's head, a distance inconsistent with suicide and pointing firmly towards foul play. With the pieces of the puzzle gradually falling into place, all signs began pointing towards Randall. In the month following Nancy's tragic passing, detectives received a series of phony calls from coworkers and friends of Randall, revealing an unsettling reality. It emerged that Nancy had been contemplating divorce, and there were troubling indicators in Randall's behavior that suggested he may have harbored intentions to harm her. As the investigation continued, authorities requested that Randall undergo a polygraph examination to aid in their quest for the truth. However, he adamantly refused and even ceased cooperating with the investigation entirely. Despite the mounting evidence in Randall's suspicious actions, the case reached a frustrating impasse by August 1983, leaving Nancy's loved ones without answers or closure. Nearly 4 decades later, in August 2022, Detective Enel Sarich and the Violent Crimes Unit decided to breathe new life into the investigation. Armed with advanced technology and forensic techniques, they re-examined the evidence with a fresh perspective. The Oregon State Police Crime Lab reviewed the 1983 lab results, which only strengthened the belief that Nancy had not taken her own life. The detectives conducted over 20 interviews, engaging with individuals such as detectives, deputies, and firefighters who had responded to the scene in 1983. These interviews uncovered new leads that held the potential to crack the case wide open. In January 2023, detectives finally had the opportunity to speak with Randall, who was still residing in Tigard. During the interview, Randall disclosed seeking therapy to cope with the trauma of Nancy's death. When asked about his wife's mental health history, he stated that she had none, but he vehemently denied any involvement in her death. Despite his denials, detectives remained convinced that Randall was concealing the truth, as all the evidence pointed squarely in his direction. Subsequently, detectives referred the case to the Washington County District Attorney's Office, aiming to secure a grand jury indictment against Randall and finally achieve justice for Nancy. However, just as it seemed that justice might be served, a tragic turn of events occurred on February 8, 2023. Randall took his own life, leaving behind a note in which he continued to deny any role in Nancy's death. The detectives who had devoted countless hours to the case were left devastated and grappling with a sense of unfinished business. Despite their relentless efforts to gather evidence, interview witnesses, and pursue leads, their main suspect's death left them with the likelihood that the case would remain unsolved. Nancy's surviving loved ones, including her mother and 2 sisters, were left to pick up the pieces. While the case was officially closed due to Randall's passing, his actions spoke louder than any words ever could. Though they would never uncover the complete truth about Nancy's fate, they found some semblance of closure, comforted by the detectives' unwavering commitment to seeking justice on her behalf. On Sunday, November 15, 2015, a family living on Farley Lane near Lillian in Baldwin County, Alabama, made an unexpected and shocking discovery on their road. Authorities discovered a vehicle with Devin Deshawn Kennedy of Pensacola, Florida, still inside it. She had been fatally shot by law enforcement. Baldwin County Sheriff's Office conducted its investigation and identified some persons of interest. However, Lieutenant Andrew Ashton from their office informed us there was no concrete evidence supporting them and no potential link between any one person and another, and justice being served at that moment. However, this wasn't sufficient evidence against them being any sort of suspects in any capacity. On April 19, 2023, 32-year-old Dakota Darnell Herring was arrested for stealing Daza's life and was brought before a judge for trial on April 21, 2023. At this hearing, he informed them he had served 7 years in a federal firearms prison sentence and therefore would now need to make court appearances to face his accusations. Herring had just completed serving his prison sentence when Baldwin County investigators identified him as their primary suspect, according to Lieutenant Andrew Ashton. As soon as his term ended, Herring was released. At that time, Escambia County held him for any charges they might be facing against him, and he was shuttled between Escambia County and Escambia County while we awaited for Escambia County to address any issues related to whatever charges it had against him in order to release him to Alabama. Daza and Herring may have known each other, which was likely the reason behind their robbery attempt. Further evidence points towards another location for shooting to have taken place. Lieutenant Ashton served as chief investigator on this case during 2015. Being able to bring news of this arrest and release it to family of the victim was truly fulfilling and gave me immense satisfaction. Since this case had been in limbo, I believe there was some relief and hope that as time goes on, more details will surface. We are happy with what information is currently available about Dakota, and I'm glad we are taking steps forward with our investigation. Ashton mentioned that at Dakota Herring's bond hearing, District Judge Bill Scully set bond at $150,000 in order to satisfy his release conditions. Should an offer of bond be posted for Dakota Herring, it must include wearing a GPS and watch and not leaving the country. In the tranquil and idyllic region of Victoria, Australia, which has long been renowned for its peace and quality of life, a shocking act of violence shattered the tranquility on March 18, 1992. Geelong West, a part of Victoria, boasts a harmonious blend of residential and commercial areas, offering convenience and comfort to families and professionals while being in close proximity to stunning beaches and major cities. It is an area that prioritizes relaxation and well-being. However, the serenity of this neighborhood was disrupted when a heinous crime occurred, targeting 29-year-old Annette Stewart within the confines of her home on Hope Street. Annette Stewart, born in March 1962 to Roy and Margaret Stewart, was a woman who had built a life for herself. She had 2 children, a 10-year-old son named Aaron and a 13-year-old daughter named Jacinta. Tragically, these children were left alone when their mother's life was brutally taken from her. Annette was employed at the Winchester Ammunition Factory in Point Henry, but little information about her personal life was available to the public. To her children, Jacinta remembered her as a loving and ever-present mother. Annette had a vibrant personality and a wide circle of friends who cherished her deeply. She was brimming with energy and positivity, making her sudden and untimely demise all the more devastating. Just 2 weeks before her 30th birthday, on March 17, 1992, Annette concluded her workday at approximately 4 p.m. She then went shopping in Geelong with 4 male friends, creating pleasant memories with them. After returning home, they enjoyed a leisurely tea together. However, it was after her friends departed that Annette found herself alone in her house on that fateful day of March 18th. The following day, a friend who had been Annette's former flatmate stopped by. Seeing her car parked outside, he entered the house with the intention of meeting her. Little did he anticipate the horrors he would encounter within those walls. Instead of a warm reunion with his friend, he discovered Annette's lifeless and unclothed body. A cruel electrical cord cruelly tightened around her neck. He immediately alerted the authorities, setting in motion a thorough police investigation. An autopsy of Annette's body revealed that she had suffered head injuries and had been strangled in a horrific and brutal manner, making strangulation the cause of her death. During the initial stages of the investigation, the police faced a dearth of leads, and the case eventually went cold. It wasn't until 15 years later, in 2007, that a coroner named Ian West identified Annette's co-worker, Craig Cameron Rogers, as the primary suspect. Rogers had remained a person of interest throughout the investigation due to the accounts he had provided to the police. Annette's sister, Gillian Stewart, expressed her relief at the discovery and noted that it aligned with their expectations. However, no charges were filed against anyone at that time, and the police continued to explore potential suspects and leads without success. In a desperate bid to unearth a substantial lead, the Victoria Police Department offered a reward of $1 million to anyone who could provide pertinent information regarding the case. This reward offer came in January 2020, and it led to a significant breakthrough. Detectives from Victoria and Western Australia began to connect dots between murder cases, and they ultimately arrested a 52-year-old man named Darren John Chalmers in Perth's Wembley area. Chalmers emerged as a prime suspect in the disappearance and subsequent murder of a 59-year-old woman named Diane Barrett in Medina. Chalmers, when confronted, admitted to his guilt in the case of Diane Barrett. He disclosed that after having a meal at Diane's place, which was his neighbor, he lured her to his house for tea and then brutally attacked her. He injected her with methamphetamine, strangled her with his hands in a metal bar, and inexplicably discarded her lifeless body in a remote brushland. Chillingly, when he watched news coverage of the case on television with a friend, he casually remarked, "Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it?" Detectives seized this opportunity to inquire about Annette Stewart, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. While the police did not immediately press charges related to Annette's murder, they issued a strong statement to the media. They declared that they were no longer actively seeking other suspects, and that the investigation would center around their interactions with Chalmers. The authorities were confident that they had finally identified Annette's killer. Subsequently, after transporting Chalmers from Perth to Victoria, he was officially charged with the murder of Annette Stewart in March 2023. As Chalmers' case unfolded, many aspects of his troubled life were brought to light. Born and raised in Victoria, he had been a ward of the state since his teenage years. Throughout his life, Chalmers had endured abuse at the hands of both men and women, which had fueled his growing rage, particularly towards women. His history was marred by violent outbursts, often exacerbated by drug use, especially methamphetamine. In the case of Diane Barrett, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 2040, marking the end of one gruesome chapter in his life. Following an extensive investigation, during which investigators became increasingly certain of Chalmers' involvement in Annette's death, he was placed in custody pending his appearance at the Melbourne Magistrates Court on March 20th. During this appearance, conducted via video link, Chalmers could be seen wearing glasses and prison attire. He was not required to enter a plea at this stage, with his next court date set for June 13, 2023, when he is expected to face trial. The exact motive behind Annette's murder remains unconfirmed, but it is a tragic event that robbed the world of a joyful life and a cherished individual. In conclusion, the peaceful and livable community of Geelong West, Victoria, was forever changed by the violent crime that took place on March 18, 1992. Annette Stewart's life was tragically cut short, leaving behind 2 grieving children and a community in shock. The path to justice was long and complex, involving years of investigation and the eventual arrest of Darren John Chalmers. While his trial is yet to take place, the hope remains that Annette's family and friends may finally find closure and the answers they seek regarding her untimely death. 30 years old, in 1986, Teresa Scal, a compassionate nurse, was employed at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida. She cherished caring for her 8-year-old son Jason and assisting others. As a single mother living in a tiny apartment with her partner, Jason was her sole family. Teresa always had a smile on her face, and she had green eyes and brown hair. She was a gregarious and upbeat individual who enjoyed hanging out with her son in her neighborhood. She also had a large social circle at work. Viewing movies and reading books, she enjoyed learning new things and traveling as well. One day, she hoped to become a doctor and help save more lives. On October 15, 1986, while Jason was spending the night with his grandmother Betty Teresa, she also left his DNA on a cigarette butt he had left on the floor. Jason then tried to push Teresa and beat her with a knife. Teresa used every ounce of strength to fight back. She attempted to defend herself with her hands, but he seriously hurt them. Because he was stronger than she was, he severely injured her throat. Her body was left on the floor after he took her life. The following morning, he ran out of the flat. Teresa's mother, Betty, went to check on her when she failed to show up for work. Teresa's body was discovered in a bloody puddle. The police showed up when she called them. All of the evidence from the crime scene was gathered at the flat and kept for future use. Investigators interrogated a large number of individuals and pursued leads, but they were unable to identify the culprit, and the case was abandoned. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, finally declared the case solved on October 16, 2023. They were able to verify Teresa Douglas's injuries were caused by Donald Douglas. He and his brother co-owned an electrical firm at the time of the crime. At the age of 54, Douglas passed away in 2008 from natural causes. It was even more difficult to link Douglas to the case since he had no prior criminal record and was cremated after his death. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, was joined by two of Teresa's sisters and her mother Betty Scall at a press conference when Judd gave an account of how his department handled the issue, which dates back 37 years. Douglas lived directly behind the duplex, according to the sheriff judge, and although detectives spoke with him and other neighbors at the time, they never thought of him as a doubtful. According to the judge, Douglas had no visible wounds, and there was no basis for the detectives who initially looked into the case to accuse him. Judd surmised that Teresa killed herself because Douglas tried to get close to her, and she rejected him. Judd clarified that in the early 2000s, the FBI's national database was searched, using DNA samples acquired from the crime site and the agency. However, due to technological advancements, no matches were identified, indicating that the perpetrator's DNA had not been recorded. Judd gave investigator Matthew Newell credit for spearheading the endeavor. After taking up the investigation in 2015, Newell promised Teresa Scall's family that he would not retire until he had found the criminal. He also placed a picture of Teresa Scall on his desk in an effort to solve the case. Newell collaborated with AM, a Texas-based business that specializes in creating genetic samples from crime scene evidence, utilizing DNA that individuals voluntarily provide through 23andMe and other publicly accessible programs. The business assisted in constructing the suspect's family tree. Douglas's third cousin, who had conceived a child outside of marriage, was the target of one strike. What Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd called an extramarital affair in 1949 turned out to be a new branch in the family tree. According to AM spokesperson David Nutting, it was the 106th solution to an unresolved issue that had been made public. He added that after identifying Douglas as the culprit, there are an estimated 330,000 unsolved cases in the U.S. thanks to AAM's DNA study. His kid was approached by sheriff's investigators, who requested a sample of his DNA. The judge stated that he provided complete cooperation and was horrified to discover that the presence of Donald Douglas's blood at the crime site was verified by a sample. Pam's Hugh. First and foremost, Teresa was a beautiful and incredibly caring lady, according to Teresa's sister. Our family did not deserve this, and neither did she. She continued by saying that she attended respiratory school, began her career as a nursing assistant at the bottom, raised her arm and felt incredibly proud. Never have I seen someone so proud. She said, "I did it, Pam." And a month after we had this, she passed away. Discourse. I hope that knowing who did this now will reassure everyone. In addition, I would like to encourage future victims by saying, law enforcement don't give up. As long as they don't give up, neither do you. As a warning to current stalking victims, Lyskaff, Teresa's other sister, claimed that although Teresa could not completely describe her neighbor, she did disclose that she had some uncomfortable experiences with him. Teresa had informed us about an unsettling neighbor who had visited her home. He had a rather stalker-like appearance, as if he had plucked a flower from the ground and slapped it into a pot. She had told us about him, but she never gave us a description, so if anyone is acting strangely, especially women, don't just tell your sisters, tell them what he looks like. Betty Scaff said, "All I want to say is I am 84 years old," as she seized the microphone. "I want this to be finished. That's probably why I lived a long life." In the year 2018, in the city of Prospect near Blacktown, Australia, there resided a 71-year-old widow named Nadir Sensoy. Her life was intertwined with that of her beloved son, Salim Sensoy. Nadir's early years held many mysteries, but one thing was certain. She had been a steadfast resident of Prospect for nearly 4 decades. Within the close-knit community, Nadir held a special place in the hearts of her neighbors. She was renowned for her selfless acts of kindness, always ready to extend a helping hand, whether it was providing rides to the market or sharing her delectable homemade treats. Nadir's unwavering commitment to her community left an indelible mark, earning her admiration and respect from everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. To Nadir, family was paramount, and she took immense pride in being the devoted mother of 5 children and a loving grandmother to 17 cherished grandchildren. Her life revolved around creating a nurturing environment for her family. However, the tranquility of the quiet town of Prospect was shattered when tragedy struck Nadir. The beloved matriarch, who was a friend to all, mysteriously vanished without a trace in December 2018. The last confirmed sighting of her was on Thursday, December 6, 2018, near her residence. The days that followed were excruciating for her family, friends, and the community that had grown so fond of her. Nadir's sudden disappearance was highly unusual, leaving everyone bewildered and concerned for her safety. It was on Tuesday, December 11, 2018, that the Sensoy family decided to take action and reported Nadir as a missing person, initiating a frantic search to locate her. The local Blacktown Police Command promptly launched an extensive search operation, hoping to uncover any clues leading to her whereabouts. Despite their tireless efforts, the searches conducted around her home yielded no results, intensifying the pervasive sense of unease. Both her family and the police shared deep concerns about her well-being. As the investigation unfolded, detectives uncovered a puzzling detail. They learned that Nadir had made several appointments prior to her disappearance and had not accessed her bank account since then. This discovery deepened the enigma surrounding her vanishing act, leaving everyone with more questions than answers. Investigators persevered, working tirelessly around the clock, with the hope of finding any lead that could unravel the mystery. They made a public appeal, providing a description of Nadir as a Mediterranean Middle Eastern woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with a slender build and short, dyed brown hair. Despite their best efforts, no one came forward with any information. As months passed, hope began to wane, and the fear that she may have met a grim fate cast a long shadow over the community. Even if she had been harmed, the question of her whereabouts remained unanswered. The investigation eventually hit a dead end, leaving everyone wondering if the truth would ever be uncovered. The people of Prospect were heartbroken, mourning the loss of a beloved community figure. They clung to the hope of a miracle that would reunite them with Nadir. In 2020, after 2 years of fruitless investigation, the police made a pivotal decision to offer a reward of $350,000 for any information leading to Nadir's discovery. The hope was that this substantial reward would prompt someone's conscience to come forward with vital information. The announcement of the reward injected new life into the investigation, with law enforcement eagerly anticipating a breakthrough. However, as weeks turned into months, it became evident that the reward had not yielded any promising leads. Despite the desperate efforts of Nadir's family, friends, and the police, she remained missing, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance only deepened. In the same year, a startling development emerged when investigators shifted their focus to Nadir's own son, Salim, as a potential suspect. At the time, Salim was serving a 2.5-year prison sentence for assaulting his sister and possessing an unauthorized firearm, an arrest made approximately a week after his mother's disappearance. While it remains unclear what led authorities to suspect him, investigators cited Salim's behavior as one of the leads they were pursuing in their quest to shed light on his mother's perplexing vanishing act. Then, on May 23, 2020, in a daring escape, Salim managed to break free from the Glen in his correction center where he was incarcerated. Shockingly, he simply walked out of the low-security prison and absconded in a stolen red Subaru WRX. This audacious jailbreak prompted a massive manhunt, launching the police force into overdrive. The stolen vehicle was spotted the following day in Mori, 210 kilometers away from the correctional center. The police initiated a pursuit, but the situation grew increasingly perilous as the car sped recklessly, leading to the police abandoning the chase for safety reasons. Nevertheless, the police persisted in their search, aided by helicopters and the K9 unit. They eventually located the abandoned car, but Salim was nowhere to be found. Salim remained on the run for 8 arduous months, constantly evading capture, while the police conducted extensive searches and inquiries in their desperate bid to apprehend him. Finally, on January 11, 2021, officers from the Hawkesbury Police Area Command received a tip-off, indicating that Salim was hiding in a house on New Street in Windsor. In the early hours of the morning, they descended upon the property and, with the assistance of the K9 unit, they conducted a thorough search. Salim made a desperate attempt to flee from the back of the house, but it was too late. The police apprehended him and took him to the Windsor police station, where they executed 2 outstanding warrants for his inmate escape and vehicle theft. Despite Salim's capture, there was still no information regarding the whereabouts of his mother, Nadir, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance persisted. As the years passed, the hope of finding Nadir alive dwindled. In March 2023, a coronial inquest into her suspected death commenced. However, before any answers could be uncovered, the inquiry was abruptly halted due to shocking new information. Though the authorities remained tight-lipped about the specifics, it became evident that the spotlight had once again shifted to Nadir's son Salim. Following further inquiries, the police made their move on March 21, 2023. They finally arrested Salim, now 47 years old, at the Wagga Wagga police station and charged him with the murder of his own mother. On the same day, the court heard that he allegedly committed the heinous crime between December 6 and 11, 2018, in the Blacktown area. Salim's plea for bail was denied, and he now faced a protracted legal battle ahead. Nadir's daughter expressed relief upon hearing the news of her brother Salim's arrest for their mother's murder. The family hoped that with Salim's arrest, they could finally locate Nadir's remains and bring her home for a proper burial. However, the road ahead remained uncertain, with no one certain about the outcome of Salim's case or if the truth about their mother's fate would ever come to light. 17-year-old Gladys Ariano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles, in 1996. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had big dreams for her life. Gladys was last seen on January 28, 1996, leaving her home. When she failed to return home later in the day, she was reported missing by her family. 2 days later, her body was found off a main road in a ravine in Topanga Canyon. She had been assaulted and strangled. Forensic evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to state and federal DNA databases. However, a match could not be found. An extensive investigation was conducted by the investigators at the time, but it led nowhere, and the case went cold. That was until 2019 when Los Angeles police arrested a man by the name of Jose Luis Garcia for domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators then realized that his DNA matched the DNA that was taken from Gladys's body in 1996. The crime took place when he was just 19 years old. They obtained a second DNA swab from him. the Los Angeles crime lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys's body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019, in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14 to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Rega said, "This case is typical of the type of cases that unsolved detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we were successful in bringing this tragic case to a close." Rega confirmed that investigators were looking into the possibility that Garcia was involved in other crimes as well. Gladys's niece and goddaughter Samantha Moreno spoke movingly of the need to remember her godmother, as well as all other women who were victims of violence. "Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten," Moreno said. "Acts of violence against women should never be forgotten." Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Arellano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. "Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her," Moreno said. She was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. "We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime," she said. "We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories." Jose Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Arellano had been waiting decades for. "It is never enough for having taken the life of such a beautiful soul," said Elizabeth Arellano of her sister Gladys. Gladys Arellano's sister and best friend told the court that what Garcia did nearly destroyed them, as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. "It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually see him and release it and have some kind of comfort," said Vanessa Arellano. Gladys Arellano's younger sister, Janet Ramirez, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest and that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars, because for 25 years, I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done differently, Ramirez said. Jose Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023, to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys's life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault, according to the district attorney's office. He waived his credit for the just over 1,000 days he has spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell handled the cold case investigation. "The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society. It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society," he said. In the picturesque town nestled among the stunning mountains of Preston County, West Virginia, with a population of approximately 1,500 residents, Terra Alta stands as a testament to natural beauty and a rich historical legacy. The town's charm and welcoming community spirit have long been celebrated by its inhabitants. However, it was within this idyllic setting that a tragic incident unfolded on August 22, 1972, claiming the life of a 13-year-old boy named Jeremiah Matthew Watkins. Jeremiah, lovingly known as Jerry to his parents, James Edward Watkins and Enid Nicola, was born in a Morgantown home in Monongalia County, West Virginia. Unfortunately, his family's dreams of a happy and complete life were shattered when James passed away in 1976, just 4 years after Jeremiah's birth. Despite this profound loss, Enid displayed remarkable resilience and dedicated herself entirely to raising her son, hoping for a fresh start in life. Overcoming numerous obstacles, Enid made the decision to move to Terra Alta, determined to provide Jeremiah with the best possible life. Jeremiah, for his part, was content with life's simple pleasures. As he grew, his adventurous spirit became increasingly evident, as he could often be seen riding his bicycle through the hills of Terra Alta while singing along to the tunes of old-time rock and roll. It remains uncertain whether Enid ever remarried, but in the mid-1980s, she welcomed a daughter named Jamie Jeremiah into their lives. Jeremiah cherished his baby sister immensely and cherished every moment spent with her. He would play with her for hours, bringing laughter to her little world. Despite his gentle and patient nature with his younger sibling, Jeremiah eagerly awaited the day when Jamie would take her first steps, sharing candy and tender moments with her. The last time Jeremiah laid eyes on his beloved sister was in 1985, when he was 13 years old, and Jamie was approximately a year old. While the exact date is unclear, it was in early November of that year when Jeremiah left home to explore the town, but tragically never returned. When Enid could not locate her son anywhere in Terra Alta, she reported him missing. This marked the beginning of a distressing period, not just for Jeremiah's family, but for the entire state of West Virginia, as it coincided with a devastating flood that swept through the region. The flood, one of the deadliest natural disasters in West Virginia's history, claimed 47 lives, injured countless others, and caused extensive property damage totaling an estimated $580 million. Amid the chaos and destruction, the search for Jeremiah was severely hampered by the floodwaters. Despite the relentless efforts of law enforcement, the 13-year-old boy remained missing, and Enid clung to hope for his safe return. However, that hope was shattered on November 2, 1985, when officers stumbled upon a shallow grave along the railroad tracks in Terra Alta. Upon closer examination, they made a gruesome discovery. Jeremiah's lifeless body lay in the shallow grave. Initially, it appeared as though he had fallen victim to the devastating flood. However, a closer inspection revealed a stab wound on Jeremiah's body, suggesting a more sinister and violent end. The investigation swiftly transitioned into a homicide inquiry as law enforcement scoured the area for clues. Unfortunately, luck did not favor the investigators, as the flood had washed away potential evidence, leaving them with more questions than answers. An autopsy revealed that Jeremiah had suffered a brain bleed from blunt force trauma to his head, but the fatal blow had come from the stab wound in his back. The loss of Jeremiah devastated his family, who grieved in silence while hoping for justice to be served. The Terra Alta detectives worked tirelessly, interviewing numerous individuals and pursuing every lead, but their efforts yielded no suspects or arrests. As time passed, the case grew cold, and Enid, frustrated by the lack of progress, attempted to move forward with her life as Jamie grew older. Nevertheless, the questions surrounding her brother's death continued to haunt her. In the early 2000s, while attending college, Jamie made the courageous decision to reach out to authorities in an attempt to uncover the truth about her brother's murder. Regrettably, her efforts were met with discouragement, as many believed that finding the culprit after so many years was unlikely. In February 2023, Captain Tian Ticknell of the Preston County Sheriff's Office took it upon himself to revisit the decades-old unsolved murder case of Jeremiah. He delved deep into the case, meticulously reviewing old files, interviews, and witness statements. During this thorough examination, Captain Ticknell stumbled upon an interview with a young man named David Monroe Adams. Adams, who was only 18 years old at the time of Jeremiah's murder and a resident of Terra Alta, had provided a statement with inconsistencies, prompting further investigation. Authorities have not disclosed the specific inconsistencies that caught Captain Ticknell's attention, but they soon located David Adams, who was living in Westover, West Virginia. After several interviews, Adams initially denied any involvement in Jeremiah's death. However, during one of these interviews, he finally confessed to the murder. Adams revealed that on that fateful day in November 1985, he had engaged in a heated argument with Jeremiah over a stolen bicycle. This disagreement had escalated into a violent confrontation, with Adams striking Jeremiah in the face in a fit of rage. Unable to decide how to proceed, Adams dragged the injured boy to a nearby shed, where he ultimately fatally stabbed him. Afterward, he disposed of Jeremiah's lifeless body in a shallow grave near the train tracks. This confession marked a significant breakthrough in the case and provided a semblance of closure to Jeremiah's family, who had waited for justice for nearly 4 decades. David Adams, now 56 years old, was promptly taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder in connection to Jeremiah Watkins's death. He is currently being held on a $1 million bond in North Central. Upon hearing the news, Enid and Jamie were overwhelmed with a range of emotions. Although questions surrounding the murder still linger, they found solace in the fact that the perpetrator had finally been apprehended and could no longer pose a threat to anyone else. It was a bittersweet moment, one that allowed them to begin healing after years of uncertainty and anguish. Carrie Ann Cummings was a 25-year-old transient living in Eureka, California in 1997. Carrie was admitted to an institution for mental illness treatment, yet decided not to stay. Even when family members begged Carrie to go back home, she refused their pleas and refused their treatment plans. Family was informed that she planned on staying in Eugene, Oregon for some time. They tried contacting her but failed. Eventually, they went to authorities to file a missing persons case as well as hire an investigator. Kathy claimed she was informed by Carrie's sister that Carrie had reached the age of adulthood, making the choice to live her own life without immediate threat to herself or anyone else, with no immediate decision-makers available to intervene on her behalf. The sister also provided this insight regarding her attempts to locate Jane Doe over time. As internet use increased, I began searching sites in case I'd lost her, and searching images that referenced Jane Doe's tattoos. 1 year after Carrie Ann disappeared, Wayne Adam Ford entered a police station in Eureka and found his long-lost love, who would later be known as Carrie Ann. Wayne Adam Ford entered an open seat. California Ford admitted to killing 4 women, but did not know their names. However, 3 have since been identified. Tina Renee Gibbs was born April 20, 1972. Tragically, she passed away near Las Vegas on May 16, 1998. Her body was later located on June 2 near Buttonwillow. Lynette Dion, age 25, was found dead in Fontana and executed on September 25, 1998 in Ontario, California, before being interred near Loy Patricia and Thomas, age 29. HPUA located her body as her remains were discovered inside an aqueduct located in San Bernardino on October 23, 1998. However, one female was unidentified at this time. Investigators spoke with Ford and collected descriptive details about this person. As part of their investigation, detectives conducted a search at Ford's camp, using DNA to identify more remains from bodies discovered there by duck hunters near Eureka in October 1997, when his body part had first been brought there. Detectives were then able to link what Ford brought into the encampment with one discovered there by duck hunters from that month, October. Authorities discovered Ford's additional remains at Clam Beach in January 1998, 9 months prior to his death and within his encampment. DNA samples were run through California Lost Persons Database, as well as the National DNA Unidentified Person Index without success. No matches to Ford's profile could be found in either database. 8 years after being charged with murdering her son, Ford was sentenced to life imprisonment at San Quentin State Prison. Investigators know who was responsible but do not yet have information regarding who the victim may have been. This investigation stands out in that neither party knows whose side it was on. William Hunnell had created the Cold Case Unit specifically to review Humboldt County Sheriff's Office case files to discover new leads, with OAM, a forensic genealogy lab, as their partner to use advanced DNA tests for forensics to help identify an unknown female or close relatives using DNA forensic syncing. They then created identity profiles of anyone they suspected could possibly be close by, creating family trees until eventually finding the connection they needed to solve the case. Detectives contacted an intimate relative of a female who went missing in late 1990 and received confirmation from them that this extended family member had gone missing from her life. They contacted Carrie Ann Cummings' sister, Kathy, who was believed to have gone missing. Kathy provided investigators with her DNA sample, which they then compared against that from unidentified female remains taken 25 years prior. Kathy could recall Carrie having an attractive facial structure. She was hilarious, smart, and an artist. Creating laughter through comedy was her specialty. However, mental illness can wreak unimaginable damage within 2 years of diagnosis and treatment. Sheriff William Hansel applauded his team, noting in a statement that while no words can bring back lost loved ones, this recognition could bring closure for both their family members and members of the local community. I am immensely appreciative of our investigators who never gave up searching for answers to cases still outstanding. It has been reported that Humboldt County Coroner's Division is in the process of releasing the remains of a caregiver, so she may be interred alongside family members. In Southern California, a region renowned for its sunny climate, laid-back way of life, and breathtaking natural landscapes, lies a place that bears a captivating blend of cultural influences. This area's identity has been shaped by a diverse mix of elements, ranging from the glitz and glamour of Hollywood to the rich Mexican heritage that permeates its streets. Southern California is also home to some of the world's most iconic attractions, including Disneyland, Universal Studios Hollywood, and the Santa Monica Pier. However, it was within this seemingly idyllic backdrop that a series of gruesome murders commenced on that fateful day of July 25, 1980. At the time, a young resident of Brentwood named Carrie Lenander, a Palisades High School student, and her close friend Tony Garfield, both 15-year-old juniors at Palisades High, decided to embark on a hitchhiking adventure to the corner of Wilshire and Barrington. Little did they know that their lives would soon take a harrowing turn. Their ride that day was provided by a man described only as Ken from Canada, a male Caucasian. Ken drove them first to the Hollywood area, where they stopped for a restroom break. Carrie and Tony had been consuming alcohol before hitchhiking, and as they made their pit stop, Tony began to feel dizzy. She informed Carrie that she needed to return home. Ken complied, driving Tony back to her house. Tragically, this would be the last time Tony saw her friend alive. The events that unfolded leading up to Carrie's murder remain shrouded in mystery. However, the next day, on July 26, 1980, at approximately 4:30 a.m., Carrie's lifeless body was discovered in a street gutter on the 3700 block of Victoria Avenue in South Los Angeles. The only trace of evidence left behind by the perpetrator was white rock material, found in her hair and near her body, which matched the material discovered across from Carrie's residence. This grim discovery hinted at the chilling possibility that her murderer might have been someone who either knew her or had been stalking her in the days leading up to the tragedy. Tony Garfield, however, had no knowledge of the person in question. The autopsy report revealed that Carrie had been assaulted and strangled to death. An unidentified DNA sample, presumably belonging to the perpetrator, was collected from Carrie's body but remained of little use due to the limitations of forensic technology in the 1980s. Detective Tim Marcia, who was assigned to the case, believed that Ken and Carrie had visited her residence, where she changed her clothes before their fateful outing. Yet, the exact circumstances and timeline of the murder remained elusive. Carrie Lenander's parents, Carl J. Lenander III and Joyce Fadden, were understandably devastated by their daughter's tragic death. They were determined to seek justice for Carrie, offering a reward of $50,000, in addition to a $25,000 reward from the LA City Council. Through various news outlets, Carrie's parents spoke fondly of their daughter, who was just 9 days away from her 16th birthday, and pleaded with the public for any information regarding her murder, even though her case received limited media attention. Brief coverage on shows like Lost Lives and 60 Minutes shed some light on her story. Despite a lack of concrete leads, investigators remained resolute in their pursuit of the killer. Interviews were conducted and a suspect was on their radar, but an arrest proved elusive. Over time, the case grew cold, and it wasn't until early 2002 that the LAPD Cold Case Homicide Unit reopened it. Unfortunately, even this effort did not lead to the apprehension of the perpetrator. For the next 2 decades, the case languished in the archives of the Los Angeles Police Department, while Carey's family grappled with the pain of their loss and the lingering quest for justice. It wasn't until 2022 that the case saw a dramatic development when DNA evidence finally connected a 76-year-old man named Billy Ray Richardson to the crimes. However, the details of how this connection was made after more than 4 decades remain undisclosed. Surprisingly, investigators also linked Richardson to 3 additional murders in Southern California from the 1980s and 1990s. Among these crimes were the killings of 25-year-old Beverly Cruz and 22-year-old Deborah Cruz, whose naked bodies were discovered in an apartment in West Los Angeles. Another victim, 28-year-old Trina Wilson, was found with her throat slashed in Inglewood on December 31, 1995. All 4 murders appeared to be sexually motivated. On July 14, 2022, Billy Ray Richardson was arrested in Fort Worth, Texas, on charges of multiple murders, sexual assault, and burglary. He was subsequently extradited to Los Angeles to face trial and was held in Tarrant County Jail while awaiting legal proceedings. However, a tragic twist unfolded when Richardson was brought to the hospital in a wheelchair and pronounced dead on February 15, 2023. His demise resulted from complications of a cervical spine injury and blunt force trauma, with COVID-19, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and dementia listed as other significant factors contributing to his death. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman expressed sadness for the victims' families, acknowledging that they would never witness Richardson being held accountable for his heinous crimes. However, the identification of the perpetrator offered some solace, ensuring that he would no longer pose a threat to society. In the end, justice may have been delayed, but it ultimately found its way to the victims and their grieving families, providing closure and a measure of peace. Human remains were unintentionally found in a sealed well close to an abandoned warehouse in Opino, south of Vigo, and close to the Portuguese border in February 2021 by a worker. The remains had undergone a process known as decomposition and had become severely. The unidentified man's identity remained a mystery, despite investigators being able to establish that he had suffered a fatal blow to the head and other severe impacts to his body. This was because of a process known as saponification, in which bacteria that thrive in a warm, wet environment turn a body into a wacky, soapy substance that is completely unrecognizable. The DNA test results revealed no matches to any known or missing person in police databases. When the investigation came to a standstill in 2022, the Guardia Civil Police Force turned to Fernando Kula, a forensic scientist from the Institute of Legal Medicine in Galicia. Forensic facial reconstruction involves using a combination of anatomy, anthropology, and artistic interpretation to reconstruct a face from skeletal remains with the help of artist Alba Sanin. Dr. Kula produced 6 distinct images of the man's face, each with a slight variation in the man's facial hair color and amount. The photo is fashionable. Developed perceptions. A few weeks later, a Portuguese woman came forward and said she recognized her brother, even though she hadn't seen him in over 3 years. After the woman's account was verified by DNA testing, the man who had been missing for 20 years was found to be Carlos Alberto Vieira de Oro, a Portuguese native who had been operating a used car company in Vigo for 20 years. The 37-year-old Carlos's disappearance was traced back to October 13, 2018, by Guardia Civil investigators who followed his movements until his death. 5 suspects have been identified by the investigators, all of whom are thought to have varying degrees of involvement in a slaying that may be connected to scams Carlos committed when dealing with used cars. The investigating judge in Opino has remanded 2 of the accused men in custody and released on bail the 3rd man, who was allegedly involved. Dr. Kula has gained recognition for his ability to identify bodies and advanced stages of decomposition, He has worked at Darwin Cemetery in Falkland, where the International Committee of the Red Cross has spearheaded an initiative to provide names to over 120 soldiers from Argentina who are currently unknown. Additionally, he helped identify the victims of the 2004 Madrid Train B bombing. He also gave a face to Manuel Blanco Romasanta, the first known serial killer in Spanish history, who murdered 13 people in the 1800s, claimed a curse had turned him into a wolf. There has been no public update regarding the men who are suspected of killing Carlos Alberto Vieira de Oro. Then in 2022, authorities made the decision to revisit the case armed with advanced scientific and investigative tools. Detectives were resolute in their determination to finally bring closure to a case that had plagued them for so long. By developing a DNA profile from evidence collected in 1970, detectives embarked on a new path of investigation. They compared this DNA profile to publicly accessible genealogical databases and embarked on the painstaking task of constructing a family tree. This led them to identify potential relatives of the suspect, a crucial breakthrough in their pursuit of justice. A DNA sample was obtained from one of these relatives, whose identity was kept confidential by the authorities. With bated breath, the DNA sample was tested, and the long-awaited breakthrough finally occurred. The suspect was identified as Forrest Clyde Williams. However, the excitement of this discovery was tempered by a painful realization. Williams had passed away in Salem, Virginia, in 2018 from natural causes. Justice, it seemed, would remain elusive in this case. The bitter pill to swallow was that they had finally found the man responsible, but they could not hold him accountable for his crimes. In a press conference held on March 10, 2023, the police announced this breakthrough in the case. They revealed that Williams, who was 21 years old at the time of Pamela's death, had faced a few minor charges in the early 1970s, but apart from an assault arrest, he had no significant criminal record. The police disclosed that had Williams still been alive, he would have been charged with Pamela's murder. At present, they have not ruled out the possibility of additional suspects and are appealing to anyone who may have known Williams during that time to come forward with information. While justice may remain elusive for Pamela's untimely death, the resolution of her case does bring some closure to her grieving family and the community that has carried the weight of this unsolved mystery for so long. In the quiet town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, on the chilly day of January 13, 1954, a newborn girl named Pamela took her first breath. She was the eldest of 3 siblings, born to Mr. and Mrs. William Conyers. Pamela's early life remained largely private, but her journey would soon take a remarkable turn. Fast forward to 1970, and Pamela had blossomed into a talented high school student attending Glen Burnie High School in the suburbs of Baltimore. At school, she proudly joined the ranks of the school band, showcasing her exceptional flute-playing skills. Like most teenagers, Pamela cherished her family and friends, eagerly creating unforgettable memories. Life seemed to hold endless possibilities for her. However, as fate would have it, Pamela's life would take an unexpected and dark turn that no one could have foreseen. It was the evening of Friday, October 16, 1970, and the air was electric with anticipation for Glen Burnie High School's homecoming bonfire and pep rally. Pamela was among the enthusiastic crowd, cheering on her school's team and soaking in the festive atmosphere as the night wound down. After the event, Pamela headed back home with excitement brewing in her heart. Her next task was to plan her outfit for the upcoming school dance, and she had a particular idea in mind. She needed shoe dye to match her dress, and her destination was the Harrendale Mall, just a short drive away from her home. Pamela's mother, always supportive of her daughter's fashion choices, handed her $5 for the show day at 8:30 p.m. Pamela left the house promising her mother that she would return shortly. She got into the family's car, a 1966 Dodge, and set off toward the mall. Little did Pamela's parents know that this night would mark the last time they would see their beloved daughter alive. If only they had possessed the foresight to anticipate the harrowing events that lay ahead, they might never have allowed her out of their sight. As the night grew longer, Pamela failed to return home, causing her parents increasing anxiety. It was unlike their daughter to stay out so late. Their worries and concerns deepened, and eventually, they took the painful step of reporting her as missing to the local police. That very night, law enforcement officers sprang into immediate action, determined to unravel the mystery of Pamela's disappearance. Their investigation began by retracing Pamela's steps, commencing with the Herondale Mall, where she had gone to purchase the shoe dye. There, they discovered that she had indeed visited the mall and made her purchase, but what happened afterward remained shrouded in mystery. It was at this point that suspicions of an abduction began to emerge. The following morning, state and county law enforcement launched an extensive search effort, even utilizing a helicopter to cover as much ground as possible. However, it was as though Pamela had vanished into thin air. 2 days later, on October 19, 1970, a man walking in the woods stumbled upon an abandoned vehicle. The car was situated in an overgrown field, about 100 yards off Mountain Road Extension in Pasadena. Recognizing that something was amiss, the man promptly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived at the scene, they confirmed that the car was the same one Pamela had driven on the night she went missing. Yet, there was no sign of Pamela herself, and a crucial detail captured their attention. The car keys were nowhere to be found. This new piece of evidence deepened the mysteries surrounding Pamela's disappearance. As dawn broke on October 20, 1970, the search for Pamela intensified as officers scoured the densely wooded area around where her abandoned car had been discovered. Among the officers present was Patrol Officer Robert Switzer, who would make a gruesome discovery. Pamela's lifeless body lay on her side, off a deserted farm road. She was dressed in slacks and a pullover which had been turned inside out. It was later revealed that her underwear was missing. As additional officers arrived at the scene, they were overwhelmed by shock and sorrow. They diligently collected as much evidence as possible from the crime scene, and Pamela's body was transported for autopsy. The news of Pamela's death sent shockwaves of grief through her family. The autopsy results confirmed that she had died from strangulation, leaving no doubt that her death was a homicide. The hunt for her killer began in earnest, with detectives tirelessly following every lead that came their way. Pamela's clothing, along with soil and dirt samples vacuumed from the 1966 Dodge, were sent to the FBI crime lab in Washington for analysis. Regrettably, the technology available at the time proved insufficient to yield any leads, and as time passed, the case grew cold. The unsolved murder case remained a haunting presence for the investigators, a stark reminder of a tragedy that had eluded justice for over 5 decades. Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born June 13, 1967, in Marple Township, Pennsylvania, to Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Cover Harrington. Gretchen had 3 sisters named Zoe, Anne, and Jessica that helped mold her personality while creating memories that are dearly held onto by Gretchen today. Harold Harrington was a pastor with various congregations of the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. On August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home on 27 Lawrence Road in Broomall, with her Bible in one hand for Trinity Church Chapel at 140 Lawrence Road, where her father served as pastor, while David Zanstra was pastor at another. Gretchen was looking forward to attending Bible school camp. Gretchen had always made her journey with Zoe and Harriet, her older sisters. However, on this particular day, her mother, Ina, was bringing home Jessica, while Zoe and Harriet preferred staying home to wait. Pastor Harrington encouraged Gretchen to attend Bible school to maintain her perfect attendance record. Therefore, she walked alone uphill toward church soon after 9 a.m. Her father waved goodbye as she started uphill toward church just after 9 a.m. Marple was an idyllic, leafy suburb where children enjoyed playing various outdoor games until all hours, roaming its streets at night, exploring its woods, cooling off in Darby Creek that ran behind Gretchen's home, and walking alone to their friends' homes miles away, not knowing they might get into any danger if left alone for more than an hour or 2 at a time. Walking alone on sunny summer days wasn't seen as risky or unusual. Marple was as safe as could be. At 9 to 9:30 a.m., children began arriving at camp, and one of the first activities on their agenda was an exercise session led by David Zonster, another pastor at Reformed Presbyterian Church, before half of them were transported over there for the remainder of their day. Zonstra was among those responsible for transporting these youngsters to Reformed Presbyterian Church for continued learning activities. At 10:30 a.m., Harold was concerned when Gretchen hadn't yet arrived at the second church, where he was waiting. Harold began searching Lawrence Road to see if she'd wandered off or gone home. When this didn't help, Harold called Margaret Zanstra at Trinity Chapel to inquire whether Gretchen was still there and whether David Zanstra had transported her somewhere else. Margaret informed Harold that her husband had returned after transporting children, but hadn't seen Gretchen during that day. Margaret informed Harold that her husband had returned after transporting children, but hadn't seen Gretchen at Trinity Chapel that day either. Margaret Zanstra had returned after transporting children from Trinity Chapel, after transporting children, but had not seen Gretchen, while Margaret told Harold her husband had returned after transporting children, but hadn't seen Gretchen that day either. Margaret reported back that David Zanstra had returned after transporting children, but hadn't seen Gretchen while being near Trinity Chapel, but hadn't seen Gretchen either. Margaret informed Harold that Zanstra had returned after transporting children, but hadn't seen Gretchen that day. Margaret reported back that David Zanstra had returned after transporting children and was somewhere around Trinity Chapel, while being somewhere around Trinity Chapel property, but hadn't seen Gretchen that day. Margaret reported back that David Zanstra somewhere within its property, but hadn't seen Gretchen yet, nor seen her anywhere on Trinity property, but hadn't seen Gretchen that day. Margaret told Harold she hadn't seen Gretchen that day. Margaret told Harold of such being where David Zanstra, Haddon's wife Margaret, had returned after transporting children. Although David Zanstra hadn't not seen Gretchen on that, he and his husband had not seen Gret before. After transporting children, only hers property, however, but Haddon's husband wasn't presence there on their property. Margaret told him he Haddon's husband had seen Greta's presence, but hadn't heaven but hadn't sight. Margaret that her husband wasn't seen her or know who's seeing any sign. Margaret herself having seen Gret saw nothing. Margaret that their husband, wherever seen before so far away anywhere. He hadn't seen or seen anything, and she hadn't absence, but hadn't anywhere but hadn't either. Had seen. Had yet seen or not seen Gret seen nor seen either. Had not seen Gret scenes, had returned after transporting children somewhere close, but hadn't having being around somewhere. But had seen neither had seen or known. And so. But so had seen. But had not seen Gray before either. Unfortunately either. Had seen Gret. But had seen anywhere. Had seen anywhere on church property but hadn't. And had seen any, but had seen Gret. It's where David Zanstra around, he hadn't her since. Or seen or known wherever seen anyone. But had seen, but before him either. But had seen any. Or any he would, either he hadn't either. Had seen no one either. But so. But still hadn't. But maybe seen. Hadn't saw he had found Gret. Thought, or not. The Harringtons and Zanstras knew each other intimately. Both families lived close by one another, and their fathers shared similar professions as pastors. One of Zanstra's daughters became Gretchen's closest companion. David Zanstra was told by Harold Harrington to report Gretchen missing at 11:23 a.m. He provided the police with a description of Gretchen as an 8-year-old with blonde pigtails, who stood 3 feet 6 inches and weighed 50 pounds, wearing dark blue shorts with zipper and snap front pockets on each side, and wearing white top. Quite impressive for someone who didn't actually witness Gretchen during that day. As the sun set just before 8 p.m. that evening, no sign of Gretchen could be found. Margaret Zanstra brought dinner to Ina Harrington's home, where Ina seemed resigned to never seeing her daughter alive again. Margaret commented, she seemed kind of accepting it, Gretchen's death, without trying too hard. Perhaps just trying not to show it. Perhaps in shock. Something was going through her mind. Gretchen's disappearance sent shockwaves through Broomall and Marple Township, sending people into panic mode. By Saturday afternoon, hundreds of people had joined in the search effort, from Pennsylvania State Police helicopter flights overhead to family members handing out flyers featuring Gretchen with her most recent school picture, featuring missing teeth and an innocent smile displayed prominently on each flyer. There were numerous questions and unanswered speculations, like, had she run away, drown in a creek, be abducted by strangers, or have an acquaintance come after her? People and church members who searched for 8-year-old Gretchen felt her disappearance had shaken the faith that their community was safe. Karen Frank Zetterberg was Gretchen's Bible school classmate. As soon as her sister went missing, Karen's mom took her to a hairdresser so her hair would appear shorter to make her less conspicuous in public, also no longer allowed walking alone to piano lessons and the swim club. Paul Barton of Newton Square heard about the search while relaxing by his backyard pool and soon drove down to Darby Creek to join a search team. They searched a grassy hill together. As Barton recalled, all of us who were out searching had this very solemn feeling as we went in blind. Nobody found anything. Nobody was ever found. Nobody was found. Nobody found anything. Just 2 days after Gretchen went missing, police suspended their intensive search operation. Investigators had little information to go on, as one local newspaper quoted their chief as saying they hadn't got a clue. No useful clues whatsoever had been discovered by any search parties involved in the operation. Over the following weeks, police spoke with various individuals in an effort to piece together what had occurred with Gretchen. On August 17, 1975, interviews began for the investigation. Witness statements, camp teachers, students, parents, and police all provided key facts that assisted with solving her case. Important pieces of information included the sighting of either a green station wagon or light top, dark-bottom Cadillac, stopping to talk with a girl near Trinity Church. Furthermore, on August 15th, the daily camp routine was disrupted as Trinity Church members stayed 45 to 50 minutes longer than usual. On August 19th, Westchester police found a small pair of shorts belonging to Gretchen that David Zanstra had described, even though, according to him, she hadn't shown up at camp that day. Following this lead and realizing she hadn't arrived yet at camp either way, police interviewed Zanstra as part of their investigation. Investigators were left perplexed as to why Zanstra knew so many details about Gretchen's shorts, even when he hadn't actually seen her. Investigators interviewed Zanstra on August 19th and were told he had picked up some children to drive them to church on the day Gretchen went missing. However, he denied seeing her that day and did not become aware she was missing until Harold Harrington notified him at 11:05 a.m. about Gretchen being missing. Investigators inquired into several potential suspects, including known assaulters living nearby, but none led to an arrest. Gretchen's case became cold for many years thereafter. Joanna Falcon Sullivan was only 9 when Gretchen's murder took place and lived her childhood years in Broomall, Delaware County, an experience which would forever impact her. Later, she would become a journalist and author a true crime book detailing their investigation of Gretchen's case, which was published by Random House Publishing Group in 2022. Detective Sergeant Coffin became the lead investigator on Gretchen's case when a woman called Marple Police, requesting to speak with somebody about her daughter, Gretchen. Her message reached Coffin at Marple Township Police Headquarters, where it was received via voicemail. The woman stated she thought she knew who was responsible for Gretchen's situation, as well as an attempted kidnapping incident around that same time period. Additionally, she claimed she kept a diary when she was 10 years old, living 3 miles east of Marple called Havertown, that contained some information recorded from this information from when she lived 3 miles east in Havertown, which still existed today, in her possession after all these years. Sergeant Coffin reached out to Pennsylvania State Police. Although Gretchen had last been seen within Marple Police jurisdiction, once her remains were discovered at State Park, the state police became the lead investigative agency. Coffin pointed out that there were only 4 detectives working his division, while state troopers could bring many more resources into play in their investigations. They scheduled an interview with an individual identified only by initials SF1, or as confidential informant in court documents indicating her as such. Interviewing SF was a landmark development in an unsolved cold case dating back nearly 50 years. She revealed she was childhood friends with Gretchen Harrington and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. At David Zanstra's home, she often played with his two daughters, Mara and Kristen, often sleeping over at their residence, until one such sleepover awoke her in the middle of the night, with Pastor Zanstra touching her inappropriately. She shifted and he quickly left. But on another night, he touched her again. Even more disturbing was when Mara, his daughter, woke up the following day and heard of David Zanstra's odd behavior from SF. SF immediately mentioned David Zanstra to Mara as having odd behavior. Mara told SF that Mara often did this and often heard Gretchen crying in the middle of the night, prompting SF to report these incidents to her parents. When SF did so, they informed her she could no longer spend the night at Zanstra's. Notably, police believe this incident occurred exactly 1 week before Gretchen disappeared. Shortly thereafter, the Zanstras moved to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, and shortly afterward, SF informed state police of her friendship with another child named Holly from their neighborhood, who she claimed had been targeted for kidnap by unknown individuals. SF wrote in her diary and gave it over to state troopers. Guess what? A man attempted to kidnap Holly twice. Unfortunately, this information must remain secret, but I think that person could also have abducted Gretchen. It could even be Mr. Z. SF verified to the troopers that Zanstra stood for Carl Zanstra. Back in 1975, local police interviewed Zanstra twice along with many others, and other witnesses claimed they saw Gretchen outside a car talking with someone sitting inside on the day she disappeared. These descriptions of cars seemed to fit one that Zanstra owned. Yet Zanstra always maintained he hadn't seen Gretchen on that particular day, even though he could provide accurate and detailed accounts of homemade shorts she wore that day. State troopers tracked Zanstra down to his lakefront home in Marietta, Georgia, where he and his wife had recently relocated. Zanstra agreed to meet them at the headquarters of Cobb County Police Department on July 17th for questioning. Initially, he denied any involvement with Gretchen's disappearance. However, when confronted with new allegations against him, including assaulting SF, Zanstra eventually opened up about what truly transpired on August 15, 1975 morning. Jack Stahlsteimer, the Delaware County District Attorney, detailed Zanstra's confession. Once Gretchen was no longer within her father's sight, Zanstra invited her into his green AMC Rambler station wagon and drove her instead to an isolated wooded area and asked her to strip naked before asking if she wanted to return home. When she declined and wanted to go home instead, he struck her with his fist, causing blood to pour from her head before feeling her pulse and seeing that she appeared lifeless. He then carried her out of his car, attempting to cover her body with sticks before leaving and carrying her home, once finished with his day's activities. Due to their close relationship, investigators determined that David Zanstra had all three elements needed for Gretchen's murder: means, motive, and opportunity. On July 17, 2023 in Georgia, he was taken into custody, where he is currently being held without being eligible for bail in Cobb County. A DNA sample was taken from him, which will be compared against DNA collected in Pennsylvania or across the nation. Given he worked with children for decades, this possibility seems likely. Phil Stoddard, a detective in Marietta, Georgia, who witnessed Zanstra's interview, reported to a television news crew that he found him emotionless during his confession to troopers. Eugene Trey conducted the interview and afterwards stated, "I don't know if he regrets what he has done, but this must have been a relief." On Monday, July 24, 2023, Delco officials announced the arrest of 83-year-old David Zanstra in connection with Gretchen's kidnapping and death. Zanstra, born May 1940 and still working as a pastor in Georgia at the time of his arrest, is every parent's worst nightmare. This horrific act left a family and community devastated forever, but at long last, David Zanstra has admitted his crime, giving us pride and gratefulness at finally providing answers. We must recognize that most people in this world are good, including pastors who claim to be men of God. However, there have been and always will be individuals who are cruel, cold-hearted, and just evil. Thank God there's law enforcement to hold these individuals accountable, no matter how long it takes. What happened to her is horrific, Stolzheimer explained. Stolzheimer also stated that Zanstra was appealing her extradition to Pennsylvania and that her office was seeking a governor's warrant to bring her back into Delaware County. Once approved, arrangements will be made to have representatives from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office pick up Zanstra and bring him back to Pennsylvania. Stolzheimer noted, "We will try him, convict him, and place him behind bars for life. After that, he will have to face what punishment our God holds in store for those who commit such evil against our children. He murdered a beloved young girl with just his bare hands before acting like she were his family friend during her burial and funeral, then continuing this practice long afterwards." Chief Graff of Marple Township Police said at Monday's press conference, "If you are someone who prays, please pray for Gretchen. She's already been put in God's hands. Additionally, you could send out prayers against those responsible, as they will need our support as well." Zanstra's charges against her have provided Broomall, Pennsylvania, with some much-needed closure after nearly 48 years of grieving for Gretchen's case. Her death changed this community irrevocably. Pre-August 1975, it was just Anytown, USA. But post that day, things drastically shifted, as nobody could engage in activities as freely as before this occurred. Jim Cristaldi, who delivered newspapers to the Harringtons as a youth, recalled fondly of a pre-disappearance childhood spent building forts in the woods by moonlight with his friends before Gretchen vanished. Shortly thereafter, however, he joined search parties in those same woods in search for her, or anything that might lead to her location. This completely shattered our innocence, Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Jonathan Sunderland declared in a statement. "Justice doesn't expire with time, whether a crime took place 50 years ago or 5 minutes ago. Residents in the Commonwealth can have faith that law enforcement will continue their pursuit until justice is served. Generations of detectives have worked on this case, and all deserve our sincerest appreciation for not giving up." Today, we owe special acknowledgement to Corporal Andrew Martin from the Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit and Missing Persons Unit for his dedication in building upon the efforts of his predecessors, as well as his belief in solving this case. Without him, we would likely not be here today making this announcement. Michel Delon, President and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, noted, "Today's announcement demonstrates the strength of persistence, family commitment to justice, and law enforcement collaboration to bring closure in this case. We applaud their tireless work." As we celebrate this achievement, we recognize the outstanding contributions by the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, Pennsylvania State Police, Marple Township Police, with partner law enforcement agencies, Cobb County Police Department, as well as their unwavering dedication in this case, Michelle added. Days like today fuel our ongoing dedication to children's welfare, and Gretchen's family is at the forefront of our thoughts, as well as other families looking for answers. David Zanstra has been charged with first, second, and third-degree murder, as well as kidnapping a minor and possessing an instrument of crime for taking Gretchen Harrington's life in 3 separate incidents between 1965 and 2005. Zanstra served Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Broomall between those years, while also pastoring churches in California, Texas, New Jersey, and Missouri from 1965-2005. On Monday, the Christian Reformed Church issued a statement offering their condolences to her family. "We are deeply dismayed to learn of a CRC pastor being charged in this incident. While violence exists everywhere, even within churches where we hold leaders to high standards." Margaret Zanstra, David Zanstra's wife, did not respond immediately to our request for comment after his arrest. Though many in Marple community now have most of the answers they had been searching for all these years, many residents still had not found peace after these dramatic developments unfolded. It was easy to assume this crime had been perpetrated by some outsider, some deranged offender who came from somewhere outside and grabbed up a young girl before fleeing just as swiftly with his evil. Instead, it turned out to be someone they trusted, a religious leader with his own family, including 2 daughters and wife, who brought dinner for his victim's family when he admitted killing her. Karen Frank Zetterberg, from Gretchen's Bible School. Everyone was amazed that Gretchen would get into a car with someone they didn't know back then, but now learning that such an evil being was lurking amongst us is sickening. While churches taught about evil existing in our world, you don't realize its depth until something like this happens, especially at such an early age. After hearing of Gretchen's case being finally brought to a potential closure, writer Kevin Sullivan was left stunned and excited at this news, yet still very sad, as we know we cannot change what has already occurred. I conducted interviews with Zanstra, his wife and daughter, as research for my book. Zanstra had only vague memories of Gretchen going missing. Fear and apprehension spread through Broomall that day, and I recall witnessing a helicopter flying above our neighborhood in search of Gretchen, an image I will never forget. CBS News Philadelphia spoke with Sullivan last year after her book had just been published, asking whether she thought that it may have contributed to any breakthroughs in this case. Sullivan replied by explaining how interviewing people and visiting Marple Police Department enabled us to comb through cold case files kept by Chief Brandon Graff. He never gave up trying to solve this unsolved case. Marple Police encouraged our research and stated we somehow contributed. I think we got people talking again. Reverend Zanstra answered many of our inquiries regarding that day. There was much relief and disbelief as it happened. David. Zanstra's neighbors in Georgia also reacted when learning of his charges against him. Karen Halsdorf expressed her surprise. She never knew anything was going on between them, describing them as always being very nice people, and finding out now they had been charged with something. Aaron Christian agreed, saying they found David to be friendly enough, having spoken with him several times when walking around town with a cane in hand. Gretchen Harrington's family issued the following statement in response to today's arrest. With today's announcement of an arrest warrant being issued against those responsible for this horrific act against our daughter Gretchen Harrington, we were extremely hopeful that those responsible would face justice. As we move closer to justice, it is difficult to express all of the emotions we are feeling as this case moves forward. Gretchen was only 8 years old when she was taken from us suddenly on Friday, August 15, 1975, while heading for church. If you had met Gretchen before this tragic event happened, chances are you were instantly her friend. She exuded kindness towards all, was sweet and gentle, and even now when people discuss memories of her, the first thing people mention is how amazing she was and still is. At just 8 years old, she left an impactful legacy upon those she came into contact with. Gretchen's kidnap and death have irrevocably changed our family, and we miss her every day. We appreciate law enforcement's persistent pursuit of justice, in particular, Pennsylvania State Police for being there day in and day out to search for answers. As a family, we would not be here today without them. At this time, we kindly request privacy as we absorb this news. Thank you for understanding, love, and ongoing support. It means so much to us. Gretchen's parents were married for an impressive 59 years, until her father passed away at an astonishing age of 94. Officials noted that Zanstra was known to move around a lot between various churches during his 4-decade career, living in California, Texas, and Georgia during that period. Stolsteiner expressed concern that additional victims may have been assaulted by Zanstra and held accountable. They demanded anyone with information, or suspecting David Zanstra, ever committed an act against you. Contact District Attorney Geoffrey Payne or Pennsylvania State Police. What was supposed to be a 10-minute stroll down the road became a cold case that gripped an entire community for nearly 50 years. Todd Lampe, a man born in 1980 in Mississippi, emerged from a rather mysterious early life, with scant information available about his formative years. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. In 2002, he made a life-altering decision to leave behind his hometown in search of a fresh start. The picturesque coastal town of Hyannis, Massachusetts, became his new haven, a place where he would craft a new chapter in his life. People who had the privilege of knowing Todd often spoke of him in glowing terms. Described as vibrant and charismatic, Todd was a magnetic force within the community, radiating positivity that drew people towards him. His welcoming nature and infectious energy left a lasting impact on those he encountered. He was, without a doubt, a beacon of optimism in the lives of many. Adding to his identity, Todd was also the proud father of 3 beautiful daughters, each born to a different mother. Despite the inherent complexities of co-parenting, Todd remained steadfastly devoted to his daughters. He tirelessly worked to provide for them, channeling his every spare moment into showering them with love and attention. Nevertheless, Todd's life was not an unbroken chain of sunshine and rainbows. He had encountered his fair share of adversity and run-ins with the law. However, Todd was resolute in his refusal to allow his past to define him. He possessed an indomitable spirit and was determined to create a better life, not just for himself, but for his loved ones as well. Tragically, the course of Todd's life took a dark and unforeseen turn on February 27, 2011. At the age of 31, Todd was enjoying a tranquil evening at his Hyannis home. His girlfriend Tayasia was present, as were the mother of one of his daughters, along with her mother, Deborah Cook Warren. Curtis Collins, a close friend of Todd, arrived, and the group gathered for dinner. Following their meal, they settled into the bedroom to watch a basketball game. However, this peaceful evening was violently disrupted by the sudden sound of gunshots that reverberated throughout the house. Todd's screams pierced the air, prompting Tayasia to rush to the bedroom in a state of panic. What she witnessed there would haunt her for the rest of her life. Todd, standing with blood pouring from his body, had been shot. She hurried to his side, but it was tragically too late. The tranquility of the evening had descended into a horrifying nightmare. In a state of panic, Curtis called 911, and soon after, the police and paramedics arrived at the scene. Tragically, they discovered that Todd had already succumbed to his injuries. The investigators meticulously combed every inch of the house, searching for clues to unravel this disturbing mystery. Their examination led them outside the front bedroom window, where they discovered 3 .22 caliber federal ammunition shell casings, indicating that the shots had been fired from outside. But that wasn't all they found. A sweet potato with a flat cut on one end was also discovered, suggesting it had been used as a makeshift silencer to dampen the sound of the gunshots. The detectives couldn't help but draw a connection to a scene from the HBO crime drama series The Wire, where a sweet potato had been used as a silencer to mask a gunshot. As their investigation continued, they found a black Boost mobile cell phone in the grass near the corner of the house, which belonged to Curtis. He explained that he had lost it during the chaotic aftermath of the shooting. A day after this tragic incident, the autopsy report was released, revealing that Todd had suffered 3 gunshot wounds, resulting in fractured ribs and lung injuries, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This devastating news only fueled the determination of detectives Jason Laborer and Thomas Chevalier to bring justice to Todd and his grieving family. The 2 detectives wasted no time and called Curtis in for questioning. Curtis provided his account of the events leading up to the shooting, admitting to using his blue Sanyo phone. However, during the investigation, suspicions arose when the detectives reviewed Curtis's phone records. The call history on the phone didn't align with the call records obtained from the telecommunications company. Calls made and received by Curtis from a particular number just before and after the shooting were mysteriously missing from his phone's log. It appeared that Curtis had deliberately deleted them, raising further doubts. Their inquiry led the detectives to a man named Tavares Hampton, the individual Curtis had been communicating with before and after the shooting. Hampton was already entangled in legal troubles and was being monitored with a GPS tracking bracelet at the time of the shooting. The detectives delved into the data recorded by the bracelet and uncovered shocking evidence. The GPS data indicated that Hampton had been in close proximity to Todd's home precisely at the time of the shooting. Days after Todd's murder, detectives Jason and Thomas saw an opportunity to extract answers when Hampton was arrested for an unrelated matter. However, their hopes were dashed as Hampton remained tight-lipped and uncooperative. Their persistence finally bore fruit. On March 18, 2011, when two workers from Sullivan Engineering stumbled upon a firearm in the murky waters of the mill pond in the Marston's Mills section of Barnstable. Upon examining the weapon, the detectives were astonished to find that it contained live rounds of the same caliber as the spent shell casings found at the scene of Todd's shooting. It was almost certainly the murder weapon, but despite this crucial discovery, the investigation into Todd's death appeared to stall. Nevertheless, the detectives remained vigilant, particularly in their pursuit of Hampton. They were convinced that he was involved in some capacity and were unwavering in their commitment to uncovering the truth, regardless of how much time had passed. In 2012, a significant breakthrough occurred in Todd's murder case. Detectives conducted a DNA analysis on a potato found at the crime scene. The results revealed a mixture of two human DNA samples, with one belonging to a man. They obtained Hampton's DNA to make a comparison with the sample found on the potato. Unfortunately, progress in the case came to a halt until a stroke of luck in 2016. In October of that year, detectives observed Hampton spotting phlegm in a puddle and quickly collected it for analysis. In 2018, the detectives received even more incriminating evidence against Hampton. GPS tracking data showed that on the night of February 28, 2011, Hampton had made a stop at the mill pond in Marston's Mills, just 23 feet from where the firearm was used in Todd's shooting. Furthermore, the analysis of the phlegm yielded results indicating a high probability that the DNA on the potato found at the crime scene matched Hampton's. With this compelling body of evidence, it was evident that Hampton had a direct connection to the crime. On February 24, 2023, justice finally caught up with Hampton. He was apprehended and charged with murder and assault with a deadly weapon in relation to Todd's death. On the 12th anniversary of Todd's tragic demise, which fell on February 27, 2023, Hampton appeared in court, where he pleaded not guilty. He was ordered to be held without bail, pending his probable cause hearing scheduled for April 5, 2023. A few days later, on March 7, 2023, Curtis, who had been considered a potential accomplice, was also taken into custody and charged with one count of murder. He appeared in court the following day and pleaded not guilty to all charges. The community held on to a glimmer of hope that justice would finally be served for Todd, bringing closure to a case that had spanned over a decade. The road to justice had been long and arduous, but the persistence of detectives and the strength of evidence had brought them closer to unveiling the truth behind Todd's tragic death. Jeremy Stoner was born in California on 16 July 1980 as one of three siblings, Jason, Joshua, and Justin being his older brothers. Growing up within Vallejo was beautiful in its own way, Jason being especially energetic, loving both family and friends as he attended school regularly, while riding his bicycle to school while also playing with toys and watching cartoons. Jason boasting an exceptional smile with a large heart, both qualities which Jeremy shared as well. On 21st February 1987, at 6 years old, Jeremy was playing outside when tragedy struck, yet again. On this Saturday morning, 21st February 1987, 6-year-old Jeremy was playing outside when tragedy struck, in Vallejo. Jeremy was playing outside with his two brothers aged 9 and 11 near their house when their parents went back to work, being cared for by an auntie while their parents worked. This auntie abruptly had to leave abruptly in order to transport their sick daughter to an emergency room, instructing the boys not to go anywhere until their parents returned. Instead, they went over the neighbor's house where one neighbor reprimanded Jemmy for spilling ketchup before sending him home again at 4:00 p.m. when his mom came back home. At first, she assumed her boys had played with neighbors as they usually do. However, 2 hours after returning with him, Jeremy wasn't found anywhere. Vallejo police quickly learned Jeremy had been taken and believed his last known sighting occurred at Dairy Queen on Springs Road, just 5 minutes away. An employee there informed investigators they saw an adult male accompanied by Jeremy at about 7:30 p.m. that evening. 4 days later, on February 25, 1987. On Sherman Island in Sacramento County, 4 motorists became stuck in the mud and stopped to look for something between their tires. Instead, she found Jeremy's body, assaulted by a group of thugs with stabbing wounds and strangulation injuries. As soon as police learned of this discovery, they quickly arrived on site to gather as much evidence as they could before storing it for later use. News quickly spread throughout Vallejo of what had happened, leaving residents shocked and upset about what had occurred to Jeremy Stoner. People sympathized with his family members and wanted to help in any way they could, sending cards, flowers, and even hugs as support, looking for him who had disappeared, holding candlelight vigils in honor of this man while offering prayers for both him and his loved ones. Vallejo Mayor Terry Cura stated that Vallejo residents played an integral part in supporting Stoner family during 4 days prior to his passing away. Residents cried, prayed, and offered prayers on his behalf for 4 days prior to his passing away. A few short years after this tragic event took place, Vallejo residents grieved as soon after this news broke about this incident that the residents cried, prayed, offered prayers as it happened, and offered prayers before offering prayers on their behalf, and offered prayers on his behalf and offered prayers on his behalf during those 4 days, when his death took place just days later, when it all happened too soon after Stoner family tragedy occurred, and it all unfolded, tragically ended in 4 days from time of course of Terry Cura, who stated Vallejo residents being an integral part of Stoner family during that period, and offered prayers on their behalf during that short 4-day period, ended up playing their final role before Terry Cura officially stated they offered prayers, and gave prayers before being killed himself by police forces, before finally calling him for help, for prayers over 4 days, before finally joined upholding him until finally lost cause that day, and offered prayers while Terry Cura stated Valle became mayor a few days before leaving Valed. It all too quickly before people knew where it all stopped, until Terry Cura himself stated, just 4 days apart when all involved. It didn't 4 day, but not long. Terry Cura stated it only 4. It just days when Valle for 4 as mayor. Valle cried their integral part in 4 days out their final. He stated them off on Terry Cura confirmed the statement regarding him later. Then Terry Cura himself stated, it all were included within 4th. It soon. It quickly. And then had left Valle had offered prayers for 4 day when Valle did finally left. Valle was his passing away. Left Valle had his death. It soon turned off too soon. Too soon took too soon. He knew then it all soon became as ceased. It just never had left this time that his statement about them to long enough. Because Valle, it became part. It didn't mayor Terry Cura's mayor. As mayor Terry Cura as one finally became part 4. It soon afterwards until after 4 days, but also, it only 4, until Terry Cura. It only 4 days. It long when Terry Cura too. But long when Stoner family and Valle until then it too. Until then was time too. It wasn't long, but soon. Its mayor Terry Cura later removed himself reaffirmed once more than it wasn't turn. Soon enough time until Valle's only went, but only 4. But only long. It had long, until it too long, though before residents became in another family. Unfortunately before long too. Which also stated how long before residents became officially announced. Until last, and before soon, before too sadly past. But eventually, long, it's next. It became his turn. Soon too, until eventually passed for Valle as long as that. He remembered. Shaw Quincy Melton was arrested after coming directly to Vallejo Police Department approximately 1 week after Jeremy died and confessed that he might possess details regarding Jeremy's case based on self-admitted details about himself. Melton wanted to impress detectives with his amateur investigations by showing them his amateur detective skills. In other words, impress them enough so he could become one. But footage from Melton's interrogation revealed his gradual transformation from charming investigator to confused criminal suspect, with turbulent background history and unpredictable mental state, shown through his behavior during interrogation sessions, revealing more erratic mental state traits in which Melton's face showed. Sean Melton wrote The Wolf's Den, a story about child abuse. Although he claimed it to be fiction, some believed it may have been inspired by personal experiences he'd had. Melton visited the police station to share information regarding this case. He reported hearing of rumors and seeing certain events that could aid them in searching for the culprit. But police suspected Melton of involvement due to valid grounds. Prior to visiting, Sean Melton had informed authorities and informed them about his confession of disturbing fantasies regarding young boys, raising concerns regarding risk posed by him as possible link between this confession and Jeremy Stoner's case. Police conducted a comprehensive 30-hour interrogation, asking various questions as well as administering polygraph exams, sketched pictures of his body, compared it against that of witnesses during this process. Abductors' purpose was to obtain more information about Sean Melton and possibly ascertain his involvement in the incident. Melton denied any knowledge of what had happened, passed the polygraph test without incident, and claimed his sketch didn't correspond with witness descriptions, all while insisting his only purpose was assisting police solve their mystery. Unfortunately, police continued searching for Sean Melton with an entirely new theory in mind, suggesting he may be hiding in plain sight all along. Sean Melton was diagnosed with multiple personality disorder. They hypothesized that one of his alter egos, known as John Wolfe, may have committed the crime, while Sean himself did not remember any details surrounding it. Authorities took custody of Sean and charged him with kidnapping and killing of Jeremy. However, neither trial managed to produce enough evidence supporting this conviction, resulting in disqualification by the judge, and Sean eventually being freed from custody by himself. Melton died in 2000 without admitting his involvement in Jeremy Stoner's death, and it remained an unsolved case until 2023, when DNA tests provided new clues and proof that allowed police to reopen it. DNA is an involuntary trait found inside every human being that helps identify them through unique genetic codes that exist inside our cells. This new technology provided another breakthrough and an entirely new direction in which to investigate Jeremy Stoner. Police employed DNA tests on samples taken from Jeremy's body and those found in their criminal database in order to shed new light on his tragic case. Police soon identified an underlying pattern, leading them to suspect Fred Marin Kane III, age 69, detained at his Central Point residence by Oregon District Attorney Krishna Abram, and eventually detained there as well. Kane's identity will likely come up during further investigations of his case, said Abram, who added, "I am deeply thankful that Oregon District Attorney Krishna Abram provided such vigorous guidance throughout his case." Oregon District Attorney Krishna Abram said, "I am tremendously grateful that we now know who did what we know, and that we know who this time." Investigators remained relentless in their dedication to solving these gruesome cases. According to reports from 1984 in the media, Kane, who at that point was age 30 at the time, was accused of attacking a 17-year-old girl within San Bernardino County using a knife. Kane, along with his roommate, were later arrested and charged with forcible attack and use of an enhanced weapon, but were found innocent during trial later in 1984. Solano County District Attorney's Office issued a statement declaring it an open investigation, saying it would open investigation. Due to ongoing investigations, no further details are being released at this time. However, Kane's arrest likely caught both police and Martinez's attention since its start. Eric Coy's disappearance was widely discussed shortly before it occurred in late January 1987, only 1 month prior. Eric would frequently ride between Martinez's home and that of family member. Eric left home at 11 a.m. Hopes were held out that he'd call, as was often done upon reaching his family home, which was only blocks away. When no call came through, search began in earnest until eventually his body was discovered near Martinez Junior High School, having been stabbed multiple times and succumbing to its wounds. Eric Kane's case remains open at present, and anyone with information should reach out to the District Attorney's Cold Case Unit of Solano County at 707-784-48477 as soon as they are aware. Kane was the first individual who appeared before a judge for trial in Solano County courtrooms on September 28, 2023. Family members, including Jeremy Stoner's mother, Karen Tabler, were in court as Kane was brought before it for prosecution. Karen stated, "I don't know whether it's relief or feeling unwell, but one thing is certain." Further commenting that being with Kane could be hard work. Paul Secours, Solano County's Chief Deputy District Attorney, stated, "I don't believe you will ever find closure. In all my years as an investigator and advocate, I have yet to see families come to terms with their pasts fully. However, justice will eventually come. For now at least, it gives families relief that someone is being held accountable." Granby, a charming small town nestled in the heart of Colorado, boasts a wealth of artistic and cultural attractions that draw in residents and tourists alike. The town is a haven for adventurers seeking the thrill of mountain life, surrounded by the laughter of those who call Granby home. However, beneath the picturesque facade of this tranquil town, a dark and horrifying incident marred its history in 1978. On November 15, 1978, a group of children were innocently playing along a logging road just off Amherst Road, about 15 miles from Springfield in Granby. Their carefree day took a sinister turn when they stumbled upon an ominous sight hidden beneath a pile of leaves, concealed beneath a log. As they cautiously approached the mysterious object, their shock and fear intensified as they discovered the lifeless body of a woman. The children immediately contacted the authorities, and the police hurried to the scene. What awaited them was a gruesome and unsettling scene. A decomposing body of a woman with a gunshot wound to her forehead. Adding to the macabre nature of the discovery, a man's belt was found tightly secured around her neck. The investigators combed the area meticulously in search of any clues that could shed light on this baffling crime. Yet their efforts were thwarted by the absence of a wallet, pocketbook, or any form of identification that could offer a lead to identify the victim. The body was swiftly sent for an autopsy, and the medical examiner's office confirmed the harrowing details of the woman's demise. She had been fatally shot in her temple, and the estimated time of her death pointed to a range between June and August. Beyond that, she remained an enigma, an unidentified woman between the ages of 19 and 27, standing at 5 feet 4 inches tall, with dirty blonde hair. The sole piece of evidence, the man's belt used to drag her body into the woods, did little to narrow down the pool of suspects or provide clues to her identity. Granby's police chief, John R. Kirchhoff, shared with the media that very little remained of the victim's body, which had undergone extensive decomposition. Almost all that remained was her skeletal structure. With so little to go on, the investigators had to rely on the details they could extract from her clothing. She wore a blouse, blue jeans, and shoes, all sized 14 to 16, indicating a chunkier build. Her clothing suggested that she might have been a young woman, but it lacked any tags or labels that could provide a lead. Despite the lack of concrete information, her clothing played a crucial role in engaging the public. The most significant detail was the short-sleeve pullover blouse, size 14, adorned with a green swan embroidered on the front and a green imitation suede collar. Additionally, a gold ring adorned one of her fingers, possibly a wedding ring. The authorities scoured recent missing persons reports to find a match but came up empty-handed. Furthermore, the victim's dental examination revealed a noticeable decay in her front teeth, prompting a search for dental records among the recently reported missing persons. Unfortunately, this endeavor yielded no results. The location of the discovery off Amherst Road near Route 116 raised the possibility that the victim might have been connected to one of the 5 colleges accessible via this route. The investigators delved into this avenue of inquiry, scrutinizing the student records of Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, the University of Massachusetts, Hampshire and Amherst colleges in Amherst, and Smith College in Northampton. Regrettably, no reports of a missing female student match the victim's description. As their leads dwindled, a glimmer of hope emerged when a motel operator contacted the authorities, believing that the description of the victim's body matched that of a woman who had checked into their establishment in early 1978. Promptly, the police located this woman, who was still alive and in good health. The mystery of the unknown woman persisted, and she became known as the Granby Girl. Over the years, sporadic leads would surface only to fizzle out, leaving the Granby girl's identity shrouded in obscurity. In September 1998, nearly 2 decades after her tragic death, a group of Granby residents gathered at her resting place in the cemetery. They raised $500 to replace the wooden cross marking her grave with a permanent marker bearing the inscription, "Unknown, November 15, 1978, in God's care." It stood as a poignant symbol of a community's enduring care for an unnamed woman, whose hopes, dreams, troubles, and anxieties remained forever concealed from the world. Fast forward to 2021, and a new ray of hope illuminated the case. Detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, a Houston-based corporation specializing in forensic genealogy. Through their expertise, a DNA profile was successfully constructed for the Granby girl. Detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, a Houston-based corporation specializing in forensic genealogy. Through their expertise, a DNA profile was successfully constructed for the Granby girl. When compared against the national database, it yielded a match to a woman residing in Maryland. Astonishingly, this woman revealed that her aunt had disappeared in the 1970s and was willing to provide more information about her aunt's disappearance. The trail led to Matthew Dale, who shared a pivotal connection to the Granby girl. He disclosed that his mother, Patricia Ann Tucker, had gone missing in 1978 when he was a mere 5 years old. The police explained the circumstances surrounding the Granby girl, and Matthew agreed to provide his DNA sample in the hopes of finding his long-lost mother. In a matter of hours, the results confirmed a parent-child relationship between Matthew and the Granby girl, finally providing closure to a 43-year-old mystery. Patricia Ann Tucker, born on July 28, 1950, was officially identified as the Granby girl. Patricia had gone through multiple marriages and bore different last names such as Heckman and Dale. However, at the time of her tragic demise in 1978, at the age of 28, she went by the name Patricia Coleman. She had married Gerald Coleman just a year before her untimely death, and they had made their home along the eastern shore of Lake Pocatapog in East Hampton, Connecticut. Following her disappearance, many in her family speculated that she had fallen in with a dangerous crowd, and some believed she had entered a witness protection program. For Matthew Dale, the son who had grown up amid a cloud of uncertainty and rumors, the revelation of his mother's fate came in his 30s. At a press conference, First Assistant Northwestern District Attorney Stephen Gage expressed gratitude for the breakthrough in identifying the victim. He commended Othram Laboratories for their remarkable technological advancements in DNA analysis. However, he emphasized that the investigation into the murder would not rest until the perpetrator was brought to justice. While they lacked direct evidence, Gerald Coleman, Patricia's husband at the time of her death, was considered a person of interest. Strangely, he had never reported her disappearance to the police, casting a shadow of suspicion over his involvement. Gerald Coleman, convicted of sexual assault, battery, indecent assault, and assault with a dangerous weapon, passed away in prison in 1996. His death deprived the investigators of the opportunity to question him about Patricia's murder while he was still alive. Now they turned to the public, urging anyone with information about the case to come forward and assist in finally closing the chapter on this horrifying crime. Matthew Dale, the son who had long yearned for answers, expressed his gratitude to the diligent detectives, saying, "Thank you for never giving up on her. At least I have some answers now after 44 years. It's a lot to process, but hopefully the closure can begin now." While he possessed few mementos of his mother, including a single photograph, a lock of his hair she had kept, a baby book she had lovingly created, and a small tapestry she had painted during his childhood, he remained committed to honoring her memory. He remarked, "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." In conclusion, the long-standing mystery of the Granby girl, an unidentified murder victim found in 1978, has finally been resolved through advanced DNA analysis and the determination of investigators. Patricia Ann Tucker, a woman who had gone missing and was presumed dead, has been identified as the Granby girl. While this revelation brings closure to her son and the community, the search for her killer continues, with hopes that justice will eventually be served. Patricia's tragic story serves as a reminder of the enduring commitment of law enforcement and the power of science in solving cold cases that have haunted communities for decades. On the 18th, 1981, two delivery men aged 9-14 discovered Rachel Zendos's body in Camaro, California's carport. They made this discovery while making deliveries. Rachel lived with two young daughters aged 1 and 2 in her home, which was located nearby the carport she used as storage. Rachel attended college. An autopsy determined that she was attacked and strangled to death. Investigators discovered that Rachel went out for dinner and hired 2 babysitters when returning from an evening out, then drove the group home. Officials from Rachel's home believe she took her life when she returned to her vehicle and attempted to exit it. Detectives of the sheriff's office conducted their own investigation until all leads had been exhausted, eventually closing it 11 months after Rachel died. Although an identical crime had occurred near her residence on 11 December 1981. Lisa Gandek, 21, an Oxnard retail worker located 10 miles west of Camaro, was at Port Hueneme Naval Base nightclub after enjoying an evening with friends. Lisa was taken home to her residence around 11:30 a.m. At around 3:00 a.m., Lisa's neighbor called police to report a fire at Lisa's residence. Oxnard Fire Department extinguished any lingering flames before searching the scene for any victims of any sort. Lisa was found strangled, and her body found in the tub, along with those of Rachel, also found strangled. Each case was investigated separately until 2002, when new information surfaced about each case at once. The suspect DNA collected at Rachel's murder scene was submitted to the FBI's DNA index system, that is combined. However, this search proved fruitless. However, in 2004, investigators working Lisa's murder case informed the Ventura County Sheriff's Office that DNA tests indicated a possible connection between both cases, although their results weren't what was anticipated. As no suspect was identified through DNA tests, the investigation was closed in September. In December, however, Ventura County Cold Case Unit initiated a line investigation using genetic genealogy, an increasingly popular technique to identify potential biological relatives through advanced DNA tests. New leads provided new leads with further DNA evidence which identified Tony Garcia of Oxnard as being responsible for Rachel Zenas and Lisa Gandek's deaths, with him being arrested on February 7th at Nard, California. Sheriff Freihoff noted that Garcia, born in Roswell, New Mexico, and stationed at Point Mugu near Oxnard. After being discharged in 1980, he remained in the region teaching karate classes, as well as taking lessons himself for some time after being called up again for duty in 1983. At present, the suspect has remained unknown for more than 4 decades. Sheriff's Office Chief Benitez confirmed they identified some commonalities between victim and suspect, yet refused to discuss specifics on what those were. Benitez indicated that Lisa traveled from Connecticut for an initially 2-day visit, with the intention of visiting an acquaintance from the U.S. Navy. Ultimately, she decided to relocate there shortly before her death, although it is unknown whether Garcia was one of them, and therefore whether Lisa knew him prior to visiting Oxnard. Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nasarenko announced on March 8 that, after nearly 4 years, justice has finally come for Rachel Zass and Lisa Gandek and their families. As the case illustrates, charges can be filed at any time without regard to statute of limitations. Ventura County Sheriff's Office, District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation, and Oxnard Police Department are to be thanked for continuing the search for Rachel or Lisa's killer. Investigators are currently exploring whether Garcia could have committed further crimes, and they've appealed for public support in this matter. Lake Worth is a coastal city located in Palm Beach County, Florida, and it boasts a population of approximately 38,000 residents. The city is well known for its vibrant downtown area, which is home to a variety of shops, restaurants, and art galleries. Additionally, Lake Worth features numerous parks and recreational spaces, making it an appealing destination for both residents and visitors alike. The city has a rich history, characterized by its Mediterranean Revival architecture, but it's also the site of a tragic event, the brutal murder of a woman in 1985. To fully understand the backdrop of this crime, we need to rewind the clock to February 28, 1907, in Wilma, Arkansas. This was the day that marked the birth of a precious child named Mildred Warren. Mildred's arrival brought immense joy and hope to her family. She was the second of Jesse Warren and Margaret Warren's 6 children. From a young age, Mildred exhibited a heart full of love and a curious mind that thirsted for adventure. However, fate had different plans in store for her family. In 1915, tragedy struck when Mildred was just 8 years old. Her father, Jesse Warren, suffered a fatal heart attack at the tender age of 37, leaving behind a grieving wife and 6 young children. Margaret, Mildred's mother, stood tall and resolute, determined to raise her children single-handedly. As the years passed, Mildred grew into a strong and independent woman with a heart of gold. Her innate desire to help others led her to pursue a career in psychiatric nursing in 1931, dedicating over 4 decades of her life to serving those in need. Along her life's journey, fate smiled upon her once more in 1940. At the age of 40, she met and fell in love with Harmon Matheny, a professor. Their bond was beautiful, and they exchanged vows in 1942. 3 years later, they were blessed with a son, Gary Matheny, in 1945. Gary eventually got married and had 2 children of his own, bringing immense joy and love into Mildred's life as she embraced the role of a doting grandmother. However, life had more challenges in store for Mildred. Tragedy struck again when her beloved husband passed away in 1958, leaving her widowed at the age of 51. Despite the heartbreak, Mildred refused to be defeated by grief and found a new purpose in life by caring for her beloved brother, whose mental health began to deteriorate. With her nursing background, Mildred was well equipped to handle the challenges that came with caring for her brother, and she did so with grace and compassion. As the years went by, Mildred's health started to decline, and her memories began to fade away. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia, which made it increasingly difficult for her to manage even the simplest of daily tasks. Nonetheless, her determination remained relentless, and she found herself needing more and more assistance with everyday activities. While it was heartbreaking for her family to witness her struggle, they were committed to providing her with the care and support she needed. Ultimately, it became evident that Mildred could no longer live independently and had to rely on others for help. The decision was made to relocate Mildred from her home in Arkansas to live with her sister Gladys in Lake Worth, Florida. This transition was not without its challenges, as Mildred's condition made it difficult for her to adapt to her new surroundings. Her mind often felt like a confusing maze, causing her to reminisce about visiting her long-departed parents at their childhood home, oblivious to the reality that they were no longer alive. Mildred's confusion grew worse with time, and she required constant supervision to prevent her from wandering off. Despite the best efforts of her family, it was impossible to keep a watchful eye on her 24/7. Tragedy struck on April 27, 1985, when a family misunderstanding resulted in Mildred Matheny venturing out alone in the afternoon. Her sister Gladys had last seen her around 3 p.m. that day, but less than an hour later, she reported Mildred as missing to the authorities in Lake Worth. The family's worst fears were confirmed when, 7 hours later, at approximately 10 p.m., Mildred was discovered naked and unresponsive by passers-by on the desolate old Indian Town Road in Jupiter, Florida. The passerby immediately alerted the authorities, leading to the arrival of investigators from the Lake Worth, Florida Police Department at the scene. The sight that greeted them was gruesome and horrifying. A frail, naked figure lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by pieces of discarded clothing, with signs of a violent attack apparent. Blood and broken dentures were scattered near her battered body, and her head and face bore severe injuries. Mildred was barely conscious, and she was quickly rushed to Martin Memorial Hospital in Stuart, in critical condition. The assault on Mildred was beyond comprehension, and her injuries were so severe that even the hospital staff struggled to conduct tests due to her unresponsive state. Despite their best efforts, Mildred Matheny succumbed to her injuries 11 days later, on May 8, 1985, at the age of 78. On that fateful day, at 12 p.m., the medical examiner's report confirmed that she had been assaulted, and her cause of death was attributed to a homicide caused by cardiac arrhythmia, a skull fracture, internal bleeding, and other injuries sustained during the brutal attack. While examining her body, examiners managed to obtain a genetic profile from swabs collected from her, revealing a mix of Mildred's and her assailant's DNA. However, the technology required for analyzing such DNA samples was not available at the time, so the genetic material was preserved, awaiting future advancements that could bring closure to the case. The case of Mildred Matheny's brutal murder quickly gained widespread attention. News of the heinous crime spread like wildfire, capturing the interest of news channels, publications, and the public across the state of Florida. Conversations about the case echoed in coffee shops, on the streets, and in homes. Investigators launched a thorough canvassing of the neighborhood, hoping to gather any information that might lead them to the perpetrator. It was during this intense investigation that a young couple stepped forward with crucial information in May 1985. The couple consisted of 21-year-old Ty Martin and 28-year-old Robert Steffi. They bravely recounted their encounter with Mildred at a busy intersection near a Burger King restaurant. Despite her frail appearance, Mildred stood out in her pink trousers and vibrant orange blouse. Concerned for her well-being, the couple engaged her in conversation for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, a 1967 brown Oldsmobile, two-door Delta 88 Holiday Coupe pulled up beside them, and a man with blonde hair and a missing front tooth claimed to be a neighbor, offering Mildred a ride home. Without hesitation, Mildred entered the car and left with the stranger. However, despite the young couple's report, investigators faced a frustrating roadblock in their quest for justice. They were unable to locate the car or identify the stranger who had offered Mildred a ride that day. Frustrated by the lack of progress, they turned to the media for assistance. In June 1985, a Crime Stoppers reconstruction was filmed in an effort to jog people's memories and potentially uncover new leads. However, even this effort did not yield a breakthrough. For the next 35 years, the case remained cold, and Mildred's killer remained at large. Loved ones were left to wonder if justice would ever be served. Finally, in March of 2021, a breakthrough occurred, thanks to the relentless and dedicated work of the Cold Case Homicide Unit. They utilized the latest advancements in DNA processing technology to re-examine the case. The DNA samples from Mildred's case were submitted to the state's database, and a forensic scientist with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office took on the mission to uncover the truth. Despite the limitations posed by the previous analyses, which had depleted much of the swab's cotton tips, the forensic scientist refused to give up. Instead, she employed a clever solution by collecting DNA from the wooden bases of the swabs, utilizing cutting-edge software. Through this innovative approach, a partial genetic profile of the unknown DNA found on Mildred was created, using the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, which holds a vast database of convicted offenders' DNA. This breakthrough provided a crucial lead in the search for the perpetrator. The buzz surrounding the long cold case was reinvigorated as news of the DNA match spread. The Florida State CODIS DNA database revealed a link between the DNA profile found in Mildred's case and the DNA of an offender identified as Richard Curtis Lange, a 62-year-old man born on April 13, 1960, in Florida. Lange had a troubling criminal history, with an aggravated assault conviction on his record by the age of 25. Shockingly, he had managed to avoid jail time on both occasions, receiving only probation. However, Lange's criminal activities did not stop there. Records showed that he was later convicted on weapons charges in both 2006 and 2012, spending some time behind bars. Lange's history of violence and brushes with the law raised questions about whether his unchecked behavior played a role in the heinous crime against Mildred. Confirmation of his involvement required further investigation and a direct DNA saliva sample from Lang himself. To obtain this final confirmation, the sheriff's office secured a DNA confirmation search warrant against Lang. Detectives made their way to Lang's residence in Boynton Beach, Florida, which was approximately 10 minutes from where Mildred was allegedly kidnapped. They collected a sample of Lange's DNA, which ultimately confirmed the match to the DNA found on the victim. Despite Lange's vehement denials of involvement in Mildred's murder, the DNA evidence left no room for doubt. With the DNA confirmation in hand, the case that had remained cold for decades was finally heating up. The trial of Richard Lang began on April 5, 2021, in a West Palm Beach courtroom. The courtroom was filled with tension as all eyes were fixed on a small vial containing preserved genetic material, a tiny but powerful piece of evidence that had the potential to unravel the mystery that had shrouded Mildred Matheny's murder for decades. Prosecutors meticulously outlined their case, arguing that the DNA unequivocally belonged to Richard Lang. The defense attorney, on the other hand, remained stoic, his focus on the judge as the evidence mounted against his client. The scientific evidence presented by the forensic scientist and her team of experts was indisputable. DNA analysis demonstrated that the likelihood of the genetic sample belonging to anyone other than Lang was infinitesimal, with the odds being 27 quadrillion times more in favor of it being his DNA. Lange's defense attorney countered by claiming that such statistical evidence was misleading and insisted on his client's innocence. He suggested that the same likelihood could apply to Lange's close relatives, such as his father or brother. But without their DNA profiles in the CODIS database, this remained a mere possibility. To address this contention, Tiffany Roy, an experienced forensic analyst, suggested that Lange's defense attorney obtain DNA samples from Lange's close male relatives to demonstrate their genetic similarity and determine if they could be excluded as potential contributors to the DNA found on the sexual assault kit. Following Roy's advice, the defense attorney reached out to one of Lange's brothers, who consented to provide a DNA sample. The results confirmed what was expected: a 100% match with Lange's DNA. As the trial continued, the prosecution vehemently challenged the defense's theory, asserting that it was baseless speculation. They emphasized that there was no concrete evidence to support the defense's claim that Lange's relatives could have been in Florida in 1985. Records indicated that Lang had only moved to Boynton Beach from Massachusetts in his 20s and had no known connections to Florida before that. After 2 intense days of court proceedings, the final verdict was announced, and justice was served. Richard Lang was found guilty of first-degree murder and battery, finally bringing closure to a case that had remained unsolved for 38 long years. Despite sitting in a wheelchair during the trial, Lange remained calm and composed, occasionally nodding off during slower parts of the proceedings. His silence spoke volumes as bailiffs escorted him out of the courtroom on May 27, 2021, under the watchful eye of Circuit Judge Dahlia Weiss, who booked Lange into the Palm Beach County Jail without bail. Gary Matheny, now 88 years old, fondly remembers a woman who was not just his mother, but also his friend and confidant. He speaks of her with great admiration and respect, describing her as a woman of many talents, articulate, creative, and talented. He cherishes memories of her sewing 8th-grade shirts out of hog-feed sacks, which, despite their humble origins, were just as good, if not better, than store-bought shirts. After decades, the book on his mother's case is finally closed, and Gary can find some solace knowing that justice has been served. Although justice cannot bring his mother back, he can at least find peace in the knowledge that her attacker has been held accountable for his heinous crime. The determination of investigators and advancements in DNA technology ultimately led to the resolution of this cold case, providing closure not only to Gary Matheny and his family, but also to the community of Lake Worth, Florida, and beyond. Mildred Matheny's memory lives on, and her story serves as a testament to the tireless pursuit of justice and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. 34-year-old Leonard James Irving lived in Portland, Oregon, in 2011. His family and friends referred to him as LJ. He had 3 children aged 5, 6, and 7 on June 25, 2011. LJ, dressed in a long green shirt and dark jeans, went out to celebrate his nephew's 21st birthday. He had gotten off work at 9:30 p.m. from his produce job at Winco Foods and had to report to his part-time chef's job at the Lloyd Center's Courtyard Marriott by 7 the next morning. However, he told his girlfriend he had to join his nephew at Season & Sports Bar and Lounge on Northeast 82nd Avenue because family was important. Outside the bar after midnight, his nephew Lamar Lovett Hill and another man exchanged angry words, and LJ stepped in to calm the situation. LJ then walked across the street with his nephew to his minivan in the lot of the new Happy Fortune Chinese restaurant. But before they could get in and leave, someone fatally shot LJ 4 times in the back and shot Lamar in the neck, wounding him. Samuel Thompson, who owned the Season & restaurant, said he did not hear the gunfire because he was in the rear lounge where Benson High School alumni were celebrating their 10th reunion. But Thompson knew something was terribly wrong at about 12:30 a.m. when people rushed into his business. Thompson ran across the street and found LJ on his back, his right arm on his chest, beside his van with the driver's door open. Thompson checked to see whether he was breathing and dialed 911 at 12:37 a.m. "I sat down on the ground next to him," Thompson said. LJ's aunt heard that he had possibly been shot and drove to his mother Lucy Mashia's house, and they drove to the crime scene together. It was there that Lucy learned LJ was not alive anymore. "My son was an innocent bystander," she said. "Some coward shot him." LJ's girlfriend, Adrienne Malam, said she thought it was a bad dream at first. She got word while at home where she was caring for LJ's 3 young children and her own 4-year-old daughter. "I kind of cried to myself," Adrienne said. "Why do people do this? Why is it so easy for people to get guns? It is still surreal. I am thinking he could still be at work. Maybe he is not really gone. It's crazy how he can be there one day and not the next. They did not see the guy coming. It really hurts that it was cold-blooded for no reason." LJ grew up in Portland, but spent time during his high school years in Seattle with his dad's family. They described him as a dedicated father who saw his children on his days off and weekends and dreamed of working full-time as a chef. His specialties were spicy foods, prime rib on Christmas, and jambalaya. In 2005, LJ was sentenced in federal court to 60 months in prison for distributing illegal substances and had been on federal supervision since June 2009. "I thought my heart was broken that time," his sister said, but she was proud that LJ took responsibility for his actions and served his time without blaming others. His family said he matured, got his GED, and since his release had worked hard to make ends meet for his children, holding down 2 jobs. Investigators had few leads to work on, and the case unfortunately went cold not long after the investigation started. Then in January 2023, 37-year-old Jan Marcian Polk was arrested in connection with what happened to LJ Irving. Polk had been living in Multnomah County Jail since May 2022 for another case in which he faces similar charges. He has pled not guilty in that case. Portland Police Bureau Chief Chuck Lovell said he was thrilled with the news of the arrest. "I spoke to LJ's mother today, and she passed along her appreciation for the work of the detectives," Lovell said in a statement. "I agree. This arrest is the culmination of almost 12 years of diligent, meticulous work by investigators, and I am grateful to them for their tireless efforts to achieve justice for LJ. A trial date has not yet been made public." Samuel Johnson, who was one of the first people at the crime scene, formerly worked at Self-Enhancement Inc., a nonprofit organization that works with at-risk youth. He left SEI to start his own business, but launched Reclaim in the Village, a personal effort to spur the community to get involved to combat such violence. After Andre Paton, a 19-year-old on his SEI caseload, was fatally shot in Old Town, a case that remains unsolved, he said, "Portland needs to wake up." Thompson said, "At the end of the day, it has to be a call to action. The community needs to start preaching love once again. Too many lives have been taken for nonsense. It needs to be understood that a good man in LJ lost his life. On a cold and eerie night, as the clock struck midnight on November 21, 2002, the small town of Spanaway, Washington, became the backdrop for a chilling discovery that would haunt both the community and law enforcement for years to come. In the desolate 15600 block of 74th Avenue East, a lifeless body lay motionless, stripped of all clothing. It was a scene that sent shivers down the spines of the police officers who rushed to the location, their veins filled with tension and uncertainty. The tension in the air was palpable as the officers arrived at the scene, not knowing what to expect. The sight that greeted them was beyond their worst nightmares. The woman's life had met a gruesome and inexplicable end, leaving them with a bone-chilling question that would drive their investigation. Who was she, and what dark circumstances had led to her demise? Despite the initial shock and the absence of immediate clues, the detectives were resolute in their determination to uncover the truth. They meticulously combed every inch of the surrounding area, searching for any shred of evidence that could provide them with the answers they so desperately sought. However, the scene remained eerily silent, offering no hints as to the sinister events that had unfolded there. One peculiar detail that struck the investigators was the absence of any visible marks or signs of violence on the victim's body. This observation led them to believe that the woman had likely met her fate elsewhere and had been unceremoniously dumped on the side of the road. As the woman's lifeless form was carefully transported away from the grim scene, the detectives stood in stoic silence, their faces etched with fierce determination. Their minds raced with thoughts of the arduous investigation that lay ahead as they plotted their next moves. It was a solemn vow they made to themselves and the memory of the victim. They would not rest until every stone had been turned, every lead had been followed, and the elusive culprit brought to justice. The subsequent autopsy conducted on the woman would reveal a horrifying truth. She had been strangled to death. But the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office was not content with just this revelation. Recognizing the critical importance of every possible clue in solving a case of this magnitude, they took a DNA sample from the victim's body. Furthermore, through the careful examination of fingerprints, the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office was able to identify the woman. Her name was Sharon Van Gilder, a 39-year-old devoted mother of 2 children and a beloved member of her community. Sharon had grown up in Enumclaw, surrounded by several siblings, but little was known about her early life. Those who had the privilege of knowing her described Sharon as a kind and caring person, always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need. Her tragic and inexplicable death left a profound void in the lives of all who had known her. The shock of her passing rippled through her community, leaving her friends and neighbors in disbelief. As the investigation into Sharon's death unfolded, detectives were met with more questions than answers. However, they were determined to crack the case and provide Sharon's grieving family with the justice they so rightfully deserved. As they delved deeper into their investigation, they uncovered a crucial piece of information. Sharon had been last seen leaving a bar in Tacoma with a man named Miguel Angel Urbano Vasquez. This discovery immediately placed Miguel under the intense scrutiny of law enforcement, making him a prime suspect in the case. The authorities launched an all-out effort to locate and apprehend him. Simultaneously, the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab worked tirelessly to gather additional evidence, including DNA samples taken from the crime scene. These samples were destined to play a pivotal role in the unfolding drama. However, capturing Miguel proved to be a daunting task, and he managed to evade the authorities, escaping to Mexico just as they were closing in on him. Despite their best efforts, detectives were unable to track him down. As time passed, the investigation ran dry and the case went cold, leaving Sharon's loved ones with heavy hearts and no closure. Meanwhile, Miguel continued to live his life freely, seemingly oblivious to the relentless pursuit of justice that was never going to give up on finding him. But the story was far from over. In 2012, a glimmer of hope emerged for the investigators when the Pierce County Sheriff's Department established a cold case unit. A dedicated and determined detective named Tim Cobble took over Sharon's murder case. Tim threw himself into the investigation with unwavering resolve, determined to solve the mystery that had remained unsolved for years. During his painstaking probing, Detective Tim made a shocking discovery. It was a revelation that sent shockwaves through the Tacoma community. A series of crimes had occurred around the same time as Sharon's murder, and the same man was connected to all of them: Miguel. Astonishingly, the Tacoma detectives who had been working on those cases had no idea about Miguel's connection to Sharon's murder. This critical oversight had resulted in a missed opportunity to submit DNA evidence from the crime lab for comparison to its database. Detective Tim felt like he had finally found the missing puzzle piece, and he wasted no time. He sent the DNA samples from Sharon's murder, as well as those from the other two crimes, for testing. The results that finally arrived in late April 2012 confirmed what he had suspected all along. Miguel was the perpetrator behind all three heinous crimes. But the investigation didn't stop there. Months later, detectives were able to link Miguel to yet another crime that had occurred in October 2002. The victim recounted a harrowing tale of being lured into a car with two individuals who initially offered her drugs. However, when she refused their proposition of exchanging money for sexual acts, they turned violent, resorting to physical force. DNA samples taken from this crime scene matched those found at the two earlier crimes and in Sharon's murder. It was a breakthrough moment that investigators had been tirelessly working towards for years. After a long and arduous journey filled with twists and turns, they had finally gathered enough evidence to charge Miguel with the murder of Sharon Van Gilder, as well as the other crimes that had terrorized Tacoma. With charges filed by the Pierce County Prosecutor's Office and a warrant issued for Miguel's arrest, the detectives faced another formidable challenge. They had no idea where Miguel was hiding in Mexico. The search for the fugitive suspect became intense and challenging, but the detectives refused to give up. Their eyes remained peeled, their ears to the ground, and their determination unwavering. As days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, the detectives were on the brink of losing hope. But then, in 2019, a glimmer of hope emerged when the FBI informed them of Miguel's whereabouts. Determined to see him face justice, the detectives sprang into action, embarking on the lengthy process of securing the necessary paperwork to extradite him to the United States. The extradition process was long and arduous, filled with bureaucratic hurdles and legal intricacies. However, the detectives refused to yield, driven by their unwavering commitment to justice. Finally, after 4 years of tenacious struggle, the necessary paperwork was processed. Working in collaboration with Mexican authorities, the FBI executed Miguel's arrest on March 14, 2023, bringing an end to his years on the run. Miguel's capture marked a significant turning point in the long and arduous journey for justice that had begun over 2 decades earlier. At this moment, detectives continue to work tirelessly to finalize Miguel's extradition to Washington, where he will stand trial for his heinous crimes. His arrest has brought a renewed sense of hope and closure to Sharon's family and friends, who had endured years of anguish, uncertainty, and heartache. In conclusion, the tragic story of Sharon Van Gilder's murder is a testament to the relentless determination of law enforcement, forensic experts, and detectives who refuse to give up in their pursuit of justice. The case serves as a reminder that even the most elusive criminals cannot evade the long arm of the law indefinitely, and that perseverance and dedication can ultimately bring closure to those who have suffered the most profound loss. In July 1980, the remains of an unknown man were discovered in a wooden crate in the Chicago Greater Area Sanitary and Shipping Canal. The crate containing the body had been removed using heavy equipment, along with other debris from a grate that prevents objects from flowing and blowing into the power plant. The crate broke open sometime during removal and dumping by power plant employees. The body was found by an employee a couple of days later, looking for driftwood. Advanced decomposition made identification difficult. Items recovered along with the remains included several vehicle key investigators determined that someone had taken the unknown man's life, as his autopsy revealed that he had been shot in the abdomen with a shotgun and then multiple times with a handgun. Investigators suspected that the man had lost his life several days before the discovery of his body. Investigators believed that the unknown white male was between 25 and 35 years old at the time his life was taken. They estimated that he was 5'11" and tall and weighed approximately 175 libs. Investigators observed that he had a light brown to blonde hair that was approximately 2 inches in length at the time of discovery. The man was wearing dark blue work pants that had a laundry marked Gym 5, a green pullover t-shirt with pocket wool socks, and a single dark-colored herringbone house slipper. Partial fingerprints were recovered from the body. They were submitted to both state and federal databases for comparison, but failed to match anyone. Some dental evidence was developed, but did not match any known missing persons. For over 4 decades, law enforcement has diligently pursued. In November 2009, his case was entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, and Stoddard testing was performed, but there was no match for anyone. Despite exhaustive efforts from law enforcement, the man's identity has remained a mystery, with few leads for investigators to pursue. The case eventually went cold in 2022, when the Will County Coroner Office, as part of a long-standing collaboration with AAM, decided to leverage forensic genetic genealogy to see if they could establish an identity for the man or a close relative. Will County Coroner's Office has contributed substantial funding towards the testing for this case, and the rest of the needed funding was crowdfunded using the DNA Solve platform. Skeletal evidence was sent to AAM, and a suitable DNA extract was developed. AAM scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile, and AAM's in-house genetic genealogy research team used the profile to develop investigative leads. The leads were returned to the law enforcement and a follow-up investigation, along with confirmation DNA testing of a family member, confirmed that the 1980 victim was Webster Pfizer, born September 25, 1950. The Will County Carer's Office announced on March 22, 2023, that the remains belonged to 29-year-old Webster from Chicago. Sergeant Mike Ernest said, "Obviously, there were a lot of mob-related crimes back in that era, and a lot of those came into Will County. So is that a possibility we will explore?" Yes, it is something I can say for certain, but I do not. Webster's wife recently told investigators that her husband left home in mid-July 1980 to get cigarettes at a gasoline station about a block away, but never returned. Relatives said Webster was eventually reported missing to the Chicago Police Department. Joe Piper, a deputy coroner and cold case investigator with the Will County Coroner's Office, said this gentleman is somebody's father, somebody's uncle, somebody's brother, and it is nice to be able to give the family some kind of closure because they are looking and wondering what ever happened to their loved one. In Fontana, California, a city nestled within San Bernardino County, boasting a population of over 215,000 residents. This city is renowned for its steel mill and the California Speedway, offering not only an industrial landscape, but also a variety of parks and recreational activities for its inhabitants to enjoy. However, beneath its seemingly ordinary facade, Fontana holds a chilling secret, one that unraveled with the mysterious disappearance and murder of a man in 1988. On the morning of June 8, 1988, Angel Martinez, a 27-year-old man, awoke before the sun had even graced the horizon. His day began like any other, as the dedicated owner of Arrowwood Apartments in Fontana. Angel's responsibilities included collecting rent from his tenants, and on that fateful morning, he gathered a bundle of cash rent money, ready to carry out this routine task. Little did Angel know that this seemingly ordinary transaction would be the last of his life. As the day progressed, Martinez inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a community in shock and distress. The kind-hearted owner of Arrowwood Apartments had disappeared without a trace. His wife reported his sudden absence, and a frantic search began immediately, with friends, family, and authorities alike eager to discover his whereabouts. The mystery deepened when, on June 17, 1988, Angel Martinez's abandoned car was found in the parking lot of a Duarte bowling alley. This discovery only raised more questions, as there was no sign of Angel, and his car yielded little in the way of evidence. 3 days later, in the desolate expanse of the Arizona desert, a grim revelation was made. A lifeless body, buried in a shallow grave, was unearthed and identified as Angel Martinez. However, the scant evidence found at the scene and in his car offered few leads. Investigators faced a perplexing puzzle, with foreign DNA on Angel's clothing being one of the few tangible pieces of evidence. It became increasingly apparent that this heinous crime was likely an inside job, but the identity of the mastermind and their accomplices remained shrouded in uncertainty. Determined to unravel the truth, Fontana Police Department Detective Catherine Clark devoted herself to the case, knowing that justice must be served, no matter how long it took. With unwavering dedication, Detective Clark delved into the enigma surrounding Angel Martinez's disappearance and murder. Through exhaustive interviews with Martinez's neighbors and colleagues, a mosaic of the events of that ominous day began to take shape. It was revealed that Angel had scheduled appointments with several individuals, none of whom he met, as he inexplicably vanished. Beyond this, investigators struggled to glean further insights, and the case eventually went cold, haunting them for 35 long years. Yet their determination persisted. After meticulously reviewing evidence and conducting numerous forensic tests, a breakthrough finally occurred on March 1, 2023. The Fontana Police Department filed murder charges against Kelvin Keith Emmons, a 63-year-old man whose DNA matched the foreign DNA discovered on Angel Martinez's clothing. An arrest warrant was issued, igniting a spark of hope in the prolonged quest for justice. On March 5, 2023, in a determined pursuit of justice, law enforcement officers traveled to Wisconsin, where Emmons resided. With the assistance of the DePere Police Department, the moment that had eluded them for decades finally arrived. Kelvin Keith Emmons was apprehended, marking the end of years of anguish and uncertainty for Angel Martinez's grieving family. Emmons now awaits extradition to San Bernardino County, where he will stand trial for the murder of Angel Martinez. The resolution of this cold case stands as a testament to the tireless dedication of law enforcement officers and investigators in their relentless pursuit of justice for victims and their families. Fontana Police Chief Michael Dorsey lauded the unwavering efforts of all those involved in cracking this case, from the cold case detectives to the district attorney investigators. In a heartfelt statement, he expressed his gratitude for their relentless commitment to bringing justice to the Martinez family. This case serves as an inspirational reminder that one should never give up on unsolved cases, even when decades have passed since the crime occurred. The Fontana Police Department shared this sentiment on their Facebook page, emphasizing that justice can still be achieved, regardless of how much time has elapsed. The story of Angel Martinez's murder, the perseverance of those seeking the truth, and the eventual resolution of this chilling case exemplify the enduring pursuit of justice in our society. 12-year-old Jennifer Renee Odom was a 7th grader at Thomas E. Waitman Middle School in Wesley Chapel, Florida, in 1993. She played the clarinet in the school band and was also a barefoot water skier who often placed high in tournaments. She was the skier who climbed to the top of the human pyramid, gliding atop the water. Jennifer was born on August 25, 1980. She was the eldest daughter of Renee Converse and stepdad Clark Converse. She had a 9-year-old sister, Jessica Ann Odom, and was the granddaughter of Jim and Margie Denny. They lived in St. Joseph, a small community near Dade City, Florida. Jennifer and Jessica had a rabbit called Beanie. Jennifer also absolutely loved her Springer Spaniel, Gypsy. The two sisters built forts, rode four-wheelers, and spent summer days swimming in the creek behind their house on the family's 15-acre property. It was a crisp morning on Friday, February 19, 1993, when Jennifer Odom put on her white jeans and a white turtleneck to get ready for school. She put on a red cashmere sweater, a gift from her grandmother, over her shoulder-length chestnut-colored hair. She was slim and tan due to spending a lot of time outdoors. On that same morning, after lacing up her pair of black boots, she got into the car with her mother. The two drove 200 yards up the winding lime rock driveway to wait for the school bus near their mailbox. Jennifer climbed onto the bus and took her usual spot on the back seat so she and her mother could see each other until Renee, following behind, turned left to head to work. After school, at around 3 p.m., Jennifer stepped off her school bus, waved goodbye to her friends, and started walking the short 200 yards to her home. At about 4 p.m., Jennifer's sister arrived at their home from school to find it locked and unable to enter. She then called their mother to tell her that her big sister was not home yet. Renee Converse then realized Jennifer must not have made it home, so she called Jennifer's best friend, Michelle, who stated that she saw Jennifer exit the bus and begin walking home. Jennifer's mother knew something was very wrong and called the police. Within hours, deputies launched a wide-scale search, and a search party of about 400 volunteers was formed to help scour about 60 square miles of countryside. Family, friends, neighbors, and other volunteers searched for Jennifer, and law enforcement was equipped with police dogs to comb the rolling groves, pastures, and woods surrounding the tiny Pasco County town of Dade City. Every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area was looking for a blue truck that was seen in the area by some of her classmates, children riding the school bus with Jennifer. They remembered seeing an older light blue, unknown model pickup truck, slowly following Jennifer down the road in the direction in which she was walking. The children described it as having a silver-painted rear bumper, not chrome, and a trailer hitch with wires hanging and pipes, or a ladder in the back. The driver was described by the children as a white male in his 40s with shoulder-length brown hair. The blue truck became the focus of the search parties, as investigators believed that the driver may have been involved in Jennifer's disappearance. As a last resort to find the truck, the FBI, as well as Hernando and Pasco County Sheriff's personnel, worked from a dock in a boathouse as divers searched Lake Rovita for the vehicle. 6 days after Jennifer vanished, on Thursday, February 25, 1993, a man and a woman searching an abandoned orange grove about 10 miles north of Jennifer's school bus stop found her badly decomposed nude body. Her body was found near a horse trail off Powell Road, south of Brooksville, amid a cluster of pine trees in the orange grove. She was found viciously assaulted and had suffered blunt force trauma to her head. Detectives said she likely lost her life there in the woods not long after her disappearance. Hernando County Sheriff Al Ninhays stated, "We are not exactly sure how long her abductor kept her captive or when exactly the slaying took place, but we are relatively confident it took place in that field." Jennifer's clothing was never found, neither the blue truck nor its driver. While Jennifer's family was still busy with her funeral arrangements, country music star Vince Gill was scheduled to sing at the local Strawberry Festival on Monday, March 1, 1993. Jennifer's stepfather, Clark Converse, said the girls had looked forward to Gill's performance for weeks, hoping they could get him to autograph photos before the concert. Clark Converse and Jessica went to the festival to fulfill Jennifer's wish that Gill autograph a photo in which Jennifer and her sister had posed with the singer at a previous concert on January 10th. Between shows, festival vice president Joe Newsom took the 3 snapshots to Gill, who was eating dinner. Jennifer's stepdad had asked that Gill autograph one for Jessica, one for Jennifer, and one for both girls. Newsom said afterward, "I told Gill this young lady had been slayed, and her dad was outside." Gill replied that he remembered hearing about the incident. He, who also had a young daughter, autographed the photos, writing on one to Jennifer, "May God be with you." As both Gill and Newsom wept, Gill then went to the night's second show. Before singing the last song, he told the audience about Jennifer. "I'm going to try to get through this the best I can," he said, his voice cracking. Gill sang his Grammy-winning hit, "I Still Believe in You," and dedicated it to Jennifer, who was tragically robbed of her life. Midway through the song, with tears running down his face, Gill asked the crowd to help him finish. Nearly 15,000 voices joined in. Radio personality Jeff Moore stood backstage and looked out at thousands of tear-stained faces. he said. "It was heart-ripping," he said afterward. Unfortunately, with no one in the community providing investigators with useful information, her case went unsolved for 13 months. Before Jennifer was abducted, on January 16, 1992, a 17-year-old girl was kidnapped as she got off a school bus in north-central Pasco County. She was found in a pool of blood behind an abandoned house, brutally attacked, assaulted, and beaten. Sheriff Ninhai said she suffered injuries to her head and skull that were very significant. She survived, but her life was forever changed, as she was paralyzed on her left side. Ninhai said she was a former honor roll student and a track and field participant and was a true victim. She was not engaged in a high-risk lifestyle. Law enforcement was able to collect DNA from the crime scene at the time, and since there were similarities between what happened to Jennifer and the unnamed girl, detectives believed the cases may be related. Both victims were adolescent girls who were abducted after getting off the school bus in Pasco County, taken to a remote field, assaulted, and abandoned with the belief they would succumb to their injuries. The other victim was found just a few miles from where Jennifer's body was found. After a series of blind alleys, the police called upon psychic Nancy Meyer, 16 months after the incident, to assist in finding the person responsible for what happened. Nancy Meyer is a psychic from Pennsylvania who has been working with police around the country for decades. According to Nancy, she had consulted in more than 300 criminal investigations and had offered critical clues more than 80% of the time. Nancy believed that 2 men were involved in taking Jennifer's life. She described them as white, muscular mechanics, and she said one may be a smoker with a heavy cough. The crime scene photographs were classified, therefore Nancy Meyer was not allowed to see it. Despite this, she was able to visualize 2 men in detail. She was taken to the site where Jennifer's body was found, and Nancy pointed out that there were belongings in a nearby area that had not yet been discovered. She was able to describe several of Jennifer's items that were still missing, including her cousin's clarinet case with the letters LO on them. She continued to give information about the perpetrators in the hope of solving the case. Detective Carlos Douglas of the Hernando County Sheriff's Office said, "Nancy Meyer was extremely accurate on some things that led us to look in other areas that we had not thought of, so we obtained a lot of information from what she had to offer." On December 2, 1994, Jennifer's unsolved case was aired on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries on national TV. After the show aired, more than 50 phone tips and even more investigative leads from around the country arrived by mail at the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. A spokesman of the Sheriff's Office said, "The show did for us what we wanted it to do. It got us some more exposure." Despite the new exposure, former Hernando County Sheriff's Major Gary Zorn Smith, who oversaw the investigation in its early years, said the investigators were stumped. He said there was a strong possibility the crime would go unsolved, and what's even worse is that if we solve it, it may take another crime to do it, he said at the time. Approximately 2 years after Jennifer's body was found, on Thursday, January 5, 1995, a couple hunting for scrap metal in a rural area of Hernando County discovered Jennifer's missing book bag and clarinet case. It was found several miles from the location of her body. Police were able to lift fingerprints from her backpack and clarinet case, from what is believed to be the person responsible. Unfortunately, there was never a hit in the database for a suspect matching these fingerprints. Over the years, the case garnered national attention and haunted the Tampa Bay region. Thousands of dollars in reward money offered for tips went unclaimed. Detectives logged tens of thousands of hours chasing leads, and Jennifer's family waited for news as the years turned to decades. Jennifer's mother, Renee Converse, wondered if it was somebody Jennifer knew. Clark Converse, Jennifer's stepfather, added, "There is a real chance that the person who did it is somebody we have contact with. If they catch someone, we're going to be thrown into the spotlight. Learning how to deal with a trial and confronting this person is going to throw us to square one in learning to deal with this." Renee said she cries a bit more each year. The reality is that Jennifer is gone and will never be in our lives again. Nothing is going to change that. She also said that the family is thankful for what they do know. We are blessed that we have this much closure. We are not looking for her. We know where she is. It is going to be a bittersweet finale. She could still picture her 12-year-old daughter, slim and sun-kissed, waving goodbye at the back window of the Pasco County school bus. It was the last time she would see her brown-eyed firstborn girl. In 2015, Detective George Lundgren was contacted by Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nacco, who stated that new technology had led to a solid lead in the 1992 case in which the teenage girl was found alive. It was the case investigators believed was linked to Jennifer's. The odds of finding another match, Nacco said, was 1 in 7.7 nonillion, a number with 30 zeros. Lundgren commented, "I think DNA is going to be a big part of Jennifer's case, as it is with any of the old cases, because items were collected. It is just now that the technology has advanced." The biological evidence found in the investigation of the 1992 case was tested before February 2015, and detectives got a full DNA profile. Investigators used a DNA procedure known as familial searching, which allows law enforcement to find a suspect by comparing male DNA left at the scene with that of family members. The shortfall of a standard DNA search is that a suspect's genetic fingerprint must be on file in the offender database for law enforcement to make a match. Sheriff Ninhai said, "Until 2015, there were no leads on that particular piece of DNA." The Florida Department of Law Enforcement compared the DNA to local DNA to see if there were any close matches, which would be a family member. The sheriff said they found the DNA match, that of Jeffrey Crum, who was in jail at the time. Investigators then obtained DNA samples from Crum's brother, father, and grandfather. A direct comparison between the DNA found in the victim and that of Crum's father found a match, leading to the indictment of Jeffrey Crum. Crum was already serving 2 life sentences for the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015. In February 2015, the arrest and sentence of Crum gave Detective Lloyd Grant a new resolve, and Jennifer's family new hope that the person responsible would be caught. Detectives then began an intensive investigation and interviewed everyone they could find for the next several years who may have been associated with Crum around the time Jennifer was kidnapped. This information was turned over to the state attorney, and the facts and circumstances were turned over to a grand jury. On July 27, 2023, a month shy of what would have been Jennifer's 43rd birthday, officials announced that they had finally made an arrest in the case, and prosecutors would seek capital punishment against the accused. State Attorney Bill Glass made the announcement during a press conference, just after the Hernando County Sheriff's Office announced that it had charged the 61-year-old Jeffrey Norman Crum with the kidnapping, assault, and slaying of Jennifer 30 years before. Glass also said, "I have confidence that we have the right person and we have the right aggravators in this particular case to treat it as a capital punishment case. This is every parent's nightmare. This is the thing that keeps parents up at night, worried about their children." Detective George Lundgren, who had spent years investigating Jennifer's case, said, "Shock is probably the best word to describe the reaction of Jennifer's family when he told them about the arrest. He said he did it quickly because I did not want to get emotional. It is a lot for them to take in and absorb, and I can imagine it is going to take some time before it really sinks in." According to Sheriff Ninhais, every viable lead for the past 30 years, including those that came from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or private citizens, was thoroughly investigated. He added that the investigation never stopped. Hundreds of items were tested and retested every time new technology came out in the hope of finding the smoking gun to solve this case. The sheriff added that countless detectives, sworn law enforcement personnel, civilian tipsters, and countless others have had a hand in this investigation. The minute Crum was identified as a suspect in the case, Detective Lundgren went to work, putting a mosaic together like a puzzle. I can tell you that other than the conviction in a previous case, there was no other significant piece of the puzzle. Every other piece of the puzzle that brought us to this point consisted of tiny fragments that gave the state attorney and the grand jury enough confidence to indict Crum. He also said that they are searching for additional victims, as authorities fear Crum may be responsible for other crimes. A picture of him from 1993 was released, asking that anyone who recognizes him from the 1980s and 1990s contact Sheriff Ninhuis. We urge anyone who had interactions with this individual, has information on other crimes he may have committed, or may have themselves been a victim of Jeffrey Crum, to reach out to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and speak to our cold case unit. Despite keeping a lot of information close to the vest, authorities did say that in 1992, Crum worked in construction as a drywall installer and lived on Somerset Lane in Spring Hill, the Pasco County area where Jennifer was abducted from. His residence was about 21 miles from the place where Jennifer was last seen and 12 miles from where her body was found. Officials also say that at that time, he drove a blue truck. During Thursday's press conference on July 27, 2023, Sheriff Ninhuis kept reiterating that Crum was not on the investigators' radar until the past few years. Records showed that Crum has a significant history of convictions for violent crimes. The sheriff said Crum had been arrested in the early 1980s for armed robbery in Hillsborough County. In 1985, he was charged with kidnapping, assault, and false imprisonment in Hillsborough County. He was arrested by Tampa police in 1987 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 1988, he was caught again carrying a concealed weapon and was charged with aggravated assault. In 1998, he was arrested for domestic violence in Hernando County 3 times. In 2001, he was arrested for a violation of probation in Hillsborough County. He was arrested a few years later for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Hernando County. In 2015, he was arrested in Pasco County for aggravated assault on a child under the age of 12. Sheriff Ninhuis stated, "He is a bad individual who enjoyed violence." Crum is already serving 2 life sentences for the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015. He is currently in the Hernando County Jail, and Judge Kurt E. Hitzman ordered him to be held without bond and appointed a public defender to represent him. Communities in Pasco and Hernando counties were on edge after Jennifer Odom's kidnapping and slaying back then. They shared their thoughts and feelings after the news of the arrest was announced. Jeannie Cameron, the general manager at Papa Joe's Italian restaurant in Brooksville, said she and others in the community remember hearing about her disappearance all too well. "So, we all remember hearing about her disappearance, Jennifer's, and about the blue truck, and everybody was on alert looking. I think the bottom line was finding out who did it and getting him off the streets so that another family doesn't have to be tormented. Because I really feel like the whole community was tormented until they found out the answer." Joseph Gioratan, the owner of Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, said, "Back then, 30 years ago, as a parent, I was very angry that someone could do something like that to a child and then leave her there in the middle of nowhere." Jessica Ellis said she went to Waitman Middle School with Jennifer and played in the same clarinet section in band class. "I would say we saw each other a lot. We weren't like close friends, but we knew a lot of the same people. We rode the school bus every day, and I just remember her always being nice with me and everyone else that rode her school bus that knew her. You know, a lot of us are parents ourselves now, and the fact that anyone would do this to a child makes me hold my 5-year-old a lot tighter now." Grief and fear followed in the days, months, and years after Jennifer lost her life. The arrest of Crum is closure for many in the community. Nestled in the heart of Knoxville, Tennessee, lies Buck Tom's Park. It may not have been the largest playground in the city, but it held a special place in the hearts of many families. For those seeking a tranquil escape from the urban hustle and bustle, this park was a haven. During the day, the sounds of children's laughter and the creaking of swings filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, as the sun set, the park's serenity took on a different tone. Buck Tom's Park, under the cover of nightfall, often transformed it into a sacred sanctuary for some, where they indulged in forbidden vices away from prying eyes. Yet, it was on a fateful evening, April 13, 1984, that this peaceful setting was shattered by a gut-wrenching discovery that would leave the entire community in shock and turmoil. What was uncovered among the trees and playground equipment that day would haunt the memories of those who bore witness to it. The unfortunate discoverer of this horrifying scene was none other than a young girl from the neighboring community. She was innocent-hearted and inquisitive, and she had been playing near the park when something caught her eye: a lifeless body. As she cautiously approached the motionless figure lying amidst a pool of crimson, a shiver ran down her spine. The woman's face was concealed, buried in the dirt and leaves, but even from her vantage point, the child sensed that something was terribly wrong. With her heart racing, the young girl edged closer, only to be confronted by a sight that would scar her for life. The woman's clothing was disheveled, and her body bore gaping wounds. The sight of a shattered knifey with its blade and handle lying ominously nearby sent shivers down the girl's spine. The brutality of the scene was almost unbearably, even for a child with innocence still in her eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, she ran towards the nearest adult, her voice quivering as she described the gruesome scene she had stumbled upon. Horror and panic gripped everyone who heard her account. The community was jolted into action, rallying concerned citizens who immediately contacted the authorities. In no time, Buck Tom's Park, once serene, became a hive of activity as police officers swarmed the area, their faces reflecting disbelief at the brutality of the crime. They wondered who could commit such an atrocious act. With the utmost care, the investigators meticulously combed the scene, searching for any evidence that might shed light on the victim's fate. Every stone was overturned, every bush scrutinized, but their efforts yielded nothing. It was as if the perpetrator had vanished into thin air. Finally, the victim's battered body was loaded into an ambulance and whisked away, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The victim was soon identified as Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland, a 23-year-old woman born in 1960 with roots in Knoxville. Beyond these basic details, little was known about her life, including her upbringing, schooling, and the events that led to her tragic end. The news of Terry's death spread like wildfire throughout the community, eliciting shockwaves of grief and fear. Her family, upon receiving the devastating news, was left reeling with heartbreak and disbelief. How could Terry, so young and full of life, meet such a brutal end? But Terry's family was not alone in their grief. The entire community was rocked by the tragedy. People couldn't stop talking about it, struggling to come to terms with the violent incident that shattered their peaceful haven. The fact that such a horrific crime had occurred in a public space only added to the fear and paranoia gripping the community. Parents were afraid to let their children out of their sight, and even adults hesitated to venture out after dark. The once familiar streets and playgrounds now seemed to hold a sinister presence, a constant reminder of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. As the investigation progressed, the results of Terry's autopsy, conducted in Ontario, revealed a new and horrifying detail. Terry had not only suffered multiple stab wounds, but had also been struck in the head with a brutal blow. The investigation into Terry's murder soon became one of the most intense and exhaustive hunts for a killer in the history of Knoxville. Detectives worked tirelessly, conducting interviews, following leads, and scrutinizing every scrap of evidence. However, despite their best efforts, the killer remained elusive, taunting them from the shadows. In a desperate attempt to crack the case, former Tennessee Governor Lamar Alexander offered a substantial reward for information leading to the capture of Terry's killer, but even the promise of a cash windfall failed to coax anyone forward. For the detectives assigned to the case, it was a frustrating and demoralizing period. Every lead seemed to peter out into a dead end, and every interview yielded nothing but vague rumors and hearsay. As the years passed, Terry's family was left to grieve alone, and it seemed as though the killer had gotten away with murder, with justice for Terry forever out of reach. After years of silence, the investigation into Terry Kirkland's brutal murder was reignited in 2018. Detective Jeff Day from the Knoxville Police Department was assigned to the case, and he was determined to bring the killer to justice. As he delved into the case files, he became convinced that the killer was someone who knew Terry intimately. The level of violence indicated a personal motive, and Detective Jeff hoped that someone in the community would come forward with information. In that year, they had a strong suspect, but couldn't reveal their identity just yet. As the investigation continued, the people of Knoxville wondered if justice would finally be served for Terry. February 2023 marked a month of new beginnings for the Knoxville Police Department as they launched a brand new homicide unit. This unit was unlike any other, comprised of a team of highly skilled and experienced investigators dedicated to solving some of the city's most heinous and brutal crimes. Their mission was clear: to bring justice to victims and their families, no matter how long ago the crime had been committed. The homicide unit wasted no time getting to work, and one of the first cases they took on was the unsolved murder of Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland. The case had remained cold for decades, but this new team of investigators was determined to find the killer and bring them to justice. They painstakingly reviewed every piece of evidence, re-interviewed witnesses, and followed up on leads, all in the hopes of finally unraveling the mystery of Terry's death. In March 2023, the Knoxville Police Department made a long-awaited announcement that sent shockwaves throughout the community. Less than a month after its formation, the newly established homicide unit had cracked Terry's murder case. While the authorities refused to divulge the identity of the suspect, or the method used to identify them, they did confirm that the suspect had passed away in 2021. The District Attorney General's office had also deemed that there was enough evidence to prosecute the case if the suspect had been alive. The community experienced mixed emotions: relief that the case had finally been solved, yet frustration that the person responsible could not face justice. For Terry's family and friends, the announcement brought a sense of closure and peace after years of unanswered questions and grief. While the details of the investigation remained shrouded in mystery, the fact that the killer had finally been identified and held accountable offered some measure of solace. Perhaps one day the police will decide to share more about how they cracked the case, but for now the community can rest, knowing that the homicide unit achieved a remarkable feat in a short time. In 2018, Sarah Ashley Hill, a mother of two, was employed as a waiter at a neighborhood diner in Patrick County, Virginia. She was 33 years old. She was well known for her gentle disposition, upbeat smile, and passion for dancing and music. She was very close to her sister April, who frequently assisted her with her kids. Out of her 5 siblings, Sarah had the only attractive red hair and vivid blue eyes. She used to get teased by her siblings, who would tell her she was adopted in June 2018. At 1:30 a.m. on June 6, Sarah was in North Carolina visiting friends. Using her cell phone, she called April and said she needed a ride since she was on Blue Hollow Road, close to Mount Airy. Sarah did not give an explanation for her early morning stroll. April was unable to simply leave her job, which was about an hour away. At Ellen's Chatham Memorial Hospital, she worked as a registered nurse. Sarah Hill was vanished by the time the family reached Mount Airy. They presumed she had acquired transportation somewhere, or even managed to get into her own vehicle, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. April texted Sarah the following day to check on her and to ask if she still needed a ride. April never heard back. When April called back, the voicemail message was left. Sarah's phone had been switched off for 2 weeks. It was highly atypical for Sarah to be disconnected. April claims that they spoke at least once a week, if not more frequently. April mentioned that Sarah had a drug addiction and had a lot of questionable associates. She questioned whether it had anything to do with her sister going missing. Sarah was officially declared missing 1 month after her last sighting. After she vanished, detectives got to work looking into her disappearance. Her white Ford Taurus appeared at a business on NC 89 close to the intersection with Blue Hollow Road. Sarah was not named among the people accused of misconduct there, despite the fact that it was captured on camera footage that the business owner obtained while attempting to apprehend shoplifters. When the police investigated the vehicle, they discovered Sarah's handbag, phone keys, and a few personal belongings, but they were unable to locate any evidence of her disappearance, such as fingerprints or DNA. The cops thought about every scenario in which Sarah might have vanished. They looked into any enemies or issues she might have had with anyone who could have hurt her. They looked into any indebtedness or financial issues that might have been the reason behind her escape. Investigators also investigated whether she had a history of substance misuse or mental illness, which could have influenced her behavior or judgment. They did not discover any evidence to bolster any of these arguments, though. If she had any love relationships or household conflicts that could have resulted in aggression or jealousy. 3 separate residences on King Park Circle in Mount Airy, North Carolina, were among the many sites the Sioux County Sheriff's Office examined during the investigation that began in January 2019. Following Sarah's final known movements, detectives surmised that she was in the Stokes County vicinity where she had been spending time. They were taken to an Ashbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance. With a guy, this person of interest acted suspiciously, refusing access to his home. It was later found that the man had been charged with assault in 2012. Detectives brought in specialized personnel to use heavy equipment to move dirt and terrain and stabilize an existing structure on Monday, October 17, 2012, when the Sioux County Sheriff's Office, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation executed a search warrant for the property of 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina. Human remains were discovered beneath the floorboards. On October 20, 2022, the remains were delivered to the Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center. On October 11, 2023, an autopsy was conducted, and it was determined that the remains belonged to Sarah Ashley Hill. Leroy Hoover was detained and accused with killing Sarah, according to a statement released by the Stokes County Sheriff's Office. Hoover is still awaiting trial while being held without bond in the Stokes County Jail. He is still involved in other cases with the Stokes County Sheriff. We can only imagine how difficult this has been on the family of Ms. Hill investigators from the NCSBI agents that worked on this investigation, as well as the investigators from the Patrick County, Sioux County, and Stokes County Sheriff's Offices, according to Joey Lehman. They never gave up and accomplished an amazing work. Nothing can bring back a loved one, but we can only hope that this gives M. Hill's family some closure. Amanda Gonzalez came into this world on December 8, 1981, born to Santos Gonzalez and Gloria Bates. Her early years were marked by the separation of her parents, a situation clouded in mystery. In due course, Gloria remarried a man named Michael Bates, who would step into the role of a father figure for Amanda when she was just 4 years old. Michael, hailing from Madisonville, Texas, watched Amanda grow into a popular girl with a heart of gold. Known for her kindness and her unwavering stand against bullies on behalf of her classmates, Amanda graduated from Madisonville High School in the year 2000. A turning point came when, after her high school graduation, Amanda surprised her family with a life-altering decision. She arrived home with a recruiter, announcing her intention to enlist in the U.S. Army. Her dream was to become a physical therapist for children, and she saw the Army as a means to save up for college. Amanda's family supported her decision, though little did they know the heart-wrenching consequences that lay ahead. With her family's blessings, Amanda embarked on a path that would take her to places she had never imagined. It was the year 2001, and at the age of 19, she found herself stationed in Hanau, Germany. Assigned the role of a cook, Amanda worked diligently, but she also made it a point to explore the cultural wonders of the country in her spare time. She marveled at majestic castles and got lost in the enchanting city of Paris. Europe held countless experiences for her. Several months into her service, Amanda made an unexpected call to her mother back in Texas. The news she delivered was filled with excitement. She was pregnant and eagerly looking forward to the new chapter in her life. Amanda planned to name her baby Alicia Marie, with an estimated delivery date of March 26, 2002. However, the identity of the unborn child's father remained a mystery, one that persists to this day. Amanda's life seemed to be on an upswing. She had a promising future ahead. But fate had a cruel twist in store. On November 5, 2001, a day that began like any other in Hanover, Germany, Amanda inexplicably vanished. Her absence raised alarm among her fellow soldiers, and a search was launched. They arrived at her barracks, only to find her room locked. Fearful of the worst, They forced their way in and discovered Amanda's lifeless body on the floor. Panic engulfed them as they desperately tried to revive her, but their efforts were in vain. The news of Amanda's death spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through the Army base. The autopsy report revealed the grim truth: Amanda had been strangled to death. This devastating news reverberated all the way to Texas, leaving Amanda's loved ones with a multitude of unanswered questions. Why would anyone want to harm Amanda? An investigation was launched, but despite the dedicated efforts of the authorities, the case went cold. There were no leads, no suspects, and no justice for Amanda. It was a heartbreaking end to a life that had held so much promise. Despite the investigation into her daughter's murder stalling for several years, Gloria, Amanda's mother, never lost faith in justice. She spent years reaching out to lawmakers, and even wrote to popular TV shows like Dr. Phil and America's Most Wanted, all in an effort to keep Amanda's case in the public eye. Gloria's unwavering determination extended to her visits to Amanda's grave, where she often spoke to her deceased daughter, vowing to keep fighting. In 2011, a ray of hope emerged when Army investigators offered a reward of $125,000 for any information that could help solve the case. However, still, no breakthrough came. Gloria received weekly updates from investigators, each containing the same disheartening news: no suspects had been identified. Finally, after 22 years of waiting, perseverance paid off. On February 23, 2023, an FBI agent informed Gloria that there had been a breakthrough in the case and that an arrest had been made. This day marked a significant step closer to the justice Amanda deserved. The individual taken into custody was Shannon L. Wilkerson, a 42-year-old former Armed Forces member. The arrest was the result of a collaborative effort between the FBI Jacksonville Office of Special Investigations, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division. Wilkerson was charged under the Military Extraterrestrial Jurisdiction Act, which grants U.S. courts jurisdiction over former members of the armed forces for crimes committed overseas. The exact details of how investigators linked Wilkerson to the murder and what his possible motive might have been remain unclear. Nevertheless, he pleaded not guilty to the first-degree murder charge against him, and if convicted, he could face life imprisonment. Interestingly, it came to light that Wilkerson had even attended a memorial service for Amanda at the Army base in Germany after her death. The future remains uncertain, but for Gloria and her family, the arrest of Amanda's alleged killer provides a sense of justice and closure that they've been yearning for over 2 decades. On June 27, 1983, sheriff's deputies were summoned to Roner Park, an unincorporated community located 50 miles northeast of San Francisco, due to a reported theft from within its borders. 7-year-old boys found the body of a woman inside an office of real estate on Petaluma Hill Road and East Coda Avenue at their intersection. When police arrived, they discovered that she had been fatally wounded with wood from a pile of timber in the office. Officers quickly collected evidence at the scene and stored it until later use by police, who quickly identified Noel Russo as 37-year-old victim, last seen 3 days prior to her body being discovered on June 24, 1983 by friends. Noel had recently engaged in an altercation with one of her partners before being found deceased 3 days later on June 24, 1983. Noel had been staying with one of her friends on the streets of Santa Rosa, California that evening, when their friend took them towards Courthouse Square, where Noel planned to board a Golden Gate Transit bus back home in Roner Park, but instead vanished altogether. Detectives began tracking Noel's past events. She was raised in San Mo County and gained national fame by winning Miss Burlingame when she was only 16 years old. According to the San Mateo Times, her aspiration was to become a model, with dancing, the twist being her favorite activity. I was shocked that this bubbly teenager won. They said they entered only to please their mother. Noel can be seen smiling broadly in the accompanying photograph and holding out her arms adorned with roses. Over the next 20 years, she was divorced twice, married twice more, and gave birth to an infant son. She worked as a ranger trainer in Colorado before returning home to Santa Rosa Junior College in California and enrolling as a student. At the time, she lived in an apartment on Avon Avenue in Roner Park with her 18-year-old son Noel, planning on moving toward Boys Hot Springs with him as her final destination. Noel loved cycling around town. Noel would often hitch rides, prompting some of her friends to worry that she may be too trusting of strangers. Investigators believe she did not use an expressway back home. Rather, it appears she met someone prior to when her bus arrived in Roner Park. After Noel was murdered on June 24, 1983, police used an artist to sketch her wearing the clothing that she wore that day and distributed this artwork in order to find leads and establish suspects. Detectives and deputies gathered considerable evidence during this investigation and conducted multiple interviews. Over time, certain people became of particular interest. However, no arrests were ever made, and thus this investigation was concluded with no arrests being made or charges laid against any individuals identified as such. In 2010, the sheriff's office reopened this case, and for the next 12-plus years, investigators began using DNA analysis and then submitted numerous pieces of evidence to Santa Clara County Crime Lab. Officials announced in a press release that 65-year-old Alfredo Carrero Jr. had been arrested on October 2, 2023, and charged with killing Noel Russo. Sheriff Rob Dillon noted Russo's family had been informed of Carrero Jr.'s arrest and expressed appreciation for Carrero Jr.'s privacy during their detention process. Investigators immediately targeted Noel as one of their primary subjects of investigation. According to the sheriff's office, they believed he was aged in his late 20s at the time of incident and confirmed he was indeed responsible. Carrero Jr. has been detained on DNA evidence and other sources, without bail being set in his case. Rob Dillon noted that throughout this investigation, detectives worked closely together with Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. Note that both the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office and District Attorney's Office are committed to justice for victims regardless of when or how the incident took place. VCI team continues to investigate multiple cases of insolvency and seek justice for victims of violent crime. Alfredo Carrero Jr. is scheduled to appear before a judge on October 18, 2023. Investigators have yet to ascertain if Noel knew anyone related to her former flames. However, they are investigating the possibility that Noel may have known them all along. Authorities have not provided details about Keogh other than his conviction in 1995 and 2001 in Sonoma County for property theft, as well as possessing illegal drugs, respectively. Court records also reveal that Keogh was involved in a civil domestic violence case 2 years after Noel died, 2 women of whom Noel counted among his closest acquaintances and friends. She recalls their time together when they lived in San Francisco. Bar hopping was something they enjoyed doing together like many others in the area. This is apparently what they were up to before she disappeared, before their relationship broke apart and they eventually separated, she stated. Noel had not realized it when they left. However, when they did split up at night and Noel couldn't reach her for most of the day. Later that day they found Noel and made a discovery, which brought great remorse for Noel's mother for quite some time after. My mother admitted enough about her friend being killed that she kept a diary and frequently wrote about her in it. My mother clearly expressed how beautiful and important this woman was to her, something which came through in her writings. It showed my mother's sense of loss over losing someone she cared deeply about and was devastated about losing them. In the 1980s, a sinister presence began to cast a dark shadow over South Florida, particularly in the Miami-Dade and Broward County areas. This malevolent figure targeted vulnerable women, leaving behind a trail of trauma and fear. Despite his anonymity, his method of operation remained consistent and horrifying. He would infiltrate their apartments, armed with a sharp object, often obscuring his face or theirs with a cloth, typically a pillowcase. His modus operandi included menacing threats, not only against the women, but also their loved ones if they dared to call for help. Once inside, he would restrain his victims, ransack their possessions, leaving them utterly defenseless, and subject them to unspeakable violations. All his victims shared eerie similarities. They lived alone, were attacked during the night, and the perpetrators seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their routines and apartment layouts. One survivor, identified as Catherine, recounted how the intruder had rifled through her wallet, knew her address, and even her name, instilling paralyzing fear in her. South Florida became a place of dread and apprehension as he continued his reign of terror. As fear gripped the community, the media was quick to broadcast news of this monstrous assailant lurking in the shadows. The situation was dire, and law enforcement realized they needed to act swiftly. Task forces comprising highly skilled and determined officers were established across the two counties. The stakes were high, and the pressure to apprehend the culprit mounted. Investigators tirelessly pursued leads, amassing an impressive volume of evidence, yet the identity of the criminal remained elusive. Unfortunately, the technology of that era was not advanced enough to process the evidence from the crime scenes effectively, so it was stored with the hope that future technological advancements would help bring the perpetrator to justice. However, a glimmer of hope persisted in the form of a rare O-blood type subgroup. By 1987, the trail had gone cold, and the task force set up to capture the enigmatic criminal was disbanded in 2019. Then Sergeant Cami Floyd, by chance, stumbled upon the case and became captivated by it. She poured countless hours into studying the evidence, determined to find a lead. Despite hitting numerous dead ends, she refused to concede defeat. In an unexpected turn of events in 2019, Robert Kohler Jr., a 29-year-old man, was arrested on charges of attempted burglary, domestic violence, and criminal mischief. Pursuant to protocol, his DNA was collected and entered into a federal database. Astonishingly, his DNA matched a sample collected from a December 1983 case in Miami-Dade. In this incident, a 25-year-old woman had been forced to cover her face with a blanket before being attacked with a sharp object, presumably an ice pick. Remarkably, she survived the assault, but there was a startling twist. Robert Kohler Jr. had not even been born at the time of the crime. This revelation implied that the perpetrator in the 1983 case was related to him, most likely his father, Robert Eugene Kohler. With the elder Kohler now a prime suspect, investigators delved deeper into his history and uncovered his unsettling past as a registered sex offender, having committed crimes in Palm Beach County in 1990. He had been sentenced to probation but violated it, leading to a 120-day jail term. However, because DNA collection was not mandatory at that time, no DNA sample had been obtained from him. Determined to build a watertight case against Kohler Sr., investigators decided to closely monitor him. On January 16, 2020, they meticulously followed him to a grocery store, collecting DNA swabs from items he touched, including a shopping cart and a door handle. These samples were quickly sent to the Miami-Dade Police Department's crime laboratory for testing, with results confirming a match with the DNA from the 1983 crime scene. This breakthrough, however, necessitated a final confirmation, with DNA directly collected from Kohler's body. On January 18, 2020, law enforcement officers from various agencies and cities descended upon Kohler's residence in Palm Bay to arrest him. During their search, they stumbled upon a chilling discovery: a partially constructed dungeon, sending shivers down their spines. Furthermore, they uncovered women's jewelry and a metal nail file, believed to be trophies from his crimes. Following his arrest, fresh DNA swabs were collected from Kohler and matched with the original specimens from approximately 24 suspected cases. The evidence was damning, and detectives collaborated tirelessly with prosecutors to bring 6 sexual assault charges against Kohler Sr., including sexual battery, kidnapping, and burglary, among others. Just when it appeared that justice had been served, the Broward Sheriff's Office announced 2 years later that Kohler would face an additional 6 charges in their county. Kohler, however, remained steadfast in maintaining his innocence. The trial for the December 1983 incident commenced in January 2023, with prosecutors presenting a compelling case detailing the heinous crimes he had allegedly committed, including the murders of young girls, sadistic acts, and other atrocities. In contrast, Kohler's defense team argued that there was insufficient evidence to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. During the trial, the 63-year-old Kohler shocked everyone with his testimony. He claimed that he had been drugged, kidnapped, and tortured by corrupt police officers who had extracted his semen and planted it at the crime scene. According to him, the motive behind this sinister plot was to justify increased police budgets. On March 16, 2023, the verdict was finally delivered, finding Kohler guilty of 2 charges: kidnapping while using a weapon and burglary with assault or battery while armed. The sexual battery charge had to be dropped due to the expiration of the statute of limitations. Kohler was sentenced to 17 years in prison for his crimes, though he still faced additional charges in Broward County, which could result in further years behind bars if he is found guilty. On July 26, 1974, in Provincetown, Massachusetts' Point Dunes area, a 12-year-old girl was observed following a barking dog and coming across the body of an animal that had recently passed. Remains of a body were discovered near a riverbank, with numerous insects present nearby. 2 sets of footprints led directly to it, while tire tracks could be seen up to 50 yards away. Police believe the victim knew her attacker or was asleep when assaulted, so no fight ensued between the 2 parties. At the scene, neither beach blankets or sand were disturbed, suggesting that her body may have been transported there by someone. A blue bandana and pair of Wrangler jeans could be seen on her head. The blonde had long red or auburn hair which she pulled back in a ponytail using an elastic band with gold flecks. Her toenails had been painted pink. Police estimated she stood 5'6" inches, weighed 145 pounds, and had a muscular physique. This woman underwent extensive dental procedures, with crowns costing up to $10,000 being placed and several teeth extracted, both hands and 1 forearm being missing, and she being close to dying from strangulation. 1 part of her scalp was injured by what is suspected to have been a military entrenching tool. During an autopsy conducted 2 weeks before being discovered, it was found she had passed away. It is difficult to ascertain her exact age. It could possibly be less than 20, or possibly older than 40. At the time, some investigators believed that the lack of teeth, hands, and forearms showed the perpetrator was trying to conceal both their identity and that of their victim. Police conducted a comprehensive search through thousands of missing person cases, as well as a list of certified vehicles traveling throughout the region. However, no conclusive results or other tangible evidence was discovered beyond a bandana, jeans, ponytail holder, and blanket, even after conducting extensive searches in the region. Dunes investigators could not locate anyone responsible. She became known as the Lady of the Dunes after she was buried in 1974, after an investigation that was unfortunately concluded without further leads being revealed. Face reconstruction was first attempted using clay in 1979. Her remains were discovered for further examination in 1980, but no leads could be identified. In March 2000, her body was examined again so as to perform DNA tests. A CT scan of her skull was conducted in May 2010, providing images that would later be utilized by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to create a new reconstruction in 2014. One of the investigators working on the case contributed funds towards purchasing a brand new casket, as its metal predecessor had become rusted and damaged over time. In 1987, there were several potential leads, but none could be exploited when a Canadian woman told her friend that she saw her son's father strangle a Massachusetts individual in 1972. Police made multiple attempts to locate this individual, but were unsuccessful. Another woman claimed that the reconstruction of the victim resembled her sister who went missing in Boston in 1974. Yet this wasn't accurate. Investigators were also investigating Rory Jean Cassinger, then 25 years old when she committed her act of violence in 1973 after breaking out from prison. Authorities found a striking resemblance between Rory Jean and the victim. However, her DNA sample from her mother did not match up. 2 other missing women, Frances Ewalt of Montana and Vicki Lighton of Massachusetts, had already been dismissed over time. Theories and suspects abounded in relation to this crime. Investigators realized in 1981 that an identical-appearing woman was photographed together with mobster Whitey Bulger. At the time of her alleged killing, Bulger was notorious for extracting her teeth. No proof could ever be established between Bulger and her death in prison. In 2018, Tony Costa of Truro, Massachusetts, was initially suspected in this crime, but eventually cleared. Costa died on 12 May 1974, and his body was discovered 3 months later in July 1974. Hayden Clark confessed to investigators he was responsible for killing his partner from the Dunes' life. However, the authorities soon learned he suffered from schizophrenia with paranoia, which can cause someone to lie about their confessions of crimes committed. In 2004, Clark wrote to one of his close friends informing them that he had murdered the body of a woman on Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and included 2 drawings, one depicting an image of her lying prone and another detailing where the body had been discovered in April 2000. Clark led police to an area he claimed he had murdered 2 individuals. 20 years before his declaration that he had killed several more individuals between 1997 and 1990 in several states, investigators were unable to definitively link him with the murder of Dunes' woman. In August 2015, it was speculated that this lady may have been an extra in the film of the same name, filmed at Martha's Vineyard between May and October 1974 in Mana Village, approximately 100 miles south of Provincetown. Joe Hill, son of horror writer Stephen King, brought this incident to police attention after reading The Skeleton Crew. While viewing its 4th of July beach scene a few weeks ago, Hill noticed a woman dressed similar to those found on Stephen King's body, wearing blue jeans and bandanas similar to those found on Hill's own body. Hill contemplated what would happen if an unidentified child victim from a film, like one of Hollywood's cult summer classics, were seen by millions without realizing they were looking at her. An investigator leading this case has expressed interest, yet others dismiss it as mere speculation and unsubstantiated claims. In 2022, remains of a skeleton were brought to AAM for examination. After studying these remains, a DNA-based profile was created that allowed researchers to locate distant relatives as well as identify who died. In October 2022, the FBI field office in Boston officially named Ruth Marie Terry as their victim and provided no details or indication that any potential suspects might not have been present at the time of her murder. The FBI announced that Ruth's identity had been established through their investigative genealogy method used to track down unidentified victims and over 150 criminals. Ruth Marie Terry was born September 8, 1936, in Whitewell, Tennessee to Johnny and Eva Terry. However, Eva died at 23 after becoming pregnant after an unplanned marriage and giving birth in 1957. Ruth relocated from Whitewell to Leonia, Michigan for work with Fisher Bodie Automotive, but due to financial issues was unable to support Richard properly. Ruth agreed to permit Richard Hannett Sr., the head of her workplace, to adopt her son as part of their agreement to cover Ruth's expenses once that process had concluded. Once completed, Ruth left Leonia and relocated to California. Ruth attempted to contact the son she gave birth to in 1972, but due to an overdose of drugs, he wasn't ready. On February 16, 1974, Ruth married Rockwell Maven, who was an antique stealer from Reno, Nevada. Just months prior to her passing away, Ruth and Maven visited family in Whitewell. Brittany Novin-Gonski observed that Ruth did not act herself when in Maven's company and displayed possessive tendencies. After traveling to Chattanooga to visit Ruth Maven and Maven's half-brother Kenneth, as well as Carol, who had moved there after Ruth died, they remembered hearing Ruth Maven tell Kenneth and Carol that they planned on visiting America to search for antiques. Kenneth noted that Maven discussed moving Ruth back to Tennessee after reporting her disappearance from California. Kenneth mentioned they discussed making plans to go there when on their journey together during summer 1974. Maven traveled back from Tennessee to inform Ruth's family of Ruth's whereabouts. Jan Terry, Ruth James's sister-in-law, claims he stayed only briefly and told the family they weren't sure of Ruth's whereabouts. To locate Ruth James himself, Her brother went to California and hired an investigator from a private firm. Ruth's family were advised by Ruth's private investigator that she had left the country of her own free will following involvement with religious cults over 2 decades prior to being investigated. All her belongings would be sold off. Ruth had been listed in family members' obituaries as deceased, leading some to suspect she may have entered witness protection and be unable to communicate with them. On November 2, 2022, some family members suspected Ruth may be part of such an arrangement. Massachusetts State Police released information regarding Rockwell Maven, Ruth's husband-to-be, who was born October 27, 1923, and died March 14, 2002. Maven was adopted by Abram Albert Zadorsky, Maven, and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt. Malavin had an older brother named Michael J. Maven. By 1942, he resided in New York City and attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts. Unfortunately, due to an infection in his mastoid, active military service for World War II could not be granted due to this. Mavan was married to Jo Ellen May Loop on May 11, 1946, while teaching in Bellevue, Pennsylvania. The couple resided together between New York, California, and Seattle, Washington, where Mavan worked as a disc jockey before parting ways on July 16, 1956, 6 years after marrying. On September 30, 1958, in Cout, Idaho, Mavan married Manzanita Eileen Manzi Ryan. At this point, Manzanita already had an infant daughter from her previous relationship, and Mars, who at 18 was her lover. They vanished together on April Fool's Day 1960 from Seattle. Mavan has since been identified as their primary suspect. Malavin managed to escape Seattle, but was arrested by the FBI upon trying to take an illegal flight route in order to avoid testifying about her husband's death. Malavin was never charged with killing either woman, but received 15 months for illegal flight, refusing to testify after their disappearance on July 29 and 19, 1960. Soon afterwards, he married Evelyn Marie Emerson of King County, Washington, before having another wedding ceremony on 10 August 1963 in Los Angeles, with Evelyn Marie Emerson's family for another $10,000 debt they incurred when her disappearance occurred in 1961. Malavin then faced larceny charges related to this fraud committed while Evelyn Marie Emerson was missing from Los Angeles. He was found guilty on all 3 charges and given a 15-year sentence, but in March 1962, his punishment was suspended with the condition that Maven pay back all money collected illegally. Ann Rule's 2007 novel True Crime features an extended examination of Maven's second spouse and daughter, and attempts by police to link Malavin with crime. Malavin was named as a key suspect in both the murder of Henry Lawrence Redbeard, a 28-year-old bread truck driver, and in the disappearance of Barbara Jo Kelly, 17, in June 1950. Barbara was killed at Humboldt County, California, on June 17, 1950, when she went out for a romantic rendezvous with her bear-loving partner's bear. Her body was discovered lying face-up on the beach near Table BL the following morning. He had been shot through his back of his head, and other than socks and shoes, he was fully naked. Barbara's clothing was discovered folded neatly and neatly placed beneath, all other clothes with only her stockings and shoes being the exceptions. No sign of Barbara could be located. Malavin relocated to Chur, California, an isolated community near Celanese around 1985. According to his article, and has not been heard from or seen since then. Maven had decided to step down as executive vice president of Rodeo Store, located on Avenue in Beverly Hills. According to an article, he was employed by radio station Kazoo in Pacific Grove as a volunteer host of a 3-hour weekly call-in show about growing old, changing priorities, and adapting. Additionally, he worked at a shop selling tobacco in Carmel. According to his death notice, he passed away peacefully at home in Salinas following a long illness. Born in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and described as an artist, painter, poet, actor, his spouse Phyllis Malavin survived him, along with Joan, who owned Towers of Salinas. On August 28, 2023, Cape and Islands District Attorney Robert Galbois released a statement explaining that following their investigation, it has been concluded that Maven was responsible for an incident which took place with M. Terry in 1974. With this conclusion in place, the case has officially closed, with investigators now considering any evidence suggesting Maven might be linked with other crimes. In the serene Nakamixon Township, nestled within the rural confines of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a tranquil community thrives, with approximately 3,000 residents calling it home. This picturesque area is renowned for its unwavering dedication to preserving natural beauty and promoting tourism. However, this peaceful setting was forever scarred by a heinous crime that unfolded in 1980, casting a long shadow over the region. On the ill-fated day of September 18, 1980, a construction worker toiled away on a cottage undergoing renovations. The cottage was nestled amidst the dense woods off Center Hill Road, approximately 1 mile south of its intersection with Kintner Hill Road in Nakamixon Township. In the midst of his labor, fate led him to stumble upon a gruesome sight, a lifeless body concealed beneath the wooden structure. This grim discovery shattered the tranquility of the forest, leaving the entire community in mourning and investigators grappling with an enigmatic puzzle. The lifeless body, upon its grim revelation, was conveyed to the morgue, where it underwent a thorough examination under the skilled hands of the medical examiner. The results were chilling. The man had sustained 4 fatal gunshot wounds to the head. The victim was subsequently identified as Richard Wesley Wheeler, his identity confirmed through a fingerprint match in the records. Armed with this critical information, investigators embarked on an arduous journey to uncover the layers of Wheeler's past, seeking to unearth the truth behind his tragic demise. As the investigation into Richard Wesley Wheeler's murder unraveled, a troubling revelation emerged. Wheeler had a criminal record. Having been released from prison just a year earlier in 1979, it appeared that he wasted no time reacquainting himself with trouble. He was soon linked to a perilous venture, an illicit methamphetamine lab jointly operated with 2 other men, Peter Eric Marshall and Leslie Schmidt. This lab was clandestinely housed in a camper parked near Lake Nakamixon, a risky endeavor fueled by determination. However, the enterprise took a sinister turn when Wheeler mysteriously vanished, and shortly thereafter, his lifeless body was discovered. Detectives understood that to solve this perplexing case, they needed to delve deeper into the workings of this illicit operation. It became evident that Wheeler was the mastermind, residing on the same property and closely overseeing the activities. The operation was further guarded by the formidable and loyal bodyguard, Peter Eric Marshall, while imprisoned financier Leslie Schmidt, though detained, kept a watchful eye on proceedings. Fate intervened when Richard Wheeler, a former convict, found himself incarcerated once more for a previous crime, theft of boats, which earned him the nickname the Captain. Schmidt, on the other hand, was serving a sentence in a different facility, but had entrusted Wheeler with a substantial sum of money for management. Their unlikely companionship flourished, leading them down a dark and perilous path. Upon delving further into Marshall's background, it was revealed that he had been imprisoned for stealing a 41-foot sailboat. Despite being ordered to leave the islands and deported back to Germany, Marshall's love for the sea remained unquenchable. He found work as a crewman on a private yacht, relishing the freedom and adventure of the ocean once more. However, in February 1977, while the yacht's owners were ashore enjoying an evening out, Marshall used his nautical skills to abscond with the 41-foot sailboat, along with a substantial amount of cash totaling $10,000. Marshall's audacious exploits continued when, just a month later, in March 1977, he targeted an even larger prize, a 43-foot sailboat docked in a harbor in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Marshall's insatiable thirst for adventure and penchant for eluding authorities were evident. Nevertheless, his criminal journey eventually led him to a federal prison in Danbury, Connecticut, in May 1977, where he crossed paths with 2 notorious individuals, Wheeler and Schmidt. Bonding over their shared criminal histories, the trio hatched a plan to enter the illegal drug trade upon their release from prison. Wheeler was the first to regain his freedom in November 1979, marking a pivotal moment in their operation. Later that same year, Schmidt was granted a 30-day furlough from prison, a decision that would significantly impact the methamphetamine operation. Seizing this opportunity, Schmidt orchestrated a critical connection for Wheeler, leading to the lease of a property in the tranquil township of Nakamixon. The collaboration reached its apex when Schmidt generously provided Wheeler with a substantial sum of $250,000 intended to support Schmidt's family while he completed the remainder of his sentence. Wheeler understood the weight of this responsibility and the need to use the funds wisely. In July 1980, Peter Eric Marshall was released from prison, but his newfound freedom was short-lived. U.S. immigration officials from JFK Airport in New York City were escorting him to his homeland of Germany, a place he had not called home since his youth. Marshall knew that he had to act swiftly to avoid an undesirable fate. As he boarded the plane, he covertly scanned for an opportunity to escape, and then, as if Providence had intervened, the pilot announced a flight cancellation due to mechanical issues. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Marshall seized his chance and vanished into the bustling crowds of the airport. In 1983, armed with a wealth of information and a growing resolve, investigators embarked on a renewed quest to unravel the unsolved murder case. Witnesses were interviewed, and through their testimonies the fragments of the puzzle began to coalesce. It was revealed that the triggerman, of German descent, had been hired by none other than Leslie Schmidt himself. The shooter's identity traced back to his time in Danbury Federal Prison. As the intricate web of connections and relationships slowly unraveled, it became evident that a tapestry of deceit and greed had precipitated Wheeler's tragic demise. The investigation posed formidable challenges, but through unrelenting determination, Bucks County Detective David Hanks eventually untangled the mystery. In 2023, Peter Eric Marshall reappeared in Upper Bucks County, but his return was far from harmonious. Tensions simmered between Wheeler, Schmidt, and the two businessmen, hurtling them toward a violent collision. Schmidt had grown suspicious of Wheeler, convinced that he was swindling him out of his share of the methamphetamine profits. In a fit of rage, Schmidt ordered Marshall to eliminate Wheeler, whom he believed had betrayed him. Marshall, who had been fiercely loyal to Wheeler for years, found himself in a precarious situation. Ultimately, he reluctantly followed Schmidt's orders, fatally shooting Wheeler, and then hastily fled across state lines into New Jersey. The investigation laid bare a dark facet of human nature, where the insatiable craving for wealth and power could culminate in unimaginable acts of violence. The once enigmatic cold case, which had long cast a shadow of uncertainty, finally found resolution. The meticulous investigative work pieced together the missing elements, constructing a timeline of events that ultimately led to closure. The relentless pursuit of Marshall, who had vanished after the murder, resembled a relentless hunt for a phantom. However, investigators refused to yield, scouring every shred of evidence and pursuing every lead. In March 2023, a breakthrough emerged, a critical piece of information from Marshall's criminal history that would finally lead them to their elusive target. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack when investigators unearthed that Marshall had been arrested in 1982 on drug conspiracy charges in New York. During that arrest, he had identified himself as Charles McLaren. Leveraging modern technology, investigators matched the fingerprints from McLaren's arrest to those taken in 1977. This discovery exposed how Marshall had managed to obscure his true identity, assuming a new persona as Charles McLaren. Under this new identity, Marshall crafted an entirely different life, complete with a wife, children, and even a thriving limousine service in the bustling metropolis. For over 2 decades, he remained hidden, with his criminal past a distant memory. After years of relentless pursuit and the painstaking assembly of the puzzle, the Bucks County District Attorney's Office finally brought closure to the case, although the culprits had already passed away, Marshall in 2006 and Schmidt in 2022. Justice had ultimately been served for the victim and his grieving family. While the legacy of the crime and the names of the individuals involved would forever be etched in history, the resolution of the case serves as a poignant reminder that law enforcement perseveres in their quest for truth and justice. With the case now closed, the Bucks County District Attorney's Office can move forward, knowing that they have fulfilled their duty to seek justice and bring closure to a dark chapter in their community's history. 16-year-old Kimberly Liesel lived in Livingston County, Michigan, in 1982. She loved poetry and spending time with her sisters. On March 20, 1982, Kimberly left her boyfriend's home and called her mom from a gas station payphone to tell her she was on her way home. She decided to hitchhike, something she had done before. She started in the area of 8 Mile and Inner Roads, and she got a ride to the area of 8 Mile and Merriman Roads in Livonia. At around 6:30 p.m., she made at least 4 phone calls trying to find a ride the rest of the way home. Sadly, Kimberly never made it back home, and she was not seen alive again. Her family searched for her, tracked down her friends, but could not find any trace of her. She was reported missing to the Green Oak Township Police Department the next day. Kimberly Liesel's mother said police kept asking her about her daughter being a runaway, but she was not a runaway. She was on her way home. Joanna Liesel said the days turned into weeks, and then her body was found on April 14, 1982. Kimberly Liesel's body was found behind a park and ride in the Island Lake Recreation Area near Grand River Avenue and Kensington Road, just 5 miles from her home. She had been assaulted, beaten, and strangled, and her personal belongings were not located. An autopsy revealed that even though she had been missing for more than 3 weeks, she lost her life 4 or 5 days before being found. Investigators with the Green Oak Township Police Department exhausted all leads before the case went cold. Kimberly's sister, Cindy Authors, dedicated herself to helping track down the perpetrator. About 15 years ago, I had just started Googling her name to see if I could find anything on her, and I found 2 really old articles that did not have the right information. Cindy Author said, "That kind of upset me that I could not find any information on it. It was like she just did not exist, so that was where I started because I wanted to correct the wrong information, and then it just went from there." Cindy Author started a Facebook page to share information about the case, posted flyers, and tracked down her sister's friends. She became a pseudo-detective. Kimberly's case got a new set of eyes recently when Michigan State University students, taking part in a cold case internship with Michigan State Police, took interest. The students sifted through boxes of evidence and files, and there was a name that caught their eye: Charles David Shaw. Back in 1983, someone had tipped police that Shaw had lived in the area where Kimberly Liesel lived, and they said he had recently destroyed his apartment, which they thought was suspicious. Police took note but never tracked Shaw down. That was interesting because in early 2023, Livingston County cold case investigators announced Shaw as the suspect in the 1983 slaying of 19-year-old Christina Caston. Christina lived with her mother and father in Redford Township at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen between 7:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on March 19, 1983, walking westbound on 5 Mile Road near Lola Park in Redford Township. Her mother reported her missing on March 21, 1983, and her body was found on March 29, 1983, in the Oak Grove State Game Area on Forest Road in Deerfield Township. Police were able to obtain DNA from Christina's body in March 2022. Investigators applied and received grant funding through Season of Justice, a non-profit organization dedicated to funding DNA testing on unsolved cold cases. In May 2022, the DNA evidence was sent to AAM Lab in Texas, the company behind DNA Solves. AAM used the genealogical profile to identify leads in the case and turn that evidence over to investigators. Investigators said through that work and cooperation from the suspect's family, they were able to identify beyond a reasonable doubt who the perpetrator was. The cooperation of the Shaw family during the investigation was paramount to identifying Charles Shaw as the person responsible for what had happened to Christina Caston. Livingston County investigators said in a press release that investigators then began focusing on Shaw as a suspect in Kimberly Liesel's case. They created maps of areas where he was known to spend time, like where he lived and where he worked, and they discovered that those locations surrounded Kimberly's location. Investigators did a property audit on all the property and all the evidence that they had in the case. The students and detectives took that evidence to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab and asked for it to be retested. They were hoping for a miracle, and then, 4 months later, they got a hit. DNA was found on one of the items that had been collected from the crime scene. The DNA had been among the evidence for 40 years and had gone unnoticed. The cell was uploaded into the system and linked to Shaw. The announcement came in September 2023, and investigators believe Shaw kidnapped Kimberly while she was walking. Police said they are 100% confident that Charles David Shaw is responsible for taking the life of Kimberly Liesel. Shaw's body was found in Detroit on November 27, 1983, and the medical examiner's report listed the cause as accidental asphyxiation. Unfortunately, there will never really be justice. Shaw had several interactions with law enforcement beginning at a young age. One such interaction resulted in his arrest in 1981 for the attempted abduction of a woman in the Phil McDonald's parking lot. Detectives are exploring the possibility that Shaw is responsible for additional crimes during the early 1970s, until his end in November 1983. On October 6, 1982, at 4:30 a.m., a hiker discovered a man's remains close to Natural Bridges State Park in Santa Cruz County. Investigators discovered that someone had been robbing the unidentified man of his life for 41 years. The case remained unsolved until AM Labs entered into a significant collaboration with a developing forensic-grade genome sequencing company. AM is the first private laboratory in North America designed specifically to use forensic and crime scene evidence to create human identification. AM received a DNA extract from the victim's bones from the California Department of Justice, and they are working on cases similar to this one all over North America with great success. AM measured the amount of DNA that was actually present by performing what is known as a suitability analysis on it. AM Labs can examine hundreds of thousands of DNA markers, which facilitates the process of tracing more distant ancestors and retracing one's lineage back to the direct family. In this instance, the victim's family was identified through genealogy. The FBI then became involved, and once they had a suspicion as to who it might be, they were able to confirm that identity through the use of some fingerprinting. After making that crucial connection, law enforcement was able to identify the body that had been known to investigators for so long as John Doe. The public was informed in October 2012 that 28-year-old Rodney's remains were found there. The date of Allen Rumsey. Rodney's birth is May 25, 1954. Sacramento, California was his home. AAM Labs Director of Account Management Michael Vaughan stated that while the case involving the unidentified human is still ongoing, they are currently looking into a completely different matter. Decades of family members impale the detectives and have an impact on the community. We celebrated, and it felt great, and now we move on to the next one. Rodney had a tattoo of a skull and a red rose with 3 leaves on his left forearm. The skull featured red around the eye sockets, 3 red-tipped feathers protruding from the head, and black braids. Santa Cruz Police spokeswoman Lieutenant Karina China. Authorities said that although there is still much work to be done, they will make an effort to get in touch with Rumsey's family. On February 16, 1979, Monica Pritchett was born in Anniston, Alabama. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and she was the daughter of Donald and Dorothy Pritchett. After being married, Monica lived in Heflin, Alabama, with her high school lover, Jeremy Rollins. Up to the birth of their second son, Aaron, their marriage was stable. The couple chose to live apart for reasons they never disclosed. This was true even though Monica was expecting their 3rd child. Midway through 2001, Monica and the boys moved into their house on Sugar Hill Road. Every other weekend, Rollins could still see his 2 sons under visitation rights. Monica cherished her kids very much. Aaron was 2 years old, and Dalton was 6. In just a few weeks, her third kid will arrive, and she was quite excited about it. Monica was going to name him. With 2 boys to raise and a full-time job to manage, Shane was a busy mother. Up until July 2002, she was employed at Kitty Castle Daycare. On Friday, September 13, 2002, she decided to take a higher-paying position at ITC Deltacom. Monica went to see her father, Donald, with her sons. After working at his Anniston house, Pritchett was finally able to offer his oldest grandson, Dalton, a gift. A Dalton filly by the name of Mojave was the present. At 8:30 p.m., the evening consisted of dinner games, horseback riding, and chat. Monica returned to their Heflin house with the boys. Later that weekend, they intended to come back and spend more time with Monica's father and his spouse. But after the weekend went by with no word from Monica, family members made the decision to visit her and make sure everything was all right when they showed up at her mobile home on Monday, September 16. They could not have been prepared for what they were about to discover. Inside their house, Monica and 6-year-old Dalton had been brutally murdered. Monica appeared to have gone into labor due to shock during the incident. The infant was discovered not breathing and only partially delivered. Aaron, age 2, was discovered hiding in a closet, alive and unhurt. On the same day that the discovery was made, a relative dialed 911. At approximately 6 p.m., Monica's ex-husband left Southwire after his 12-hour shift and headed home. When the police showed up at his house a few hours later, they informed him of what had occurred. Officials said they requested him to come to the police station. After being cleared out as a possible suspect right away, Jeremy Rollins cooperated with the inquiry. Jeremy expressed his feelings after being ruled out and learning what had occurred to Monica and Dalton. It was astounding. According to early press accounts, stab wounds sustained at some point throughout the weekend claimed the lives of Monica and Dalton. When you live in a tiny town with less than 3,500 residents, you pretty much know everyone. Heflin is among those communities where a horrific triple homicide shakes the community's core, particularly when the victims included a young mother carrying her unborn child, her 6-year-old son, and the perpetrator. The community was so afraid of this incident that people strengthened their home security and stayed indoors with their children. According to family members, Monica is a kind, patient mother who is terrific with children and always smiles. Debbie Clark, the director and owner of Kitty Castle, described her as a kind person who was constantly grinning. A young boy was really valuable. On September 19, 2002, funeral services were held in the chapel of Dryden Funeral Home for both Monica and Dalton. They were scheduled to be buried in Cedar Creek Cemetery, but first investigators felt they had to. Governor Siegelman announced on September 20, 2002, a $10,000 prize for information leading to the capture and conviction of the person responsible for this horrific crime. There were not many information released concerning the killing. The Heflin Police Department used the information as a tactic for their investigation, even years later. They thought that eventually the murderer would say something about the never-publicized killing, which would cause unrest. Of investigation verified that additional evidence, including DNA fingerprints, had not been gathered at the site and was forwarded to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for examination. Processing was delayed at the time because the department was dealing with severe backlog problems brought on by financial restrictions. The Attorney General's Cold Case Unit was approached by Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield in June 2014, and new information led to the two authorities collaborating on the case. They resumed interviewing people, held meetings with the local prosecutors and the State Bureau of Investigation, and initiated fresh conversations. Officers at the time of the killings, Chief Benefield held the rank of officer. When a relative discovered Monica and her son's bodies, they called 911, and he and his partner responded. In 2014, Benefield said the following on the case. So really, there were 3 victims. The crime scene was the worst I had ever seen. Every day that passes, we are discussing this or working on it in some capacity. It is quite meaningful to us. Benefield made a vague suggestion in 2015, that they were considering someone they had known since 2002, but he did not provide any other details. The Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigative authorities in March 2015, and they have since made repeated posts on social media requesting further details about the matter. Sadly, no helpful leads were received, and the case was abandoned for a while. Captain Scott Bonner and Chief McGlone reopened the case in 2021. They kept in regular contact with some of the family members and did their best to offer comfort, even though they were unable to share specifics because of the continuing investigation. They also sent numerous things to state and private forensic labs. According to Captain Scott Bonner, there is evidence and a suspect in this case, but at this point, the person poses no threat to anyone. My unidentified suspect is incarcerated in a different state for unrelated offenses. He said that investigators were able to apprehend Louis Landon Spivey on June 26, 2023, more than 20 years after the murder, and charged with killing Shane and Monica Dalton. They did this with the aid of state grant money from Seasons of Justice and an actual truckload of evidence. The announcement was made public by the Heflin Police Department on June 30, 2023. It was a dark secret that Louis Spivey held to himself until his release from prison in Florida. When he did that horrible crime in 2002, he was 18 years old. He is currently 39 years old. They knew each other. They were romantically involved, according to Captain Bonner during a press conference. Bonner withheld the reason behind the killings as well as their prelude. Louis Spivey was sentenced in February 2010 for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County, and he has been incarcerated in a Florida prison cell for the past 15 years. Louis Spivey was taken into custody by Captain Bonner and Chief McLean upon his release from the Florida prison. Louis Spivey has subsequently assisted with the investigation, according to Captain Bonner. Before we launched the case, he was examined by other agencies early in the inquiry. Our investigation work produced several excellent leads. Bonner claimed that neither cameras nor surveillance photos were there. The things that you would have now were not available to us. Louis Spivey is said to have provided investigators with a comprehensive confession, accepted full responsibility for the killings, and described the incident. June 29, 2023 was the day of the bail hearing. After finding that the requirements for applying Anaya's statute had been satisfied, the court kept Louis Spivey in pretrial detention without the option of posting bond. Legislation honoring Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was cruelly lost in 2019, is known as Anaya's Law. Judges may refuse to grant bail or parole under the bill, which attempts to toughen penalties for some serious crimes in Alabama. The law aims to prioritize public safety and protect prospective victims by keeping people deemed dangerous off the streets during legal processes for those charged with certain violent offenses and guaranteeing that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. Few specifics were provided by detectives regarding the circumstances that led to the case's break-in, but we do know of the confession, the department's receipt of a grant for DNA analysis, and the processing of many items by Canadian state and private labs in a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown. The family of Monica and Dalton received condolences from Chief Ross McGlone. With any luck, this will help you put a stop to this terrible phase of your life. Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other organizations and people that showed steadfast dedication and tenacity in their quest of justice for Monica Dalton and her bereaved family, have our sincere gratitude and respect. That was undoubtedly the most difficult case I have worked on in my career. Nevertheless, as the investigator and Captain Scott Bonner described, the box of reports and everything we had to go through took many months on its own. Bonner said that this case had grown personal to him and that he had likely spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family than with his own during the previous 3 years. He added, "I feel great that I can give them some peace." Ingrid Rollins, 2011, saw Monica's ex-husband remarry, and he and his new spouse have twin girls. Aaron Clayton. After completing high school in 2018, Monica's second son is currently in his early 20s. The family still calls Heflin home, After being sent to the Cleburne County Jail, Louis Spivey is currently being held without bond while he awaits trial. Boulder County, Colorado, is renowned for its breathtaking natural beauty, with the majestic Rocky Mountains gracing the backdrop of Boulder City and the neighboring towns. This region is undeniably a unique and inspiring place to call home, but even amidst its serene charm, it harbors unsettling secrets. On June 4, 2006, two hikers stumbled upon a grisly discovery in South St. Frame Canyon along Highway 7, approximately 3.3 miles outside the town of Lyons in unincorporated Boulder County, a badly decomposing nude body. The shock of their find prompted them to alert the authorities, setting in motion a dark and mysterious tale. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, it became evident that the human remains belonged to a woman. The district attorney's office noted that the body seemed to have been dragged to the location by a large animal from a shallow grave situated 20 feet away. Curiously, detectives uncovered a sleeping bag, a pair of yellow ski pants, and a pillow inside a pillowcase, all neatly folded. The deceased woman had no identification on her, except for a cross-ring adorning her left hand. Given the advanced state of decomposition, identifying her proved impossible. Therefore, investigators turned to other clues found on and around the body, delving approximately 14 inches deep into the gravesite. During their examination, forensic experts uncovered roughly 50 pounds of a white, powdery substance, which subsequent tests revealed to be calcium oxide, commonly known as quicklime. An autopsy, conducted by a coroner 3 days after the shocking discovery, estimated that the woman had been deceased for several weeks to possibly several months. However, the cause and manner of her death remained elusive. While her body bore evidence of animal predation, no broken bones, stab wounds, or gunshot wounds were found. Strangulation was considered a possibility, but the advanced decomposition offered no certainty, and the pathologist could not find conclusive evidence during the autopsy to support a homicide. Instead, an artery blockage hinted at a potential death from a heart attack. Nonetheless, detectives retained their suspicions and continued to consider foul play. The circumstances surrounding the victim's burial before her body was dragged to its exposed state left investigators with a dearth of leads. Their desire for closure, both for the woman who had lost her life under these mysterious circumstances and for justice, remained unfulfilled. Initial inquiries within Boulder County's residence yielded no fruitful tips, leaving the victim unidentified for several months. It was only in the fall of that year that a significant breakthrough occurred. In October 2006, a woman contacted the Longmont Police Department, expressing concern about her long unseen friend, Angie Wilder, whom she had been unable to contact. The missing friend's physical description closely matched that of the remains found in the canyon a few months earlier. Additionally, the woman mentioned a distinctive ring that her friend was known to wear, similar to the cross ring found on the victim. With this crucial information, investigators were able to identify the missing woman as Angela Wilds. In November 2006, she was officially identified as Angela Josephine Wilds through a DNA analysis on the rib bones, comparing them to those of her 4 sisters. Angela was 38 years old when she lost her life. Curiously, none of Angela's family members had reported her missing or conducted further investigations into her disappearance. Detectives learned that around the time she vanished in April 2006, she lacked a stable home or steady employment. Her life revolved around living with friends, but beyond this, investigators had little information to work with. Despite interviewing Angela's family, friends, and acquaintances, investigators remained no closer to unraveling the mystery of her fate. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they conducted DNA tests on the items discovered with Angela. These tests revealed the presence of unknown male DNA on the ski pants, sleeping bag, and pillowcase. However, it would take 3 more years to identify the contributor of this male DNA. On January 22, 2009, information reached investigators working on Angela's case from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, indicating a preliminary match between the suspect's DNA and a man named John Michael Ankerer, who was incarcerated at a correctional center in Palmer, Alaska. 2 months later, in March 2009, investigators traveled to Alaska and collected additional DNA samples from Ankerer, further solidifying their suspicions. On February 24, 2009, detectives from the Anchorage, Alaska Police Department took John Michael Ankerer into custody on a warrant issued by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, charging him with the 2006 murder of Angela Wilds. As investigators sought to establish the connection between Angela and Ankerer, they managed to locate several individuals who claimed to have seen them together in late 2005 and early 2006. On August 26, 2009, a detective from the Anchorage Police Department conducted a formal interview with Ankerer. In this interview, Ankerer recounted attending a dive school in Texas in February or March of 2006 and subsequently living in various Colorado locations, including Canyon City, Longmont, and Monte Vista, until July 2006. He stated that he moved to Alaska in August of that year. Curiously, Ankerer denied any knowledge of a person named Angie or Angela, and when shown her photograph, he maintained that he did not recognize her, failing to provide a confession or substantial information. Despite the initial challenges, investigators persisted. In September 2009, they re-interviewed Ankerer, who again denied knowing the victim. He also denied being in the South St. Francis area around the time of the crime. However, his own family members contradicted his claims. Ankerer's parents reported that he frequently visited a cave in the South St. Francis area, located off Highway 7, approximately 3 to 4 miles from Lyons. He hiked and camped in the vicinity, and his sister recalled dropping him off there on occasion. In March 2010, investigators issued a court-authorized arrest warrant for second-degree murder charges against Angela Wilds. At the time, Ankerer was already incarcerated in an Alaska prison on a probation violation charge. Ankerer's preliminary hearing took place in the Boulder City Court on July 12, 2010. While the evidence pointed to him, including DNA evidence and witness testimonies, it fell short of conclusively placing him at the crime scene. Prosecutors also struggled to establish a motive behind the killing. Ankerer's defense attorney argued that there was no physical evidence directly implicating Ankerer in Angela's death, especially considering the pathologist's inability to definitively declare it a homicide. Judge Thomas Reed, after considering the evidence, determined that probable cause did not sufficiently support the charge and subsequently dismissed the case. Despite this setback, detectives remained determined to solve the case. Over the years, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office continued their relentless efforts, collaborating with the Colorado Bureau of Investigación and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These efforts included conducting interviews with various individuals and consulting with pathologists. In 2005, a pathologist re-evaluated the case, concluding that Angela's death should be considered a homicide due to the circumstances surrounding her discovery, a nude body covered in lime in a remote wooded area. Although the specifics of her death remained uncertain, asphyxiation emerged as the most probable cause. Nevertheless, this evidence alone was insufficient to hold the suspect accountable for the victim's death. Several years later, in December 2022, a new witness emerged, altering the course of the investigation dramatically. This witness happened to be Ankerer's former girlfriend, who had separated from him between December 2022 and January 2023. In subsequent interviews, she revealed disturbing details about Ankerer's past, describing him as extremely jealous, possessive, and prone to mistreatment. She believed that he suspected her of infidelity and claimed that he had repeatedly strangled her during their relationship. However, when initially questioned in 2009, she had denied being strangled. Moreover, she believed that Ankerer harbored dark secrets, becoming particularly unstable and violent when consuming alcohol or drugs. The mention of certain women's names, including Angela, triggered his rage. In December 2022, detectives also contacted 2 other witnesses who claimed to have seen Ankerer with Angela at the El Motel in Longmont, Colorado, a mere 10 miles from the South St. Francis Canyon crime scene. When examining the motel records, investigators confirmed that Angela and Ankerer had stayed there together between December 26 and January 4, 2006. Based on the accumulating evidence, both new and existing, the Boulder County District Attorney's Office presented the case to a grand jury on February 16, 2023. The grand jury subsequently indicted John Ankerer once again, this time for second-degree murder. Investigators now hold confidence that justice will finally be served in this disturbing case. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Dougherty expressed their determination to secure justice for Angela Wildes' murder, offer closure to her loved ones, and provide answers to the community. On March 9, 2023, John Ankerer, now 53 years old, was arrested in Anchorage, Alaska, and extradition to Boulder City is currently pending, marking a significant step toward resolving the mysteries that have shrouded this case for far too long. Laura Kempton was 23 years old in 1981 when she lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. She attended Portsmouth Beauty School while also working at Macro Polo Gift Store and Karen's Ice Cream Parlor. Laura was known as an outgoing free spirit with an outsized personality who enjoyed socializing. Laura was last seen entering her Chapel Street apartment alone during the early morning hours of September 28, 1981. A police officer serving a court summons for unpaid parking tickets found Laura's body hours later, upon making his way up to her residence and discovering a wooden panel piece had come loose from its hinge, creating an opening through which he could see Laura lying dead just inside her apartment. Autopsies showed that she died shortly after entering her apartment, suffering massive trauma to the left side of her head, including skull fractures, lacerations, and contusions on her brain. Additionally, she had been assaulted, which allowed DNA evidence collection from her body as well as evidence from the crime scene itself. Investigators collected other evidentiary items at this location. Interviews of other residents at Laura's apartment complex yielded no useful information, and the case ultimately fizzled out. In 1986, investigators revealed they had interrogated Ronald Spock about Laura's death after learning he had also killed 2 other women in Boston, Massachusetts. Spock denied any involvement. Portsmouth police, however, were monitoring his case closely and reviewing any criminal allegations made against him. Only Ronald Spiewak being from nearby NH gave a strong nudge in that direction. But this alone wasn't a strong link either. Spock had met his victims, Gina Quare and Kathleen McGuire, on 2 separate occasions in Boston and admitted later to ending their lives, though at first he claimed each time was self-defense based. Spock strangled both women before disposing of them in various locations, Gina in an abandoned railway car near South Boston, and Kathleen near an information booth on Interstate 95 near Kittery, Maine. No real links between Laura's case and that of Dina Kittler were ever discovered, but 2 Portsmouth detectives attending a conference in Florida at that time listened intently as an investigator from the Naval Investigative Service described its investigation into Dina Kittler. Dina was assaulted and strangled with rope at her Mayport, Florida home in December 1990, with signs of intense struggle being visible throughout her home, as well as numerous hair clumps which had been cut off in the bathtub. Her naval officer husband had been deployed at the time of Dina's death. Portsmouth Police, Captain James Tucker could hardly believe what he heard. Dina's case bore a striking resemblance to Michelle Leon's murder in New Hampshire, and authorities had already arrested someone named John Brewer as being involved with Dina's case. John Brewer had been released shortly after his arrest due to insufficient physical evidence. However, as more details emerged concerning Michelle Leon's case in Dublin, New Hampshire, Brewer was brought back into custody and held without charge. Soon, Portsmouth investigators were able to establish a link between Brewer and Michelle Leon. James Tucker found in records an application John Brewer had filled out listing Gary Leon as his reference. This led directly back to Michelle herself. Police identified John Brewer as being involved in both cases based on DNA evidence taken from hairs collected during the Kittler case and DNA sample collected for Leon case. Based on this discovery, Brewer was charged and brought before court for both. News of Brewer's indictment spread quickly across the Granite State, prompting reports that she had links to 3 additional cases, 2 in Portsmouth and 1 in Florida. At the time of Laura Kempton's murder, Brewer was living in New Hampshire, but his actions seemed distinct from those of New Hampshire natives. Unfortunately, no correlations could ever be drawn. Perhaps this was just an inference based on his arrest being performed by detectives from Portsmouth. Rumors in Portsmouth of what happened to Laura swirled about 2 young men known as drug suppliers. These individuals had appeared on police logs with various offenses before becoming more violent in nature. Thomas Faraghi led one such operation that escalated to far more brazen criminal activity. Faraghi had been arrested several times for assaulting women before being indicted in March 1982 for fatally shooting 24-year-old Valerie Blair of Rye at Odiorn State Park after she had been hit with 5 shots fired from a .22 caliber pistol. She had found her in Odiorn State Park with 5 bullet wounds to her head and face from Faraghi's operation. Thomas Faraghi remained in prison for years while maintaining his innocence of Valerie Blair's murder, attributing it to one of his associates whom he believes must have stolen his gun. Later in an interview, Faraghi suggested the same man may have killed Laura Kempton too. Faraghi claimed she was one of their customers, and one of their employees became upset after seeing Laura kiss someone while they were conducting business at her apartment, while they were there conducting transactions. In 1982, his girlfriend attended Portsmouth Beauty School together with Laura Kempton. Faraghi's DNA was collected, but never charged further than this incident. Instead, police looked into and cleared one suspect from Faraghi's accusations in both cases before moving on with their cases until far later cases against them was cleared as being responsible. On July 20, 2023, investigators finally released an important update. Laura's case had finally been solved after 42 years. Officials identified Ronnie James Lee as her perp. He resided and worked in Portsmouth. Rachel Harrington, Assistant Attorney General, stated there is no indication Lee knew Laura Kempton personally. Lee served in the U.S. Army from May 15, 1981 until May 15, 1982, before taking up employment at MBI Security at Liberty Mutual of Portsmouth from June 1981 through August 1982. Lee provided his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth when arrested by Portsmouth police for attempted theft on November 8, 1982. Lee was arrested and pleaded guilty to 4 residential and 1 commercial burglaries during 1983. 2 of these burglaries he pled guilty to in 1987. Additionally, Lee was convicted on assault charges stemming from a burglary committed in Keene, New Hampshire, that included assaulting a female resident in her own home during this incident. Lee was sentenced to prison from December 1987 until July 1990 and ultimately passed away after overdosing on February 9, 2005, at age 45. Attorney General officials stated that were Lee still alive, he would face first-degree charges of endangering Laura during an attempt at aggravated felonious assault and striking her with an object believed to be a wine bottle. Investigators used genetic genealogy techniques to identify Lee. Physical evidence at the scene in 1981 yielded male DNA profiles. Officials stated that starting in 2022, Portsmouth police have collaborated with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, Attorney General's Cold Case Unit and Genetic Genealogy Research Organization, Identifiers International, collaborated in conducting forensic genetic genealogy to identify Lee as the donor of DNA found at the crime scene. Since he no longer lives, this case can now be considered closed and solved. Laura's family issued the following statement upon hearing of its resolution. We wish to extend our sincerest appreciation and thanks for solving Laura's case through Portsmouth Police Department. Their dedication and hard work, along with decades of personal commitment, has brought Laura to this point in time. Family would like to extend a sincere thank you to retired Captain John Parash and the Portsmouth Police Department Investigative Division team, members past and present, for all their hard work on Laura's case, which led to this important moment today. Their tireless dedication made this momentous event possible. Over the last 41 years, numerous other hands have touched Laura's file, and we express our profound thanks for all your contributions. At this time, however, the Kempton family requests privacy as we process this information. Thank you to all. Law enforcement officials have stated in the past that Laura's case and Tammy Little's death in Portsmouth in 1982 could possibly be linked. When asked by reporters about Tammy, Attorney General John Formella responded that it is still under investigation, while for Little he stated, "Our hope is that what we announce today may provide additional insight into that investigation." Tammy Little had not been heard from since Sunday evening, after friends dropped her off from a night out at Portsmouth Beauty School. Friends had seen her arriving home after the event, after an overnight party on Saturday evening, and dropping her off in her Maplewood Avenue apartment, after spending Saturday night out together. No one knew why Tammy would remain unreachable for so long. When something appeared wrong, it became evident. Tammy's mother decided to check in on her daughter at Maplewood Avenue apartment and discovered an unspeakably traumatizing sight: her lifeless body in their apartment, where they had been severely beaten on by someone. Authorities quickly responded when Tammy's mother called them about the case at 315 Maplewood Avenue. Investigators collected physical evidence from within her home, as well as interviewing nearby neighbors before conducting an autopsy the following day, which revealed she had died of massive head injuries caused by being viciously struck on the head with something. As Tammy's family and friends mourned her tragic death, many residents in her city found themselves living under an aura of unease. Many residents' worst fears had seemingly come true, and an air of uncertainty filled the neighborhood. Again it had happened. Another girl, another crime, and no arrests made. Laura and Tammy share much more in common than just how their lives ended. Tammy and Laura lived alone in ground-level apartments in Portsmouth and attended the Portsmouth Beauty School. Both women attended modeling agencies to try to secure work. Both women were outgoing, frequented some of the same bars downtown, and tragically both died on an autumn weekend day only 1 mile apart from one another. DNA will soon provide answers as to whether Ronnie James Lee also played a part in taking Tammy Little's life. 22-year-old Kyle Clinkscales lived in El Range. In 1976, the sports-obsessed young man was attending Auburn University in Alabama. At the university, he was beginning to search for his place in the world and map out what career to pursue. On January 27, 1976, Kyle left his part-time job at a bar in Lorange and headed out for the roughly 45-minute drive to Auburn University, where he was a sophomore. Kyle never made it to the university when his parents could not get in contact with him. He was reported missing, and nothing out of the ordinary was found at Kyle's apartment to suggest that he ran away or had moved elsewhere. Investigators believed that something happened at some point on his trip. They just did not know what it could be. The county sheriff's office and Kyle's parents intensively searched for him in those initial weeks after he went missing. Lakes were drained and rewards were promised. Deputies searched woodlands for a single clue for Kyle's parents, John and Louise Clinkscales. The effort was a passionate, all-consuming quest, mirroring scores of other missing person cases across the country, with loved ones pleading for tips. Searchers growing wearier with each unsuccessful venture, and members of an exhausted community looking on aghast that something so haunting could have happened to one of their own. The determination was the source of admiration for many. Kyle Clinkscales had always liked New Orleans, so his parents bought ads in the city asking for help to find their son. He had loved Hawaii when he visited on some vacation as a boy, so his parents sent letters to every police department in the state. When tips came in that a person had been found matching his description of a strong jaw, shaggy brown hair, thick eyebrows, they drove to the places where those tips originated 2 years after their son's disappearance. The Clinkscales had distributed nearly 5,000 bumper stickers seeking information. They became supporters for families of others who had missing relatives and tried to call attention to cases not as well publicized. The Clinkscales were among those invited to the White House in 1985 to meet with President Ronald Reagan. about ways to address the issue of missing and exploited children in their home, the same one where Kyle Clinkscales had been raised, and that was decorated with pictures of him, smiling in and wearing a bow tie. His parents' drive to find their son would sometimes give way to fatigue. In an interview in 1978, John Clinkscales expressed unease. Maybe he said his son, who did not really like college, felt like he was a financial burden on his parents. Instead of dropping out or sharing his feelings, he might just have wanted to make it easier on us by disappearing. Every time Louise and John Clinkscales left their home in LaRange, Georgia to search for him, one of them would leave behind a note if their son returned while they were gone. They wanted him to know that a lot had changed since he was last seen in 1976. They loved him, so the Clinkscales would write, and there on the dining room table was a spare car key for him. Both John and Louise Clinkscales submitted their DNA samples to investigators for testing in case their son's remains were ever found. Sadly, John Clinkscales passed away in 2007. Louise passed away in January 2021 at the age of 92. A driver in Seta, Alabama, about 30 miles southwest of LaRange, was on a 2-lane road on December 7, 2021, when he saw the hatchback of a rusted vehicle sticking out of the creek and called the authorities. It was a 1974 Ford Pinto poking out from the creek. There were human remains inside the rusty car and about 50 skeletal fragments encased in the mud. It was not clear what allowed the car to become visible from the road after all this. In February 2023, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed that the remains belonged to Kyle Clinkscales. The creek where the car was found in Chambers County, Alabama, outside of LaRange, was never searched because the road would not likely have been Kyle's main route to Auburn, though it might have been an alternate one. Aaron Hackley, the coroner in Troup County, Georgia, said that it might take investigators months to determine the exact cause, if they can pinpoint one at all given the age of the remains. M. Hackley said when she got the call from investigators that the remains had been identified. She called Kyle's Aunt Martha Morrison, who responded with relief and regret that his parents were not alive to hear the news. Taryn Pad entered El Champ food store in Orlando, Florida, between 5 to 6 a.m. to prepare for his shift as an employee and was attacked by an unknown attacker, being stabbed multiple times while working the store. Since he had recently relocated there and worked long shifts, he did not have many acquaintances. Therefore, police quickly exhausted every lead they could in an effort to solve this crime and arrest those responsible, finding those responsible for Terrence's brutal death in 2003. After reviewing evidence at the crime scene and searching for new leads in their investigation, a DNA profile developed from these evidence exclusions were made. However, no culprit was ever identified, and thus the case became cold. Until October 2019, when Orange County Sheriff's Office hired Florida Department of Law Enforcement as helpers in their probe. They collaborated with AM to utilize latest DNA tests for genealogy building. AM used forensic-grade genome sequencing to generate leads that led to the identification of suspects in Taryn Pett's investigation, using genealogical clues provided by AM and using it as part of their forensic genetic genealogy system to create an exhaustive genetic profile for potential suspects that would trigger it. After successfully creating this profile, AM provided it to police, who then utilized genealogical research techniques in order to identify potential suspects who could have been activated by it. They verified his identity as 54-year-old Eustace Kenneth Robert Stowe Jr., who remains detained without bail as part of Taryn Pett's investigation. Kenneth Stowe Jr. was found guilty of first-degree murder and robbery with firearm in August 2023 and awaits sentencing. On March 17, 2005, a hiker walking the Lone Mountain Trail in Carson City noticed a shoe sticking out of the ground and alerted authorities, who found the buried body of a woman wrapped in a sleeping bag. Authorities estimated that the woman had passed away about a year before she was discovered. Investigators followed the usual procedure to identify the woman, but were unable to, and she became a Jane Doe. Of the Carson City Sheriff's Office brought the case to the DNA Doe Project in 2019 to attempt to investigate genetic genealogy, to trace Jane Doe's identity using DNA matches to build her family tree after a complex series of laboratory processes to extract DNA and translate it into a workable profile for a comparison to the millions of records in the databases. Volunteer investigative genetic genealogists get to work in May 2020. The DNA Do Project said that since research began, more than 13 volunteers have worked to connect the matches with family trees going back to ancestors born in the mid-1700s in England. It took a little less than a year to narrow the a search of a single family. In the vast tree, 3 of the 6 siblings were women, and this lead was offered to the investigating officers to follow up. In October 2022, a family member's ancestry DNA test was uploaded to gedmatch.com, a public database that can be used in law enforcement cases. After this DNA match, investigators confirmed that Jane Doe is Joyce Rogers Annis, originally from Michigan. In addition to providing the critical lead to this identification, the DNA Do Project team also provided information about a man associated with Joyce who later confessed to burying her body on Lone Mountain. It turned out that 72-year-old Joyce passed away due to natural causes, and her husband Edward Barton buried her in the mountains. They were homeless and had no money for a funeral. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove or disprove Edward Barton's version of events, and the case is currently considered solved. Cheryl Monique Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina in 2002. She had married John Osby from high school, and they had one daughter named Justice who was 7 years old at the time. On August 16, 2002, she woke up and realized Cheryl hadn't woken her in time for school bus stop, so Justice missed it and went back into Cheryl's bedroom, only to discover someone had taken Cheryl's life. Autopsy results revealed Justice had been strangled and likely assaulted, though details about any signs of forced entry or any possible evidence belonging to her perpetrator have never been made public. Although authorities conducted extensive investigations, no arrests were ever made, and the case went cold. Grieving partners John and Justice continued grieving together for 17 more years after her passing. John Osby went missing in December 2019 and was later found shot and covered with a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down who shot him, leaving his family with unanswered questions as to his whereabouts and the fate of Cheryl Taylor and John Osby. Sheriff Tyree Davis made a change when, in January 2023, he hired Detective Sergeant Samoji as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator. Detective Samoji began by studying John Osby's case before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. On July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. of Northampton County in North Carolina was arrested and charged with the voluntary manslaughter of Cheryl Taylor. It remains unknown as of yet whether or not Turner is also responsible for shooting John Osby. It has, however, come to light that Turner was known to Cheryl and her family in 2002 when he killed Cheryl, age 25 at the time he committed this act. It also has 2 criminal assault charges from when he was younger that resulted in probation being issued against him after his arrest. After being charged, he was held at Halifax County Jail under a $250,000 bond until further notice to appear before court hearing. Scott Hall, patrol captain for the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, explained why voluntary manslaughter charges had been leveled against this incident. This was not premeditated or malicious killing based on facts of this case or elements of its crime, therefore we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis expressed his emotions by sharing that arresting a suspect for Cheryl's case brought tears of joy. I received the call that we were able to close one of our cold cases dating back over 20 years. No one knew, and until we informed her family, we couldn't say anything. When I found out the news, I was immediately overcome by emotion and tears began streaming down my cheeks. As a member of the State Commission, I sat front row alongside other board members, trying my best to keep myself together by wiping away tears as they came. Once my sniffles began surfacing, though, I knew I needed to leave. Folks, I can assure you that these tears were tears of joy and excitement, not only for M. Taylor's family, but also her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone she has crossed paths with before. Additionally, this beacon of hope serves as a beacon for other families that require closure as well. Justice Osby, Sherrill's daughter, expressed her sentiments upon hearing of Turner's arrest by saying it was an amazing feeling and she never expected it. Justice extended her gratitude to those involved with helping bring Turner to justice by saying, "Today is such a good day, thank you all." Patricia Chuka Bender gave birth to her only child, Susan Robin Bender, on November 27, 1970, in Modesto, California. She passed away on April 25, 1986. At 15, Susan left her family's house to spend the weekend with friends in Carmel by the sea. To get to the Greyhound bus station at 10th and G Street, she strolled. Susan ran into friends while she was waiting for the bus. She informed them of her coastal excursion and her intention to return in a few days. After their conversation was over, Susan made a call at the depot payphone. A full-sized olive green 1977 Ford van arrived 10 or so minutes later. Susan entered the car. Susan was last observed at this location. In the 1980s, it was not unheard of for a 15-year-old to have so much freedom. Bender, Pat. When Susan didn't return her usual phone call to her mother, she assumed that her daughter had arrived safely in Carmel and was enjoying herself with her friends. On May 1, 1986, her mother reported her daughter missing, which worried her. Investigators quickly concluded that a horrible thing had occurred to Susan, a detective revealed to the neighborhood publication. There is concrete evidence that suggests Susan Bender's disappearance was the result of foul play. The same newspaper was informed by Susan's mother that although Susan had fled home twice previously, she had always returned rather quickly. She claimed that before she vanished, things had been going well between us, and that she had shown no signs of planning to flee. She said that Susan's phone book, clothes, and diary had been discovered in the possession of an unidentified male person of interest. His ownership. Pat went on, "I fear a man who the police questioned, but never arrested, attacked her. Despite having a lot of circumstantial evidence against him, they chose not to arrest him. The police always believed Susan was not missing her own voice. Detective Richard Ryow, who was assigned to the case until his retirement in 2000, told a newspaper in 1987 that he thought Susan was most likely not alive anymore in 1999. Susan's mother said in an interview that the police said there is little they can do without a body detective. Commented in that same year, "Susan Bender just fell off the face of the earth." What is really strange about this case is that nothing has ever come up about her in all these years, and no one has ever come forward with any information about what happened to her. Also in 1999, Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, two childhood friends from Linden, California, targeted young women in and around the nearby Stockton area. There was some speculation that perhaps Susan was one of their victims. Many of their victims have never been identified. Authorities did not know if the men had anything to do with Susan's abduction, but it is possible, as she vanished in the time that they were busy with their evil deeds. Susan's disappearance fit their modus operandi for victims, but despite years of investigation into Herzog and Shermantine's crimes, there had never been a link to Susan's case. They went on a spree in the 1980s and 1990s, taking the lives of several females, and may have had more than 15 victims in the meantime. Remained unsolved for nearly 4 decades, investigators spoke to family and friends who fought to keep Susan's story alive. Sandy Silveria, a friend of Susan, commented in 2021, "Where is she? What happened to her? Whoever did this, they have to be held accountable." In October 2021, the Modesto Police Department announced that they reopened the case in the hopes of finally locating the long-lost teenager. The department said in a statement that in reviewing this case, "We identified potential areas of opportunity that may assist in moving this case forward. This includes the use of advancements in technology. Given the circumstances of the crime, we also believe there may be individuals previously unidentified who may have pertinent information surrounding Susan's disappearance." Modesto's cold case investigators were hoping that the many years since Susan's disappearance had increased witnesses' willingness to speak out. The police department said in a statement in 2022 that it is important to remember that Susan was a child with a family. Unfortunately, that family has gone 36 years without closure or justice. It is our job as an agency to assist in providing some level of closure, with the ultimate goal of getting justice. Then, on Thursday, August 17, 2023, the Modesto Police Department announced the arrest of Raymond Lewis Stafford, who is 76 years old. Stafford was arrested on August 15 in Wills Point, 50 miles east of Dallas, where he had been living for around 5 years. Stafford appeared to be hiding in plain sight for decades. Detectives got an arrest warrant on August 10th, but it was not until on Tuesday, members of the Van Zandt County Sheriff's Department in Texas showed up at his home and took him into custody. He was arrested without incident and subsequently booked into the Van Zandt County Jail and charged with taking Susan's life. Modesto police did not give further details about what they believe happened to Susan Stafford, who is currently incarcerated in Texas and awaiting extradition to California. Exactly how the detective zeroed in on Stafford as a suspect has not been detailed. Modes of police are differing. Questions to the Stannis County District Attorney's Office, saying there was no other information they could release. Newspapers and local radio stations did reach out to the Modesto Police Department and Stannis County District Attorney to learn what led to the suspect's arrest, but did not receive a response. No information was released about how exactly Susan might have met her end, whether there is any chance of recovering her body, or what new evidence resulted in the charges against Saint in a news release. Modesto police expressed their gratitude to the Stannis County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of Justice, and various Texas authorities for their help in the long and challenging investigation. It said the collaborative efforts of these agencies have been instrumental in bringing closure to Susan Robin Bender's case, as detectives suspected foul play right from the start. They had a suspect nearly from the start, according to court records filed in Stannis County. Investigators at the time traced the green van to Stafford after he was arrested on suspicion of an unrelated burglary a month after Susan vanished. He had not been publicly named at the time. In the course of their investigation, they learned that Stafford had briefly worked with Susan's mother, Patricia Bender. At the time, she said that she believed Stafford may have formed a relationship with her daughter after calling their home phone. Court documents showed that Pat worked for Stafford for a few days back in 1985 at his security business. They also said she admitted to dating Stafford on a few thus. Stafford was well known to Susan. It was his rental van that Susan had been seen getting into at the bus stop. She got into his van without hesitation, according to her friend, who witnessed everything on the day of her disappearance at the bus station. A woman who lived with Stafford in the 1980s said he confessed that he strangled a female with a cord or wire and buried her near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite. He said, according to court records obtained, that he drove to a campground near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite National Park and dug the grave less than a year after Susan disappeared. Stafford, then 38, ran for Modesto City Council. He was asked by the local newspaper about his criminal record, but told the paper in July 1985 that it was a result of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His arrests were listed as operating an unlicensed private investigator business and carrying a badge saying he was a private investigator. Stafford said that his campaign was focused on policies to protect children from predators. "We do not spend any time getting the people who are harassing our children." Unsurprisingly, he lost the election 5 months later, in December 1986. Stafford was convicted of setting a business on fire and pled guilty to making a false police report. He reportedly faked a kidnapping to avoid appearing in court. In 1994, he emerged once again on law enforcement's radar. He was put on an offenders register under alias Greg Tunningley for abusing a 13-year-old girl in California. New court records identify the man as Stafford. Pat revealed she always suspected Stafford was behind her daughter's disappearance. After she discovered the pair had carried on a secret relationship, Pat said, "I have known. I have known from the start when my daughter came up missing." I have known that he was the person responsible. The investigators did not listen to me. Pat added that that thought had lived with her for the past 37 years. She continued, and it was like I was lost. People talking about their grandkids and their kids. Pat said the memories of her 15-year-old daughter were what kept her going. She remembered Susan as outgoing, funny, and just an average teenager trying to figure out where she fits. Pat never lost hope, but the quest to find her daughter was agonizing until now. She said she has had to lean on her faith. She stated, "I'm grateful. I'm glad that the system has finally decided to step up and do something instead of having me wonder if those closest to Susan hope to learn where she is in hopes of giving her the farewell they always felt she deserved." Now in the final act, her mother says the one thing she has never wrestled with is forgiveness toward Stafford. "I know this is going to sound kind of strange, but I have forgiven him for what he did to my daughter. I really have, because I would not want to carry that with me for the rest of my life." Pat said this arrest has lifted a dark cloud from her shoulders. "Now I am not looking forward to how the trial will play out. I just want Susan's body found." 73-year-old Gregor and 72-year-old Irma 6 lived in Canberra, Australia in 1999. On the night of November 6, 1999, two masked men forced their way into the Pick Grover Crescent home at around 9:30 p.m. The couple was bound with cable ties to their eyes and savagely beaten before the men ransacked their home, stealing cash and jewelry. Gregor managed to free himself and call the police, but Irma suffocated on her own blood and lost her life at the scene. Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott recalled the event. They were assaulted, bound with cable ties, duct tape, and a telephone cord, and the house was ransacked after a period of what is estimated to be about an hour. Mr. Pick, who had been in and out of consciousness, was able to free himself from his bindings and found his wife face down in the hallway. He rolled her over and removed her bindings, but she had passed away. She had effectively drowned in her own blood from a broken nose. Detectives who started investigating the case found that the Picks were also victims of aggravated burglaries in 1997 and 1998, which are thought to be linked to the third fatal break-in. Police made it known that they believed someone in Melbourne's Hungarian community could hold vital information on who was responsible for what happened to Irma. Investigators found DNA evidence at the crime scene, but with DNA technology not being as advanced in 1999, there was little they could do. In 2012, a $500,000 reward was offered for anyone able to help the police secure a successful conviction. In the case of 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. DNA technology was now a lot more advanced. Almost immediately, a DNA match was established through the National Crime Investigation DNA database. DNA testing led investigators to Stevie Fabrizi. It took a while to track Fabrizi down. When he was questioned by investigators on September 8, 2023, Fabrizi made partial admissions to his involvement in the incident. He admitted being on the premises for the purpose of the burglary and gave details of the burglary that were not known publicly. 68-year-old Steve Fabrizi from Melbourne was then subsequently arrested and charged with taking the life of Irma Palak. Fabrizi faced Dandong Magistrates Court on September 21, 2023, where he applied for release on bail. The opposing bail detective, Sergeant Craig Marriott, told the court that police had serious concerns that Fabrizi, also known as Istvan Fabrizi, could flee the country if released, as he is a dual citizen of Hungary. Marriott said they also feared the 68-year-old might interfere with witnesses, with his alleged co-offender still on the run. The court heard that while Fabrizi owns his own home in Australia, he has no family there. The police were aware that he planned to return to Hungary, where he owns land upon his retirement. Fabrizi also has about $250,000 in savings, Marriott said, creating further concern that he had the means to leave Australia. I am also aware he has made statements to Victoria Police, while in custody, about wanting to harm himself. He made the same statement to us. He said he asked us to shoot him. The court heard this. While the 68-year-old has had no prior offenses for failing to answer bail, He did spend time in prison from 2010 to 2012 after being convicted of conspiring to hijack a truckload of cigarettes. Magistrate Jason Ang eventually denied bail and ordered Fabrizi to appear in Cour Magistratis Court on an undetermined date. In a statement released on behalf of the Pix family, they said that after nearly 24 years of pain, questioning, and uncertainty, they had never given up hope of finding out who was responsible for this heinous act. Only Irma was taken from us, but Gregor's life all but ended on that night, and ours have never been the same, they said outside the court. Detective Superintendent Scott Marer from the ACT Police said this arrest was immensely satisfying for investigators. The family of Irma Pix never gave up hope, never ceased asking for community assistance, and always worked to keep the case in people's minds, he said. Marer said police were continuing to work to identify and charge a second suspect and believe it is only a matter of time before this occurs. I am confident it is only a matter of time before we are able to provide full closure for the family and the Canberra community, Marer said. The $500,000 reward offer remains active, and information received can still be considered for this reward. Furthermore, investigators released an image of a man they believe may have information on what happened to Irma. Catherine Spacito attended high school in Brooklyn, New York during the 80s, before moving to Prescott, Arizona, to enroll at Prescott College as an art major and avid hiker. On June 12, 1987, she moved into her new residence, where she quickly made many new friends. Kathy informed her friends during dinner on June 12th of her plans to go hiking early the following morning, June 13th at 7:00 a.m. Kathy rode her mountain bike directly to the trailhead and started uphill from there. Trail is located within Prescott National Forest, approximately 10 minutes from downtown Prescott, and has long been popular with hikers in the area. Soon after Kathy left, other hikers heard someone calling out for assistance. Unfortunately, due to dense terrain, it took some time before anyone located her, by which point she had died. At first, it appeared as though this grisly scene could only belong to police Kathy, who were hiking through Yavapai County, when their thumb trail became insecure, and Kathy died as a result of blunt force injury to her left side, caused by 2 rocks and ratchet wrench discovered at the crime scene. Subsequent investigation determined her cause of death to be blunt force injury from 2 rocks striking together, as well as being struck in her eye using .22 caliber instrument that failed to enter her brain and struck an instrument with .22 caliber bullet that hit her eye with .22 caliber instrument, after which an instrument hit her eye using .22 caliber instrument, struck through her eye using .22 caliber instrument, which hit her face using .22 caliber instrument, which never managed to enter her brain before going on attack again and making cut marks visible at back of her head area. Therefore, police began their investigations on scene. Searching for perpetrators proved extremely challenging due to a lack of witnesses in certain cases, proving extremely challenging in terms of investigations. Over time, investigators determined there may have been multiple perpetrators. Yavapai County Sheriff David Rad advised everyone involved to keep all doors open. My team may be closer than ever before to discovering answers. If the case is solved, chances are DNA played a significant role. With recent developments of DNA tests such as family tree DNA tests available today, new breakthroughs could potentially solve it all. Yavapai's silent witness provided the reward, offering anonymous tips in order to solve cases more effectively. Sal Bazito flew in from New York to visit the crime scene, along with detectives. Sal asked anyone with information to contact him immediately. One classmate from high school sent an email out. "I hope you'll forgive my posting this grim information here, but I'm sharing it in hopes that prayer and closure for one of our own may find peace now. Kathy Spacito was brutally murdered in 1987. The case remains open." Kathy had recently visited Prescott with her partner when it happened, and they visited some downtown stores together. On one visit, they saw an enormous window display featuring Kathy's picture. Despite this fact that police continue searching for those responsible, Kathy and her partner spoke with the store owner, who offered new possibilities that may help their search efforts. Recently, new evidence has surfaced which has renewed hope of solving this mystery. An alumni also noticed posters with similar slogans in local stores across the city. She was delighted to discover that memory of Kathy and her pursuit of justice were not lost to time. I thought you might find this information interesting, and please remember her spirit along with this investigation during 2021. Sheriff Rad commented on how 34 years can seem like an eternity. Yet our department as well as cold case investigators still recall each investigation by name. What happened to Kathy? Our legal team is currently investigating. We have information regarding what transpired to Kathy, so we hope they take the necessary steps and speak up. Especially since Kathy's brother advised her in an interview conducted in 2021 that one should never give up hope of having an optimistic future. He vividly remembered the day when he received such a shocking and painful news. It was shocking and unbearable, something no one should experience. Unfortunately, this wasn't an accident either. Someone with extreme anger was looking to end her existence as soon as possible. Sal Bazito revealed their father died suddenly without explanation in 2010, and their mother passed away a couple of years later, leading him to speculate that it could have been due to heartbreak over events happening with Kathy. Sal concluded the interview stating he believes his mother passed due to broken hearts due to what had transpired with Kathy. Kathy Spacco died a horrid death on August 25, 2023, and Sheriff David Rhodes revealed at a press gathering that DNA evidence indicated Brian Scott Bennett as the suspect in her case. Sheriff Rhodes stated to reporters, "I can state today with absolute certainty that Brian Scott Bennett killed Kathy Spacco. She was one of his serial predators." Bennett would have turned 53 by the time of his death in 1994, having just recently relocated from Calvin, Kentucky to Prescott for only 16 months before leaving Prescott High School in 1988 and entering temporary service with the Army before eventually leaving that branch and joining in 1989 when it reformed itself temporarily again. Bennett was eventually charged with forgery in 1991 and sentenced to 3 years of probation by Prescott Sheriff's Office, despite never having been found guilty of violent offenses. Additionally, he was imprisoned at Arizona prison due to document forgery charges as well as wanted status during 1993. Investigators believe Kathy was Bennett's initial victim. Additionally, investigators believe he was also responsible for an assault against another female victim aged 30 at approximately the same location on April 13, 1990. Her boyfriend was camping alongside her when Bennett came from behind and threatened her by throwing a boulder over her head, then attacked before fleeing back into the woods. Sheriff R.H. subsequently provided details at a press conference regarding an additional incident along the same trail, wherein DNA tests from this incident led investigators to a relative of Bennett. In 2017, using advanced DNA technology, investigators were able to connect DNA evidence found from the second incident with Kathy's story as told by Sheriff R.H.'s. Their DNA samples were sent off for testing at laboratories where female descendant Bennett could be found. After performing a tree analysis of family members, authorities traveled to Kentucky and then Bennett in order to ascertain if there was indeed someone related. Bennett's body was then cremated so they could obtain her complete DNA profile for analysis purposes. Investigators confirmed that both attacks along the hiking trail had the same DNA profile. Family forensics analysis continued. DNA was extracted through cheek swabs taken from Bennett's brother and sister of Bennett. Investigators were not able to locate the DNA from a wrench that ended Kathy's life until March 2023, according to Bennett's testimony, when they identified its DNA on a wrench used in killing Kathy. Bennett stated that a male suspect assaulted 2 female attendees of an event held in Chino Valley during July 1990 before assaulting one more who lay drinking before collapsing in bed for the night. Bennett followed Renee Sandel into her room, attempted to attack her, and attempted to open fire before witnesses were able to break down the door and force Bennett out before fleeing again. Later detained by Chino Valley Police Department, but cleared due to conflicting witness testimony. Sheriff Rhodes identified Renee Sandel as Bennett's 4th victim from that incident on June 6, 1993, as she left her post. Prescott Bennett Police Office at Prescott Bennett forced Renee Sandel into her vehicle at knife point and assaulted her repeatedly before stopping it because the headlights weren't dimming properly, prompting Renee Sandel to flee, with RAD reporting that Renee believed her life may be threatened by this individual. Renee Sandel was 22 when she was kidnapped and assaulted. At Friday's press conference, she spoke of what happened during that ordeal as part of Renee Bennett's testimony. Unfortunately, he was released again, based on differing stories and insufficient evidence. Renee Sandel spoke at this press conference, as Renee Bennett wasn't charged due to inconsistencies between their accounts, as well as lack of evidence against him. When she said that it took an extended wait, my response was immediate. Thank God. I gave him all praise and glory because he was with me during prayer time that evening. His Lordship spoke directly with me as well, and is ultimately responsible for why I'm here today. Today, she is at peace. Kathy. You are liberated. There are too many feelings I cannot describe to you in words alone. It is impossible for me to enumerate them all. Devil believes it's essential for young people, both younger and older alike, to keep an eye on themselves as well as be conscious of those in their surroundings. Be alert for anything suspicious. My grandchildren often hear me remind them about this fact as well, since Mom's cold case detectives were able to link 4 distinct victim cases involving Kathy Renee Sandel and 2 others through DNA analysis, even though Bennett is not being prosecuted in these matters. RAD pointed out at a briefing for the press how such an act could occur in such a lovely location, raising doubts as to their significance and gravity. Authorities were inquisitive as to whether there might be additional victims beyond Kathy and 3 women linked with suspect. Investigators believe there may be multiple victims. The suspect continued to stress the serious nature of violent crimes. These predators noted it's highly likely, considering how frequently their actions occurred, that there aren't 4 instances existing of him being involved with these actions. Sheriff RH has noted that we accomplished our second purpose with this case by giving voice and answers back to survivors, as well as providing information back into the community. Volunteer detectives and their many colleagues spent much time and energy solving 4 cases today, providing relief, closure, or perhaps even validation to 4 women involved in those cases. Prescott Mayor Phil Good, who attended the press conference, expressed that recent advancements in DNA technology provide closure for those involved with cold cases, like Kathy Spacito. There is now more information than ever available that may help bring justice into people's homes. Crystal Rogers lived in Bardstown, Kentucky, with her partner Brooks and 2-year-old son Eli, as well as 4 additional children she had from her 2015 marriage, and that ended shortly before the incident occurred. Bardstown is widely known as the bourbon capital worldwide, but with only 14,000 residents. Crystal was Tommy Ballard, and Cher Ballard's youngest child. By all accounts, they were extremely close. Crystal worked 2 jobs to ensure her children's well-being was taken care of properly. Crystal, Eli, and Brooks visited his parents' 245-acre farm over 4th of July weekend 2015. Crystal dropped 2 children off with her ex-husband before leaving 2 with babysitters on July 4, 2015. Brooks awakened early with Eli beside him, but found no trace of Crystal. Even her car wasn't in the driveway. However, Brooks didn't report this mysterious disappearance at first, since he wasn't concerned she might just have gone out with friends late into the night before returning later than expected in the morning. Apparently, though, as it often did happen from time zone differences, or simply not making their return time. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to reach her on July 3rd, Crystal's family became extremely worried. Her mother, Sherry Ballard, reported her missing 2 days later on July 5th. The newspaper reported that she told Brooks she would take her to the police to report her as missing, and he agreed that it was the appropriate thing to do. Tommy Ballard found her maroon 2007 Chevrolet Impala with a flat tire near mile marker 14 of the Bluegrass Parkway on 5 July. Keys still inside its ignition, as well as her purse and cell phone had been left inside. Crystal's car was found with its driver's seat shifted out of its usual place, and her family quickly realized she wasn't driving alone. Unfortunately, finding her vehicle did not yield any useful leads on where to look for her. Eventually, her family announced a $25,000 reward for information leading to her abduction. Cher Ballard of her family offered with tears in his eyes, "We love her, and hope we can find her," with tears running down his cheeks, adding, "But until then, we just hope she can be found." Community involvement was immense as strangers and relatives from far and wide set out searching every inch of Nelson County and its surroundings for victims. Sammy Johnson of the Ballard family stated, "We have searched every inch of water, home, farm, and well as wells and sinkholes where she may be." According to reports, they held strong suspicions against Brooks for being involved with Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's sister claimed in an interview that Brooks never offered to search or help the family of Crystal, or assist with search efforts in any capacity. Brooks admitted their relationship was tenuous, but strongly denied any responsibility in her disappearance, stating, "I am totally innocent of this." In spite of criticisms from Crystal's family, he claimed he was helping out in some form with search efforts in the background. After Crystal's vehicle was located on July 8th, Brooks was brought in for investigation by Nelson County Sheriff's Office and told he and Crystal were on a date the evening she last seen. Brooks stated they fed cows, went for a late-night walk, and returned home only to sleep together in bed when Crystal had already been using her smartphone to access social media apps on her device. His narrative did not add up or make sense in other aspects. At nightfall, it had rained heavily, and it made little sense for Brooks and Crystal to walk in a field together at that same time. Nelson County Detective John Snow was conducting the investigation, noting the disparities in their narrative, yet Brooks insisted he had no part in her disappearance. John Snow questioned Brooks in the taped interview regarding an early morning call with an unknown number, the night Crystal disappeared. Brooks, Crystal, and the children had been traveling home in their car at that time when this call came through. Detective Snow questioned Brooks as to who had called, and Brooks reluctantly revealed the number belonged to Steve Lawson, whom Brooks revealed was one of Steve Lawson's employees. Brooks admitted to Detective Snow that he could not recall why Steve had called so long ago, prompting her to have Brooks contact Steve directly in the interrogation area. Steve claimed he called Brooks about rental property. Brooks told him to speak to Katie, who would follow up with Steve following their conversation. But Brooks immediately corrected him by informing him it should have been Crystal instead. Detective Snow questioned Brooks on why he told Steve Lawson that Crystal would call back later when she was sitting right beside him in his vehicle at that moment. Brooks offered as an explanation that he did not want to disturb Crystal during her work-related issues and not pester her with unnecessary phone calls or messages. Nick Hall, Brooks's brother and a Bardstown police officer, was the one who first contacted Brooks via his cell phone when aware that he was being interrogated by detectives. Nick advised his sibling not to contact police. Nick had been summoned by officials from his city the previous evening to testify before an unidentified grand jury. This led police to suspect his possible involvement with Crystal's death. At this stage, Nick could no longer cooperate with the sheriff's office. However, after being interrogated by Kentucky State Police, he agreed to undergo polygraph examinations. After being approached with the FBI, Nick finally took an exam for polygraphs on 20th of July. When confronted by what the examiner found from his test results, Bardstown Police Chief McCubbin raised grave concern with him over what had transpired from them and claimed Nick had lied during their examination, upon which Nick responded by declaring, "I don't care what your computer results say about me, being considered an untrustworthy liar, and I don't appreciate being called one by others." Tommy and Sherry Ballard, Crystal's parents, started seeking custody of 2-year-old Ely, the child she shared with Brooks. On August 8, 2015, at court hearing, they finally saw Brooks again after Crystal disappeared. Tommy said afterward, "During eye contact between me and him, there was eye contact between us both. My grandchild seemed content that day compared with any others around him, and thus the decision was made at that time that Eli would stay with Brooks." 3 months after Crystal was reported missing, authorities from Nelson County Sheriff's Office declared her deceased on 16 October 2015 at their press conference. Nick Howell was fired from Bardstown Police Department due to interfering with their investigation of Crystal's disappearance. Police accuse him of warning his brother about an interview and instructing them not to talk with the detectives. Nick later informed Kentucky State Police that he only spoke with his brother to inform them they may be trying to scare him and that he needed to take measures in order to safeguard himself. Kentucky State Police officially charged Brooks as an individual involved with Crystal's disappearance this October, with 8 documents that led them to believe he was their main suspect in direction. Hal denied these accusations against him. "My family's name has been ruined over an issue that does not pertain to me and requires lots of energy and effort. Driving past without appearing as though I am being dishonest is becoming tiresome and unreasonable, since there is no reason for an attorney, since I am innocent. For me, this seems ridiculous. For myself, this situation seems ridiculous." Police released video footage of both Hal brothers' interviews. Additionally, in December 2015, the local paper announced that police had arrested Danny Singleton on 38 counts of false swearing for lying under oath before an unnamed grand jury investigating Crystal's disappearance investigation. Singleton is close associate and long-term employee of Brooks. After being held for 6 months, he pled guilty and was released. An investigator from a private firm discovered a white Buick to be key evidence after discovering it was in the garage at Hal Farm on the night Crystal disappeared. Evidence showed Anna Whitesides owned an white Buick that she sold shortly after Crystal vanished. Police issued a subpoena requiring the 82-year-old woman to appear before a grand juror for questioning in June 2016. Subpoenaed for use as evidence disposal, the car was cleaned out and offered for sale to prevent evidence being discovered. Anna Whitesides invoked her Fifth Amendment rights and refused to testify before an impartial jury for fear that giving testimony would incriminate herself further. Whitesides' lawyer Jason Floyd informed the court, "In a high-profile, fast investigation case such as this one, many things could come together to trap an elderly woman like Whitesides who is 82 years old," according to Mr. Floyd. Anna Whitesides' confession and vehicle details were enough for police. A judge decided to keep any legal proceedings regarding Whitesides confidential, although Crystal has never been found or charged with her disappearance. Crystal was missing for approximately 1 year prior to August 2016, when police conducted a more intensive search using 14 dead dog teams across 300 acres in search of Hal family farm and Crystal. John Snow reported, "There may have been an incident involving Crystal on Hal Farm." Anna Whitesides' house, as well as those of Nick Howell, his brother and Rosemary Howell, were examined in order to uncover evidence such as DNA or human remains. John Snow stated afterwards, "I am optimistic. I believe we are heading in the correct direction, although this journey has been long, but I feel we're getting closer." Brooks's then-lover, Crystal Morin, was arrested after she was caught ripping down signs supporting Crystal Rogers' case and family in Bardstown. Following Crystal Rogers' disappearance and her family's dispersal from Bardstown, signs supporting them could be found all around town and were stolen by Crystal Morin. Sherry Ballard expressed her opinion. Crystal could have apologized by simply saying, "I apologize for my actions," but instead tried to defend herself with false claims of guilt instead of apologize. Instead, she attempted to defend herself with accusations. Tommy Ballard searched daily for Crystal and even initiated an independent investigation on her behalf. 13 months after Crystal disappeared on November 19, 2017, her devoted father prepared to embark on a hunting excursion at Ed Brent Lake property with their 12-year-old grandchild and attendant. Tommy Ballard was attacked by an individual and shot in the chest. Unfortunately, he did not survive his injuries and passed away at 54. Nelson County Coroner's Office has reported that Crystal's father was shot once before the bullet exited through his back. Ballard believed he had been shot while close to finding their daughter, whom had gone missing. According to newspaper accounts, his death may have been related to searching for their missing child. Cher Ballard had long been obsessed with finding his wife Crystal and was the prime figure in their search efforts. He believes that he was targeted, having seen himself being watched over for weeks prior to being shot dead. Anna Whiteside's home was searched after she was shot dead, yet nothing was discovered there. Commissar Rick Sanders hired 2 retired troopers to investigate a series of high-profile and unsolved cases in Bardstown and surrounding areas, including her murder. Crystal Ballard, as well as her dad, Tommy Ballard, had died recently, and this caused them to go in search of any information regarding it. At that time, Crystal's mother was trying to gain custody over Eli, Crystal's youngest son, as Brooks was sole guardian of him. Nelson Circuit Judge Stephen Hayden issued his final ruling regarding this custody dispute and found there to be clear and convincing evidence of strong hostility between Brooks and members of the Ballard family, such as Brooks' mother, and that could cause psychological harm for their child. Cher Ballard filed a petition with her late husband's estate seeking grandparent visitation rights shortly after Crystal went missing, telling local papers, "I have done all that the court requires of me, yet still cannot visit my grandson. My daughter claims the boy as her own, and I refuse to acknowledge he's not my child, though they would like for me to remove him from her life, something which I'm no longer willing to do," according to this decision. Following that ruling, numerous custody hearings were held at trial court level. Ramon Pina was elected sheriff of Nelson County following former Sheriff Ed Mattingly's departure, serving as primary investigators in Crystal's disappearance case. Ramon stated his resolve in solving it and told reporters they have an idea what occurred with Crystal, and their job is to find enough details and evidence to make an arrest possible. Over time, Crystal's family never stopped fighting for justice in her disappearance, broadcasting it via true creamy podcasts and TV series. Case of Mother of 5 Crystal Rogers has inspired podcasts, documentaries, and many reports. The Disappearance Crystal Rogers is a crime-themed series. Bourbon Town Mystery, produced with help from HLN Investigations team, presents its 3rd season. This docu-series delves deeply into the mysterious circumstances of Crystal Rogers' disappearance. Various crime dramas have focused upon this case since her disappearance. Crystal's family erected posters throughout Bardstown and nearby communities in search of any details surrounding her disappearance, which had left law enforcement officials puzzled, her family infuriated, and Bardstown struggling with an unexplained tragedy for years. John Snow, the detective in charge of Crystal's case, retired after one final interview wherein a reporter asked whether her body had ever been found. Upon hearing that response, he answered in the affirmative. Nelson County Sheriff Chief Deputy Jode Gillang would shortly thereafter become her principal detective within months. In 2019, Crystal's family held a memorial service and stated, "Every day is difficult, despite everyone telling her it will get easier." A vigil for prayer was held not only to remember Crystal, but also in hopes of finding answers about her whereabouts. Her favorite color pink was prevalent throughout, including pink t-shirts and ribbons, as well as a balloon released at the close of the evening by Cher Ballard, who said it was encouraging seeing people continue showing support throughout these many years. She plans on taking Crystal home, regardless of the length. Before Crystal disappeared, her household was extremely close. Though it has been difficult for the children, I do not want them to give up hope as God works miracles. And there's always hope. With regard to clues in the case, Cher expressed confidence in the police to find Crystal. Court records reveal a second hearing for Crystal Ballard's youngest child took place on September 10, 2020, and new evidence was presented during this hearing. On October 5, 2020, Judge Hayden denied temporary visitation rights to Cher Ballard. Hayden determined that the child had an intimate relationship with Brooks, whom the judge described as an attentive father figure. Brooks testified in court that their son spends all of his time with his mother, him, and Crystal Maupin, as his only 3 immediate family members. Judge Hayden stated that while they believe Cher Ballard's testimony was honest and they didn't intentionally violate the law, the court is uncertain that they can uphold their vows because of their strong dislike for Brooks. Judge Hayden further commented, stating, "It would be fair to suggest there exists an irreparable gap between the parties that may never be closed." July 2020 marked 5 years since Crystal had last been seen at Bardstown. Her disappearance caused widespread attention, but still no answers or evidence had surfaced of where she might have gone. For the first time ever, Kylie, one of Crystal's 5 children, sat down with a radio station and spoke openly about life without her mother. Kylie stated, "Waking up every morning not being able to say, 'Hey Mom, what are we going to do today?' Like normal things, small details matter more than big things, millions that she missed out on all these years now." Kylie was only 14 when her mom went missing, yet still recalls texting and calling to reach her, but with no response or way to contact her. Graduations became particularly difficult due to this experience. As I graduated high school, it was amazing to see all the children and their mothers so happy for each other. Although my mom felt proud and I knew she wanted me there physically too, it was difficult for her to stand aside while looking around at other moms. Kylie admitted that, following such events, she often uses journals and her mother to relay details from that day to her mother and share with her what happened. Over time, her family raised funds in an attempt to gather evidence that could lead to arrests for Crystal and Tommy Ballard trials. When Kylie was 19 years old, there was even an impressive $100,000 reward. As long as justice does not arrive for Crystal's death, her family made one simple request: keep praying and do not allow hope to slip away. Your presence brings us hope and helps us keep pushing forward. Federal authorities made their intention known in August to assume control of the investigation into Crystal Hall's disappearance, known and issued search warrants at several homes belonging to her family. In June and July 2017, the FBI assumed the roles of Kentucky State Police and Nelson County Sheriff's Office as principal investigators of this investigation, with over 150 agents serving search warrants on 3 properties owned by Hall and his family members. An FBI Louisville spokesperson previously noted that 3 locations had been thoroughly explored over time, particularly Woodland Springs subdivision, where Brooks Hall constructed several homes shortly after Crystal vanished. Federal agents working together with Nelson County Highway Department personnel surveyed an area suitable for driveway installation. Once determined, concrete pieces, as well as other items from outside an apartment building, were stored away securely before concealing them from view. Photographers working for the local newspaper were able to witness police using a jackhammer to clear away driveways of houses in an estate subdivision. Officers allowed only certain cars into the subdivision during this investigation and reporters were barred. Crystal's mother noted, "I don't believe they would randomly choose driveways without some justification. My daughter had been missing for some time while Hall was building in this area." On August 27, 2021, the FBI made public their investigations in this area and announced that an object of interest had been discovered from concrete in one of the homes they searched recently. Furthermore, they mentioned knowing of residents in Bardstown who may have knowledge about this case, calling upon them to come forward if possible. Some properties owned by Brooks Hall, while another belonged to his brother, Nick Hall. On September 7, 2021, the FBI made public their announcement that their search in Bardstown had concluded, and several items of interest had been sent off to a laboratory located in Virginia for testing. Sherry spoke to a local newspaper with hopes that her family can learn the truth of what had occurred with their daughter. She told the paper, "I believe that this is where investigation should take place, as they can give me information here." Sherry indicated her desire to know what occurred with her daughter but acknowledged it would be difficult. She hopes she can handle being confronted with their announcement. Having been waiting 6 years, closure has long been needed, as do the children who want answers about what they may have experienced and been told about by Sherry herself and others involved. This will be very challenging on us. To date, the FBI has provided no further details about items of interest submitted for testing by Virginia laboratories. In October 2021, spokesperson Katie Anderson informed a local newspaper that no new updates had been received regarding the ongoing Crystal Rogers investigation. In 2021, the FBI offered a reward of $25,000 to any individual or persons providing information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of anyone responsible for Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's case remains unsolved due to being passed around between various agencies. Sherry Ballard disclosed during an interview in 2022 that her daughter's children at the time of Crystal's death were aged 21, 19, 17, and 9. Crystal was an extraordinary girl. We miss her dearly. She was an incredible daughter, always kind and helpful to all she encountered, even offering to stay with a friend who couldn't leave due to illness. Because we were a close family unit, and I would do nothing different from any other mother for my daughter's well-being. Crystal's mother expressed hope for some sort of closure as well. She recalls vividly the day she visited the station of police to report Crystal as missing and was told it could take up to 1 year before any answers come through. Ballard expressed this shock with tears rolling down his cheeks. In October 2022, the FBI conducted another raid at Brooks Farm for 5 days and announced they would not share what information was gathered during their investigations. Brooks Hall owned this property along with her mother. Brooks Hall senior Daniel Cameron appointed a special prosecutor in January 2023 to investigate Crystal and her father's murder cases. On July 3, 2023, 8 years after Crystal disappeared, her agency announced substantial progress had been made toward reaching a proper conclusion of this case and promised, "We will follow every lead possible until those responsible for her disappearance are held accountable." On September 7, 2023, the investigation took a dramatic new turn when reports surfaced of Joseph Lawson, 32 years old and currently accused, being accused of participating in the probe. Joseph Lawson had never been officially identified as a suspect or had any connection to Crystal's case before his arrest marked an important shift in recent years. While not being charged with her murder, Joseph is now facing accusations of conspiracist activities against him. Authorities suspect he's involved with some aspect of planning or carrying out actions which led to Crystal's presumed death, as no body had yet been located. Investigators believed Lawson may have hidden, destroyed, removed, or altered evidence so as to derail proceedings against her. Lawson was charged with conspiracy on July 24, as well as tampering evidence in June, but neither case could be resolved due to his hospitalization and Zoom while being brought before Nelson Circuit Court for trial. Lawson appeared before Nelson Circuit Court, and his indictment was read aloud before the judge accepted his plea of not guilty for both counts, with $50,000 set as bond on one and $500,000 on another, conspiracy count and involvement in tampering with physical evidence respectively. Although Crystal wasn't specifically mentioned in the indictment, the charge outlined that on July 3, 2015 and/or 4, 2015, defendant committed the criminal conspiracy with the intent to take away life by signing contracts to assist any one or more of those involved in planning, executing, soliciting, or attempting to commit the offense when either themselves or one of their co-conspirators intentionally committed suicide. Kevin Coleman, Lawson's attorney, confirmed the charges related to Crystal's case but refused to provide further details. Lawson is scheduled to appear before a court for an initial pre-trial conference on the 26th of October 2023. Lawson had an extensive criminal history, which included methamphetamine possession, burglary, trespassing, and assault charges. Investigators were not certain as to whether Steve Lawson, who called Brooks Hall the night Crystal disappeared, was related to Joseph Lawson. However, an exhaustive lookup of public records published by newspapers revealed the following information: that Steve Lawson in Bardstown, Kentucky is related to Joseph and that they share a common birthday. Till Ballard, Crystal's grandpa, confirmed to the local paper that Lawson has been arrested by FBI. Mr. Ballard Sr. believed both murders may be linked and was hopeful that Lawson's arrest in Crystal's case might result in some changes regarding Tommy's shooting. Someone had to do something. Someone needed to know about Tommy, and someone needed to intervene against Tommy. Till believed Lawson may know about both murderers, although federal law prevented his exact place of residence being disclosed at this time. Lawson remains in federal custody. However, due to federal requirements, this information won't be disclosed due to federal requirements regarding federal jurisdiction and legal obligations regarding reporting requirements on federal legal requirements regarding federal requirements for legal matters regarding reporting requirements when reporting requirements arises regarding lawful authorities when reporting criminal activities are ongoing against them, and not disclosing details regarding either victim relatives who can report suspected killers that could make arrest, warranted charges brought against Tommy's shooters, as he intended stop looking. Something someone needed to change in Tommy's shooting of Tommy was made public, resulting in some kind of change by arresting someone else that someone knew about Tommy was shooting. Of Tommy being given custody, however, his exact whereabouts won't be revealed due to federal regulations requirements being revealed at all times during this case. Lawson is being held as per federal regulations regarding his exact place of residence being kept confidentially. Brooks Hall was arrested and charged with the murder of Crystal Rogers on September 27, 2023. Bail has been set at $10 million cash, and he's not allowed to communicate with Rogers' family. A statement issued by the FBI office stated their agents' dedication in finding those accountable in the case of Crystal Rogers. Today is an important step toward fulfilling that commitment. Hall was in court on October 5th and will likely face trial later that month. Another suspect could also be detained as well. Cher Ballard wrote this when the arrest was made. To say that today was overwhelming is overstatement. She said, "I've endured 8 long agonizing years to get here. To witness Brooks Hall put in handcuffs was an experience that was completely surreal to me. I've always believed that he was guilty, but now everyone knows that. I'm not sure of the feelings I experienced today. I'm sure that's all you can imagine. I would like to say thank for the FBI. God sent me an angel when they showed up at my house. I am personally familiar with the effort that a particular agent put into this case, as well as the long and exhausting hours he worked to make this happen. He never once forgot how I had been a mom as well as a wife, experiencing the most difficult time spouses and mothers can endure. I can't even imagine the impact it caused on him. This event would never have been possible without his help. Thank you for his team for all the help they provided in his office. His co-workers worked extremely difficult. I would be grateful to them for watching out for myself and our family. Thanks also for my family and friends at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for helping in ensuring that this event took place. Thanks to both the attorney for prosecution and office." Kevin Coleman, Lawson's attorney, confirmed the charges related to Crystal's case but refused to provide further details. Lawson is scheduled to appear before a court for an initial pre-trial conference on the 26th of October 2023. Lawson had an extensive criminal history, which included methamphetamine possession, burglary, trespassing, and assault charges. Investigators were not certain as to whether Steve Lawson, who called Brooks Hall the night Crystal disappeared, was related to Joseph Lawson. However, an exhaustive lookup of public records published by newspapers revealed the following information: that Steve Lawson in Bardstown, Kentucky is related to Joseph, and that they share a common birthday. Till Ballard, Crystal's grandpa, confirmed to the local paper that Lawson has been arrested by FBI. Mr. Ballard Sr. believed both murders may be linked and was hopeful that Lawson's arrest in Crystal's case might result in some changes regarding Tommy's shooting. Someone had to do something. Someone needed to know about Tommy, and someone needed to intervene against Tommy. Till believed Lawson may know about both murderers, although federal law prevented his exact place of residence being disclosed at this time. Lawson remains in federal custody. However, due to federal requirements, this information won't be disclosed due to federal requirements regarding federal jurisdiction and legal obligations regarding reporting requirements on federal legal requirements regarding federal requirements for legal matters regarding reporting requirements when reporting requirements arises regarding lawful authorities when reporting criminal activities are ongoing against them, and not disclosing details regarding either victim relatives who can report suspected killers that could make arrest, warranted charges brought against Tommy's shooters, as he intended stop looking. Something someone needed to change in Tommy's shooting of Tommy was made public, resulting in some kind of change by arresting someone else that someone knew about Tommy was shooting. Of Tommy being given custody, however, his exact whereabouts won't be revealed due to federal regulations requirements being revealed at all times during this case. Lawson is being held as per federal regulations regarding his exact place of residence being kept confidentially. Brooks Hall was arrested and charged with the murder of Crystal Rogers on September 27, 2023. Bail has been set at $10 million cash, and he's not allowed to communicate with Rogers' family. A statement issued by the FBI office stated their agents' dedication in finding those accountable in the case of Crystal Rogers. Today is an important step toward fulfilling that commitment. Hall was in court on October 5th and will likely face trial later that month. Another suspect could also be detained as well. Cher Ballard wrote this when the arrest was made. To say that today was overwhelming is overstatement. She said, "I've endured 8 long agonizing years to get here. To witness Brooks Hall put in handcuffs was an experience that was completely surreal to me. I've always believed that he was guilty, but now everyone knows that. I'm not sure of the feelings I experienced today. I'm sure that's all you can imagine. I would like to say thank for the FBI. God sent me an angel when they showed up at my house. I am personally familiar with the effort that a particular agent put into this case, as well as the long and exhausting hours he worked to make this happen. He never once forgot how I had been a mom as well as a wife, experiencing the most difficult time spouses and mothers can endure. I can't even imagine the impact it caused on him. This event would never have been possible without his help. Thank you for his team for all the help they provided in his office. His co-workers worked extremely difficult. I would be grateful to them for watching out for myself and our family. Thanks also for my family and friends at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for helping in ensuring that this event took place. Thanks to both the attorney for prosecution and office." In the heart of Indiana lies a charming little town known as Kokomo, where life is simple and ideal for raising children. This quaint town boasts a reputation for its low crime rate, earning it the nickname City of Firsts. However, beneath its serene exterior, Kokomo harbors a dark and tragic tale that left its mark on the community forever. It's a story that revolves around a young woman named Destiny Pittman, whose life was tragically cut short on a fateful night in 2013, marking one of the town's first harrowing incidents. Destiny Pittman, born on January 9, 1992 in Kokomo, was the child of Melvin L. Douglas Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. Destiny had a close-knit family with siblings and many friends who cherished her for her beautiful smile and charming personality. Her mere presence had the power to illuminate any room she entered. Destiny nurtured dreams of a modeling career, brimming with excitement about her future endeavors. Just 8 months before her untimely demise, Destiny had purchased a house where she resided with her boyfriend and a roommate. Their home also included 2 children and 3 dogs, among them a Chihuahua and 2 pit bulls. The clock struck 9:33 p.m. on February 7, 2013, when a chilling call reached the Kokomo police, urgently requesting their presence at 815 James Drive. The report indicated a shooting had occurred. Responding swiftly, officers arrived at the scene by 9:40 p.m., discovering a bullet hole in the wall and the lifeless body of 21-year-old Destiny Pittman lying in a pool of her own blood. Tragically, Destiny was pronounced dead on the spot. What makes this case all the more bewildering is that everyone in the house at the time of the incident, including the dogs, bore witness to the shocking event. 2 strangers had entered their sanctuary, ruthlessly ending the life of a young woman with her entire future ahead of her. They committed the heinous act, seizing cash and drugs before vanishing without a trace, leaving Kokomo in shock. Destiny Pittman's autopsy revealed that her untimely demise was due to a single gunshot wound to her chest, which pierced through her body and struck the wall behind her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered from the crime scene. Subsequently, the police conducted interviews with Destiny's boyfriend and roommate to unravel the events that transpired that dreadful night. According to their accounts, there was a loud knock on the door, putting everyone in the house on high alert. Suddenly, the door was kicked in, and two armed intruders stormed into the premises. Destiny, perhaps unaware of the impending danger, confronted the intruders, who reacted by fatally shooting her. Chaos ensued as everyone in the house sought refuge, with Destiny's roommate and boyfriend unable to catch more than a fleeting glimpse of one of the intruders, represented by a solitary shoe. The intruders proceeded to ransack the house, with one of them voicing frustration, exclaiming, "Where the F is it?" After their nefarious act, the assailants fled the scene in a vehicle that remained unseen by the witnesses. Destiny's dreams, aspirations, and the promise of her future were all mercilessly extinguished on that tragic night in 2013. The roommate, though unable to identify the intruders visually, expressed her belief that they were African American, citing their urban-sounding voices as the basis for her assumption. However, she conceded that it remained a possibility that they could have been of a different ethnicity. Destiny's boyfriend, in his confession to the police, revealed that both he and Destiny had been involved in the sale of marijuana, although Destiny had withdrawn from the business after inheriting a sum of money. He admitted to having possession of a bag of marijuana and more than $2,000 earned from a recent drug sale a few days prior to the intrusion. The police surmised that the intruders might have been motivated by their knowledge of the drugs and cash kept in the house. Beyond these details, the police had little to go on, with no substantial leads to pursue. 2 years passed and it was now 2015, with the police still fervently working to unravel the mystery. The only information available was the cooperation of Destiny's boyfriend and roommate, who provided all the details they could recall. The dedicated detectives refused to relent, driven by the hope of bringing justice to Destiny and closure to her grieving family. In the midst of their anguish, Destiny's family struggled to come to terms with her tragic death. Her mother, Carla Pittman McCombs, preserved everything in the house as it was on that fateful day in 2013. The bullet hole remained untouched, along with all of Destiny's photographs. The only attempt at normalcy was the effort to remove the bloodstains from the bedroom floor. Carla's grief was unrelenting, and she often found herself in tears, battling depression. She clung to the hope that someone would come forward with information about her daughter's death, and she made her sentiments known in a media statement. She lamented the complete upheaval of her life, expressing her dissatisfaction with the perpetrators who had taken her child for no apparent reason, leaving her with immeasurable pain and devastation. Destiny's stepfather, Stephen McCombs, observed that Carla was struggling to cope with her daughter's death even after all these years. She would often welcome visitors into their home, referring to it as Destiny's house or Destiny's home. Destiny's biological father, Douglas Jr., shared his ongoing ordeal, expressing his daily struggles and the frustration he felt. He understood the limitations faced by the police in discussing the case due to its ongoing nature, but couldn't help but miss his daughter terribly. He held on to the hope that the individuals responsible would eventually have families of their own, experiencing the joy of parenthood. In that moment of understanding, he believed they might comprehend the depth of pain caused by their actions and come forward with a confession. Another unnamed family member echoed the sentiments of many, acknowledging that Destiny's heart would never beat again. While no amount of justice could ever be enough, they believed that the family deserved closure. They denounced the cold-heartedness and ruthlessness of the perpetrators, emphasizing the need for accountability. Captain Teresa Galloway of the Kokomo Police Department issued a statement, asserting that the case remained an open investigation, firmly rejecting the notion of classifying it as a cold case. They continued to welcome tips and pursue all leads diligently, urging anyone with information to come forward. However, for years, no substantial breakthroughs emerged, and the prospects of solving Destiny's case grew increasingly dim. Hope was rekindled in 2021 when the Kokomo police renewed their plea for information regarding Destiny's homicide. They affirmed that her case remained open and that they had been diligently investigating all tips and leads received over the past 8 years. They beseeched the public, urging them to share any knowledge they possessed. However, as time passed, it seemed that Destiny's case would remain shrouded in mystery. A significant turning point occurred on December 5, 2022, when the Kokomo Police Department received a voicemail that would change the course of the investigation. A woman reached out, expressing her belief that the case should have been resolved by now. Frustrated by the lack of progress, she felt compelled to share information she had kept hidden for years. After witnessing press releases about Destiny's case for an extended period, she could no longer bear the burden of silence. She disclosed the identities of the 2 individuals who had barged into Destiny's house on that fateful night in 2013, 36-year-old Jesse McCartney and 32-year-old Joey McCartney. The informant initially conveyed her fear of Jesse McCartney, but when contacted by the police, she revealed that she had been in the company of the McCartney brothers on the night of the incident. They had claimed they were running an errand, and she had tagged along. She had been waiting in a Jeep parked outside Destiny's house when she heard a loud noise emanating from within. Within minutes, Jesse emerged from the house clutching a gallon-sized bag of marijuana and a substantial amount of cash. Joey followed suit, and Jesse, the owner of the firearm used in the crime, displayed visible signs of distress and anxiety. The informant further disclosed that the McCartney brothers had sold both the gun and the Jeep within 6 months of the incident. Jesse subsequently asked the informant to accompany him and drove past Destiny's house the following day, pointing out the police tape surrounding the premises to confirm the accuracy of the story. When the police asked the informant to identify the house she was referring to, it was confirmed to be Destiny's residence on James Drive. She also revealed that Jesse had changed his phone number but was still residing in Kokomo, specifically on Monroe Street. In contrast, his brother Joey had relocated to Kentucky. Building on this newfound information, the police revisited Destiny's boyfriend and showed him photographs of Jesse and Joey McCartney. Destiny's boyfriend recognized Joey, recalling having seen him in their house in the company of a mutual friend. Finally, after a decade of persistent investigation and leads provided by the public, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. With the accumulation of sufficient evidence, the authorities wasted no time in seeking justice. An official statement confirmed that investigators from the Criminal Investigations Section had obtained arrest warrants for Jesse and Joey McCartney. Joey was apprehended by the U.S. Marshals and local police around 6 a.m. on March 2, 2023, at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Merely 2 hours later, Jesse was taken into custody at his Kokomo residence. Both McCartney brothers were charged with a slew of offenses, including robbery resulting in bodily injury, conspiracy to commit burglary resulting in bodily injury, and murder, all categorized as Class A felonies. Additionally, they faced a Class B felony charge of burglary. Indiana court records revealed that Joey had a prior run-in with the law, having faced a misdemeanor battery charge in September 2012. Subsequently, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed on February 28, 2013, and the scheduled bench trial was canceled by March 2014 after Joey successfully completed the diversion program, resulting in the dismissal of the case. Jesse McCartney also had a police record, having been charged with battery in September 2012. The victim in this case was a healthcare provider who suffered injuries, leading to the modification of the charge to a felony. On April 3, 2013, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed, and the case was ultimately dismissed within a year, with the case file destroyed in 2016. Following their arrest, Jesse and Joey McCartney appeared for their initial hearings on March 9 and March 10, 2023. Both brothers entered a plea of not guilty, but the judge ordered them to be held without bond. As they awaited their trial, the community grappled with the realization that after a decade of mystery, the McCartney brothers would finally face the consequences of their actions. The tragic story of Destiny Pittman's senseless death in Kokomo serves as a testament to the enduring pursuit of justice by law enforcement and the unwavering determination of a grieving family. Destiny's memory lives on, and her case reminds us that even the darkest mysteries can be unraveled with time, persistence, and the courage of those who come forward with crucial information. As the McCartney brothers await their day in court, the town of Kokomo stands united in the hope that justice will finally be served for Destiny and her loved ones. 6-year-old Louich Teutsch lived in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, in 1971 with her parents and her 8-year-old brother Michael. On the evening of May 14, 1971, Louich and Michael were playing outside their Jewad Road home. A man approached them just before 9 p.m. He offered Louich $8 to take a walk with him down the street, which she accepted. The man also offered Michael money to go ride his bike to distract him while he walked away hand in hand with Louich. Michael alerted his mother when the man and Louich did not return, and the police were called. 4 hours later, Louich's body was found less than a mile from her house in the backyard of a Hickory Avenue home. It was around 1 a.m. when an officer scanning yards with a flashlight found her body. The perpetrator left her body close to a gate leading to the back alley. Police found 2 of Louich's teeth along with an adult tooth next to her body. She had been severely and violently beaten. The adult tooth and other evidentiary items were collected by investigators so that they could be used later on. Witnesses came forward, saying they saw a strange man hanging out at a restaurant across the street from the Teutsch house, but he was never located. The case attracted national attention, and hundreds of tips came in from across Canada and the U.S. At one point, there were more than 500 persons of interest in the case. In the 1990s, investigators were able to extract DNA from items found at the crime scene. In 2015, investigators announced that they were able to create a DNA profile of the perpetrator. Investigators sought the services of Parabon Nanolabs, a DNA technology company in Virginia that specializes in DNA phenotyping, the process of predicting physical appearance and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence. Law enforcement agencies use the company's Snapshot DNA phenotyping service for narrowing suspect lists and generating leads in criminal investigations. Parabon came up with 2 different images. One showed what the suspect looked like at 25 years old when the crime was committed, and the other image showed what the suspect may look like now at approximately 70 years old. In December 2019, Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman announced that Louich Teutsch's case was finally solved. Chapman said that Louich's case was one of the very first Canadian cases that used the technique of genetic genealogy. On ancestry research websites such as GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, users have the option to not share their genetic information with law enforcement. Chapman said police were ultimately able to identify the perpetrator through the DNA of a distant cousin found in a database. Parabon Nanolabs assisted with the identification. Windsor police made the decision at the time not to reveal the unknown man's name. They only said that he recently passed away and settled out west after committing the crime. While police were applauded for finally solving the crime, the refusal to release the man's name was met with some public criticism. Finally, in 2023, Windsor police changed their stance, and it was announced that Frank Arthur Hall was the man responsible. He was 22 years old back in 1971, and Hall lived less than 2 miles from the Teutsch family. He was never a suspect or a person of interest until the DNA match confirmed his guilt. Paul passed away in February 2019 in Edmonton, Canada, just a few months before the DNA match. Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman was the one who announced that Hall was the one responsible. He explained that in 2019, when he announced the case was solved, it was unclear whether they could legally name Hall, since there was such little precedent. That was part of the reason Hall's name was withheld at that time, said Chapman, acknowledging the landscape has since changed, as genetic genealogy has become more mainstream. Prior to the release of that information, Chapman flew to Edmonton to tell Hall's family members. They were shocked, but showed strength, he said. We have to keep in mind, whatever Frank Hall did in his life is not a reflection on these people, Chapman said. They've been victimized by this information too. According to Chapman, police records are unclear as to whether Hall's home was canvassed as part of the initial investigation back in 1971. Hall was, however, known to police in Windsor and in other places, mostly for property crimes like theft, though his name was not known to the public. Other law enforcement agencies have been made aware of Hall since 2019. Now that Hall's name is out there, Chapman believes it could lead to more tips from the public regarding other cases. It will give potentially new life to different investigations, he said. It is entirely possible.